plus the 2 to 3% you're getting on the dividend for the next probably 6 months. Okay, so you have to look at it. You have to look at the whole package when you're looking at bonds. You're not only looking at the coupon, the interest you're getting. You're also looking at the potential price gains because the demand for bonds is going up. You can sell those bonds, and we discussed this already, right, John? About like, oh, I'm basically doing an opportunity cost when I get a bond, and somebody else later down the line wants my bonds because the bond prices have dropped for the next set of bonds that the bonds that I got earlier with a high coupon I can sell at a higher price. That's right, John?
This is a good time. Hey, I'd like to introduce myself while there was a little downtime. It's nice to meet you guys, all right? I'm
Yeah.
No Sir from the chat. I just wanted to come up and kind of explain the Robinhood side of things. And this is
Oh
not
yeah.
financial advice, right?
Okay,
But
sure. Yeah, I want to hit the Robin Hood. You
um
talking about crash with Get Stop?
well, I'm trying to present something. I was just gonna do the spread. I was gonna explain the spread
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. Go right.
and then kind of talk a little smack about how they definitely did some illegal practices with that GameStop stuff. But
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
I'm trying to present the screen backstage.
Oh, okay. Uh, man, shit, man. Isn't that not any porn shit? Is it?
Nah, look, it's my Robinhood account. I mean,
Okay. All right. All right.
so you log into Robinhood, right? I mean, this is the main screen. Let's just do. You guys were talking about, or actually, I think the spreads are on Litecoin. Buy spread will be 48% or 0.48. My bad. If you wanted $100, all right, you guys are talking a lot bigger money than I play with. I'm very new to it. I'm only 23, but
Can you zoom in a little bit?
this is a breakdown. Wait, you said what, sir? I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Can you zoom in a little bit?
I don't think I can.
Hit
Uh,
Control Plus. I think if you're not on a Mac. I think
Control.
if you're on a Windows or something,
Hey.
you probably
Oh, that
you
should
getting
work.
in there. All right. All
Hold
right.
on. Wait. All right, I'm sorry.
You're
The
23
spread.
years old.
I'm 23 years old. I got a 780, and I got like $26,000 line of credit. Listen,
Damn.
I had some cash holdings, and I
Mm.
spent it. I spent it all like a dummy. But
What did you spend? What did you spend it on?
oh, nothing worthwhile. You know, you guys
Girl.
are. Yeah, basically, I shop a lot, right? I don't know. I don't want to take up too much of the time because you guys look like you're doing productive things, right?
Man, we had plenty of time up here, man. We stream.
Oh,
Is this your first time up here?
yeah. And this is the first time I've seen something productive going on and like StreamYard and all that. So I'm really
Man,
into
you
that.
can, man, you really can, man. You could spend your whole days watching some of the
Oh,
streams.
Shrimp Boy. All right, let me just say this then. Don't ever put yourself down for trying to put a play together that may been out of your league, right? But shit, didn't you say your man's put it through and it worked, right? Don't put yourself down.
Oh yeah, no, that's. Thank you very much, and welcome to the stream. And I hijacked the name Shrimp Boy because the other day someone did a podcast or Get Crack was talking about the breakdown of the
I
Chinese
know
community
nothing.
on the West Coast. But thank you, man. But yeah, hell yeah, I tried to put it together, but fell apart. But at least he brought me to the river's edge. You know what I mean?
The
You know,
spread price is calculated as the difference between the ask and the mid price. But
okay,
I
yeah,
don't know. That is where they make their money. And then you guys were talking about buying ETFs, and I don't know. They offer them straight through Robinhood, Vanguard, S&P ETF, and then they give you a nice little breakdown of like what's in the fund, what the percentages are. And so
it is.
that's my minimal knowledge of, you know, just investments, Roth IRAs.
User friendly. I will say that.
Yeah, it's very nice, user friendly. So
I
do you do
like
any of the overnight trading in Robinhood?
no.
You take
Oh my
advantage
god,
of that?
no.
That's pretty fun because like anybody who doesn't have futures, you can pretend you're doing futures.
I gambled. I gambled a lot of my money away, fellas. I'll say that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was terrible. But I don't know. I'm not trusting Robinhood 100% because when the little pups won, right, against the big whales, when GameStop wasn't the big brokerages trying to short GameStop, everyone got a hold of that knowledge and then they pumped it, right?
Mm.
I'm asking, wasn't that like the scenario that happened?
That is exactly what happened. And what happened is that
It started going out of proportion. They realized they're going to owe a lot more money than they had. And so
you know,
they shut everything down. And they're not allowed to do that. That's literally illegal.
is anyone in the chat familiar with exactly what happened with GameStop? This should really this story if you can understand it,
I think Juan is more knowledgeable because he was the one that follows it the most, and he has a legal background. He probably knew all the legal
right?
intricacies of
You know,
I
what
from a
remember.
happened there.
I
from a
remember.
financial
Going.
from a financial stock market perspective, you crack you definitely know what this is. Oversubscribed. You know what that means. You know, right?
Yeah.
Well, oversubscribed is typically a good thing on the upside. You know, the stock is going to pop. You got 100 people outside waiting to get in, but the capacity is only 50. Well, that's going to drive price up. Similarly, on the other side of the trade, a lot of big money people had shorted GameStop, and they shorted more stock than there were shares available. And so the little man finally had the big man by the balls because the little man kept buying up the shares of GameStop and crushing the big man.
It got meme pumps for real. The same way Elon Musk is tweeting Dogecoin to the moon and stuff like that. But I don't know if I believe in crypto as like a idea in and of itself. Bro, there's no way.
So what? Let me finish this point. So what happened with GameStop is that the big money people made GameStop stop trading. In other words, stop allowing the little man to buy GameStop stock so that they could effectively wind down their shorts without getting crushed by the little man. And that right there, for people that really understand, really shows you the story of how corrupted our markets are and that they were able to prevent these big businesses from taking losses. And I may have left out some details there. Any of you guys feel free to chime in and correct me there.
Well, hey, since you know some options knowledge, can you explain to us what a gamma squeeze is, John?
That I
Do you know
don't know.
what
No, I don't know.
So that's the problem because when you think about short squeezes and things like that, you think only about the shares, but there's an extra component now with so many people using options, especially in terms of gambling. This creates a problem for money makers, right? Market makers. Because if you're squeezing a stock up and the market makers look at that, they're losing money because they're selling options to the buyer, right? To mostly retailers that are gambling, and so they don't want it to hit certain levels before Fridays, um, the third Friday of every month. So if you look at GameStop, I'm guessing probably a third Friday was coming up, and they were like, "Hell no, we're not going to let that price stay there by the time it hits Friday," and that's probably what happened. So yeah, we should. I don't know. You should probably look into it. I don't fully understand myself. I'm not an options guy, but that's probably played a lot into it too.
Wait, you guys can hear me? Hold on, I'm gonna present the screen
Hmm.
again. Let's just look at the stock price of GME, GameStop, past 5 years. We're looking at January. Oh, can you put it up real quick? My bad. January, let's say 15th, $8.88. I remember a little bit now. The theory was, I don't know if you guys play video games, but physical disc games, the stores are going like out of business. A lot of games are bought online nowadays. So GameStop was undervalued. Someone in the chat said Roaring Kitty. Nah, he was definitely, I think he was the one who kept saying the entire time, this is an undervalued stock, kind of doing stuff like you guys are. I don't know, just talking about financial like knowledge and literacy. And he bet everything on it. And January 15th, $8. January 29th, $81. And I think he put in a lot. And so, and then the big companies, when it was at 81 and they shorted it, were like, oh no. And they, I don't know if they told Robinhood to stop. They stopped trades completely. Like they shut down their market. I'm very new to all this stuff, very, let's just say, basic knowledge, but I don't think that's legal. And that's
Yeah,
what I was trying to
Fidelity
get.
still allowed trades though. That's why
Did it?
everybody ran to Fidelity. Yeah, that was the reason why Fidelity was like got more customers after this thing. Yeah.
Will it
Hey, Craig,
happen again?
hey,
It was a shooting star. I don't
Craig,
know.
do you know the investors in Robinhood?
No, I mean I think it's just a bunch of young kids, right? Because it's an app. That's why it got so popular. Yeah.
I
Yeah,
don't think I don't think so. I think behind it are big banks,
Oh yeah, behind is big banks, but on the front side
right?
it's for kids because they make it look good, right? Because you got that
been
color coded like design. You make
CEO
it look like a video game. That's the whole point.
But
Yeah.
what I'm saying is that it is for kids.
Vladimir Tenev.
It is for younger people.
Right.
Um, but somewhere downstream, when they had to go to the banks and say, "Who's going to fill our orders?"
Correct.
That's that's the company that owns or
Yeah, but that was basically because they had to go through a clearinghouse. They didn't have a big clearinghouse because they're a small brokerage, right? Fidelity is big, so there's
right,
plenty of shares that Fidelity can get if I want to buy GameStop.
right.
But
So
Robinhood just ran out. It's like
then
they ran out of drugs. It's like I got my shares. There's no drug. There's demand, but my Mexican cartel guy ain't coming through. So how am I going to give you those drugs now?
if
This
you look
is this is the leadership team. I don't know.
You're gonna have to look like the what is it like the 10K or whatever, or like the board where you see the investors like the Vanguard, BlackRock types. That's what you're gonna see behind the scenes with Robinhood. I mean, no company of any size, like when I'm talking about this level of scale, this level of sophistication, can do that without the hand of the banks. If you're dealing with the banks, you just can't enter that market without them more or less. You know,
Sam
and you
Bankman-Fried entered the market easily, though, didn't he?
allowed him in. And they allowed him in, and they allowed him.
Yeah. I think they can because like regulation is just like regulation, but you know
Let me see
when
who
you
is.
do high tech, there's little regulation. Robinhood was like kind of the first like big app to do like in this level.
They
Yeah.
mainstreamed. I'll say it's a lot easy for anybody to go on their iPhone, download Robinhood the app, and start buying stocks. I mean, that's all I did. I kind of know nothing. If you want me to be blatantly honest and downplay myself a little bit, you download this app, you go in the search bar, you go to streams like this where people seem to know more than you, and you take the financial advice. That's what I've been doing. That's where
You
I'm
make,
at.
you make the perfect customer for Robinhood.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
am.
You
I
know,
am.
Yeah. And the other
Connor,
thing too
are you
is like
saying, Connor, this is how you started, was with this site?
Yeah, yeah. Yes,
You
ma'am.
started with this Robin Hood. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, entry
Okay.
level. I've heard of like Charles Schwab and maybe more professional exchanges, but this does seem to be the easiest for me, user friendly. I'm not playing with big numbers,
Right, right.
so I like it. I don't know. I just came up to explain it. One question I did maybe want to ask you guys, right? I'm
yeah, go
23.
ahead.
Any advice on like where to put money? You guys were saying money market accounts. And Master Kim's talking about putting or millions of dollars in a money market. I had like $4,000, but I didn't get anything. Like it was just
no,
not
yeah, it's not worth it for you. No.
Hey, what type of work do you do, young man?
Oh, I'm more like freelance. I save. That's the work that I do. I save money, right?
How do
So
you make?
jobs, right? I work a job. I get a paycheck. I'll just say that.
Where do
How,
you live?
how old
Where do
are
you,
you?
I'm 23. Where do I live? East Coast, Maryland.
Maryland?
I
Okay,
think
I'm in the DC area.
43.
Are you?
23.
23. Yes.
23.
Yeah.
Man,
Yeah.
open up a Roth, man. I tell
A
you,
Yeah,
Roth
you should get a
IRA.
Roth. That's one thing. Yeah,
open up,
you
open,
definitely should start
open up
one.
a Roth, man. You young, get a target dated index fund, throw money at it, man. Keep
You
it
know,
simple.
yesterday we was it yesterday Master Kim did that evaluation of their business right there in Maryland. May not be very far from you. It's in Baltimore, a decent area.
No, yeah, I'm like PG County, if you know where that is. I don't
Yeah.
know. Middle suburbs, I'll say. It's nice.
So Master Kim did an evaluation of a business for sale. Actually, even called up the owner and negotiated with him. And a young man like yourself, you
I
know,
was in, I was intimidated to come up on here because it sounded like you guys were playing with big numbers, but I don't know. I'm definitely going to be watching and just trying to pick up like a sponge, pick up any knowledge that I can, right?
I think if you watch the show, you can get the big numbers. Master Kim has big numbers, or he plays with big numbers. Get cracked. You'll see his trading. CKJ3. He tells you all about his trading. So there's enough information to get the big numbers if you so choose. But yeah, so yesterday Master Kim was doing an evaluation of a business, and you're in Maryland. And Master Kim, I think you described their business as the breaking the cycle of poverty or something like that. You said right?
I think he might not be on the panel anymore. I don't see him.
And Master Kim step up. Yeah. Well, anyway, so Master Kim described buying that business. It was $65,000. It's not a lot of money.
That's not unachievable. Yeah,
Right.
I could
You
get
know,
that.
yeah. You know, there with friends and family, you could get to 65 pretty easily. And Master Kim even negotiated the guy down a little bit. This was just an impromptu call over the internet over the stream here. And I think that, I don't know where you are in life, what your station is, but if you're poor, grew up poor, Master Kim just easily laid
Middle
out
middle
found
class.
or Master Kim laid out the foundation of going from middle to upper class by the buying of this business. It was a Chinese-owned business, been in business 20 years, and it had plenty of room for growth there. But other people on the panel probably have suggestions as well. So you guys chime in advice for a young man here.
I'll say I'm gonna step down because I don't want to hog too much time.
No, don't step down. Don't step down, young man. We like the back and forth. We enjoy people coming up on the panel.
So I noticed your name's the Urban Landlord. Are you a landlord? I mean, right? It's
Yeah,
pretty obvious.
yeah, depending on where you are in PG, I may be a stone's throw away from you.
Oh, all right. How'd you break into that? Right? Did you put a down payment on your first rental property? It seems
Uh,
pretty basic knowledge, but is that what you did?
yeah, it's pretty basic, man. As I said, man, it's Master Kim talks about owning stores and kind of marginalized neighborhoods as a way to break the cycle of poverty. I think just the same about real estate. If you buy some place where that has pretty high demand, but maybe kind of marginalized, and if you're young enough, you don't have children, anything like that, you can take the chance of living there. And if you're willing to live there, well, you got to live somewhere. So, half at least part of the cost is covered because you had to live somewhere.
I've been
And
talking about it. I mean, buy a duplex, live one, rent the other, cover your mortgage. I mean, I don't know. I've heard all of it. My bad.
There really is no reason why young people, anyone, doesn't do it. You're out here paying rent. If the prices aren't too high in your city, do it. If the prices are too high in your city and you're paying rent, you could easily do the same with an apartment. Get a 2-bedroom apartment, rent out the other bedroom, and surely you'll get more than half of the rent there, and you save that money, and possibly, and that's just one.
Most. Maybe
Hmm?
I'm just scared to start it, right? Because I don't know.
Yeah, you have to get over that. But I knew a lady long before I ever started Airbnb, and she would Airbnb either her bedroom or her living room out. Right? People would come and live in her living room, and when they would rent her living room, she'd just come to my house and stay. Most times. But I think it's going to have to take alternative methods. Because the paradigm has shifted a little in terms of how you achieve the American dream. We talk a lot about here on immigration and shit like that here, and I think you got to take a different approach for a young man. You're not going to be able to save your way out of this.
You can't beat inflation nowadays. I don't know.
Yeah.
That shit sucks, kind of. Being a 23-year-old, I feel like it might have been a little easier for the older generations to kind of start the American dream. Right? Maybe. That's just my humble opinion.
No, it's true. Yeah, it was.
Well, I think, and I've talked about this on the stream, maybe just the other day, the day before yesterday, probably you saw on many streams. I went down to the migrant hotels in New York City. I've been by the ones in DC. And what I would say to you is that the American dream is alive and well. It's just been transferred to the migrants instead. They're getting free housing, room and board.
Yeah. All right. I mean, y'all introduced the topic. I didn't want to.
No,
I don't agree with it. I don't agree with illegal immigration. I feel like we do need to streamline the immigration process, right?
I mean, all they talk now it's time for action because they're here and I can't streamline anything. So all I can do is tell you what you possibly need to do to streamline things for yourself. Don't let these people come here. You can blame it on incompetence or you can blame it on malevolence. But the odds of them fixing the problem that they allowed to happen is slim to none. So you're really on your own in that regard. Even if there were a solution, I don't think that you can forcefully remove this many people without just destroying the entire country, to be honest with you. So you guys can make some decisions on your own. How you want
His point of view, there was more hustle opportunities with social media, etc. I will say kids are making like a lot of money streaming. I mean, there's
Mm-hmm.
multi-millionaires on shit, but that's also luck. That's like becoming, I don't know, Taylor Swift, ASAP Rock. Like, they are famous now. They're not just a Twitch streamer. They're famous, and so I don't know. It's not just
Yeah.
that easy. It's not that easy. His
you
point of
know,
view.
you know, earlier today we were talking about, and I guess I need to get back on again because someone has a new username. So I guess I'll address ginseng. I like that name. I like the in my
You got a new one?
yeah. I would say, don't they put ginseng in like not shakes, but
I think it's a
fruit
tea.
drinks?
I think it's a tea.
But it's spicy. Is that ginseng? No, ginger. I wish you had
Yeah.
name. I like
Ginseng.
ginger better than ginseng. But anyway, ginseng is like some kind of fucking liquid or something, right? Anyway, so ginseng is that, and so I guess we had to. We
No,
can
it's a tea. It's a tea, man. There's no liquor in it. I wish there was liquor.
I thought it was a liquid or something that they put in ginseng. It's very interesting. Very lucky that I do have a little time today. In one of my breaks from camera or whatever, I called it cleaners, and I said, you know what? Come clean up a couple of these rooms for me today. And since I did that, I can spend a little bit more time with you. And since ginseng is here, I'll spend a little bit more time with her before I get out of here. Craig, let you take over. How about that?
Ginseng is a root.
That is kind of okay, whatever.
All right. Are you
So-
are you guys plagued by trolls? Can I just ask that?
Yeah, it happens, man. It does happen. It's true.
Stream.
That's
I
good.
thought I found the one spot that wasn't like plagued by trolls. Hey trolls, come on, get out of here, man. I'm trying to get rich. Go.
Well,
Shoot.
well, here's something interesting. What I would say to you, young man, is that these type of things are probably going to be some of your biggest barriers in life. To be honest with you, the naysayers.
What type of things? Elaborate. Trust me, this
Fair
is not
enough.
my first interaction
Right,
with the trolls.
right. You understand? Well, I'm not talking about trolls. I mean, look, I'm
The
fairly
naysayers. All right, yeah, let's say that.
I'm fairly new to YouTube, so again,
Yeah.
so this is fairly new to me. I don't even understand why the hell someone would do it. Like,
It's kind of fun.
Connor, I don't know if I would say it's plagued.
No.
That makes it sound like it's just happening all the time and it's one
Miss-
person after another.
Miss
wait,
Lindy
I-
Lou, it is.
Oh,
I think it does happen. There's somebody that will come on and be like annoying little cockroach or whatever, and then they just go away, and then somebody else might show up. But it's not like it's just constant,
Miss
I
Lindy
mean,
Lou,
wouldn't you agree, John?
it,
I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
it's plagued. It's plagued. I've been on so many streams, and each one of them has like the troll, the
A troll, yes.
Oh my gosh, it's so
Somebody that's
bad.
annoying.
Yeah, I would say, it is very annoying. I guess it's a part of just handling.
It
business.
is. It's just part of it, I think.
Again, man, like, and I think that honestly, that is probably your biggest barrier to having any success in life today. Once you get beyond your own shortcomings and things like that, your biggest barriers will be overcoming all of the negativity. Because every corner you turn, somebody's going to be telling you why you can't do something, and
All right, I do understand that. Did you guys feed into it? Maybe can I just ask that? Because that makes them latch on. I will say, if you freak out, if you feed into it, it makes them latch on. I know.
No, I don't disagree with you in terms of that. I could have very easily
155 videos. I don't know. It just sounds like something was going on before me, and you guys looked professional.
Yeah. Again,
I don't know. I just found this, right?
As I
I
say,
don't know. Are we professional? Are we professional, John?
Shit, it looked like it, bro. It looked like it at least.
Like
Right?
the late night, I'm just like, that's not professional at all.
I
It's
mean,
just drama.
you're definitely right. Late night because you draw a different beast. In terms
Yeah, we're talking about like Bohemian Grove and like UFOs. It's just like we're doing all different stuff all the time, man.
of,
It's amazing. This channel is amazing, John. I can't believe this stuff.
but like again, I think the biggest issue is that when there is money on the line, people are making their living, whatever the case may be. You're going to have people come out of every corner for all different types of reasons, man. That it will blow your mind, to be honest with you. Um, to Once you get into business, you see the level of people that will go out of their way. They'll expend more energy trying to harm you or bring you down than they will helping themselves. And that probably is the most amazing thing I've ever experienced. And that is what you see Jen Zing keep referring to. She's referring to.
I don't even
Uh,
want to give it any weight. We don't even
well,
gotta.
but the reason why I give it weight to you, honestly, is because I think that again, I told you, you're gonna face obstacles no matter what you try to accomplish as long as you live. And then you're gonna end up maybe closing some doors to yourself and you're gonna have to open new doors. And that opening those new doors may require you to do a whole hell of a lot more effort than it would have been if you're taking the route, most travel. But there may be your rewards because everyone's, is the road, the road less traveled, as they say. And so I think if you notice, like all of these people, the ginseng and the person all knowing, and I'm not saying that they're wrong because again, I don't know the layout of the landscape of this business, YouTube and things like that, the way that ginseng does. But I think that ginseng is being a tad bit short sighted, and I could be wrong, right? In that you can monetize anything. That's not, and I think everybody is different. If you are looking at this for your main source of income, you probably do need to be monetized. Because you got to get out of the gate running because you got bills that are current. But if you don't have those pressures on you, I'm 49 years old. What the hell I look like trying to make my living on YouTube, right?
That's crazy. Because
Right?
I've
Uh,
talked to so many 49-year-olds, the DoorDash like gig community or whatever,
yeah,
DoorDash, Shipped, Uber Eats, all that. They're all 49 trying to make the living on YouTube, and it's not working at all.
again, God bless them. I don't, some of these people is really going to work for.
No, it's not. It's not gonna work for them, bro. It's not gonna work for them.
I'll keep hope alive, right? Well, let's keep hope alive that maybe it works for them. Some of them it definitely will work for.
There's
But
one that managed to actually gain an audience. Everyone else entertains the drama. It's the same story every day. It's people like Ginseng that gets talked about, right? And Ginseng, I don't blame him. You probably have no effect in his life, so I can't blame him for not taking any of it seriously, right?
well, uh, ginseng may have an agenda, and then you say, well, what is the agenda based on? As they say, Q bono or whatever, right? Who benefits, right? Who benefits from ginseng being here? It's 7, 8, 9, 12 o'clock in the morning. He's been here all day, or she's been here all day. Well, who benefits? Somebody's benefiting. Clearly, this person's here all day, right? Well, who is
Nah,
it?
sometimes they don't. I'll give it to you. Some trolls have managed to make it profitable around just terrorizing a
Well,
certain channel.
I don't disagree with that. Uh, well, how are they benefiting? Is there a way that they can benefit from this? I don't know, man.
I have no idea.
I don't know. But let me go through some of this person's content because they clearly want some attention here. Let's
You're good.
see.
I'm probably
Hmm?
gonna step down there. Like, thank you for having me. I just want to
Hey,
formally introduce myself.
hey, make sure you subscribe and come back in the mornings, man. I think would be prime for you.
Mhm.
Watch the shows where we have Master Kim. He's, as I say, he did valuation of a business not far from you in Baltimore. I would suggest someone like you look into that. So let me give Jen Zing
All
a
right, thank
little.
you for having me. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for joining me. Pass the link on to your friends and family. Hope you subscribe, by the way. Another easy option is to delete all your videos and lives and start fresh, but that will lower you down in the algorithm. Crack.
Are you gonna go over like OPC Don's like algorithm talk and all this stuff late night?
No, I need to announce the birthday. I didn't see it, but we can talk about it. Crack. What did I come in here when I don't know if you saw one of my first streams, and I keep going back to it.
Mm-hmm.
How to not care about an algorithm.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
An algorithm is perfect. If you're trying to boost your sales or something like that, boost your
Mm-hmm.
viewership, you gotta dance to what the algorithm tell you to dance to.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that um, you are speaking, and I'm not being belligerent here, but you're speaking in general truth, but it doesn't apply to everyone. I don't think it applies to me in
I
that
think
way.
the curious thing was when I told OPC Don, "Hey, you look at our channel. We're so random with how we do things. Our content's so random, this and that." And OPC Don wasn't really sure exactly how the algorithm would treat our channel. We're too vague.
Well,
So I wonder if this is the key here. We are beating the algorithm because we don't give a shit about the algorithm.
well, the interesting thing is, and I mentioned this on an early stream.
Mm,
Do you remember when I highlighted why CT was when we talked about how CT got struck for using the
yeah,
word
yeah.
coon,
Mm-hmm.
and he put it in the poll question. Remember that? And then someone else had it. I think it was DJ Hamp had the damn discussion in the. He had the same word in the title, and his show was live. CT never made it out of the gate. Remember that?
Mm.
And one of the things I thought was that you get kind of in like walled gardens,
Yep.
right?
Right.
And if you're in a walled garden, that makes it easy for you to do a check on certain keywords, right? And if you have, if you enter into that walled garden or put into that walled garden, then, well, yeah, you're going to be scrutinized on certain things more than others, right? And maybe on other things, they may not scrutinize you at all, maybe. Um, And so I think again, that is where the algorithm can hurt you if you are out here looking for viewers because you need it to make a living, and you end up in one of these walled gardens. Then your world ultimately becomes smaller, and you don't even know it. You know there are
Yeah,
billion people in the world, but you can't seem to get past a certain number of subscribers.
that's
Uh,
true.
that's what I think is going on. But again, back to ginseng. Like honestly, I didn't even think I would get monetized right out of the gate. I didn't even think about it, I should say.
OPC Don was very surprised. Yeah.
But again, I didn't think about it. Craig, we talked about yesterday about setting goals and how you set the stretch goal of 1,000. I think at the time maybe we 200 or 300, right? And I knew what you were doing because I understand stretch goals. And most people would have set it at 500, 400,
Right.
up
Exactly.
and go, right? And just kept up
Hey,
and
look
go.
at you, man. We got 100 over the weekend. I think new subscribers.
Is that right? Wow.
I think so, man. Yeah, we
And
can look
so,
over the stream and you can see like what I put in chat. Yeah, I think we did.
yeah, we should definitely maybe we should do a show on that. Again, we're gonna come
Mm.
back. I don't even know if YouTube would give me all those analytics anymore because I wanted to do a stream like once they start releasing more
Oh,
analytics to me so I can show you guys because I truly believe what the argument that Jen Singh is making is the is more or less the argument for the super chat um, horse and pony show. Does that make sense? Correct.
hmm.
Like she's telling me,
Yeah.
you gotta be monetized. You gotta get monetized. Like there's no other way that YouTube, everybody's gonna beat you down. What are you gonna do? Well, what are you going to if you're not monetized, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Man, I can shut this motherfucking channel down today and ain't nothing happen.
Yep.
So like, okay, no monetized shit. Okay, well, anything change? So again, my motivations are slightly a little bit different. Not and now again, I'm 49. You wouldn't want me to be out here or even expect someone like me to be dancing for super chats or even cash apps. So the whole monetization thing just didn't really hit me like it might hit me if I were in a different position in life.
Yeah. I mean, if
I
you
mean,
really cared, we got Streamlabs and Power Chat. So
man,
if you use Streamlabs, you basically can't use StreamYards anymore. It's basically Streamlabs replaces your StreamYards and you get super chats. It's like StreamYards had their own separate super chat system. You get what I'm saying?
mm-hmm.
Yeah, and they can just donate through that through a StreamYards account. Yeah.
So super chat is what Yahoo.
No, it's basically like something that pops up in chat system. But you see how StreamYards is? They take all the chats from every YouTube channel that mirrors your stream to and puts it in one chat. And then if someone does a super chat, yeah, it'll just pop up in their system. It won't pop up in YouTube system, but it doesn't matter. You get money anyway, and they take a lesser cut. Yeah.
Oh, really? So there are ways around it.
Yeah, that's how like the streamers that got banned, during the first MAGA war and the basically the first YouTube wars, like when they did demonetization and Jan 6 was the secondary war and all this stuff. I don't know. I don't keep track of this stuff, man.
Did I ever tell you my Airbnbs were uh all Airbnbs more or less were banned in the
Huh.
during J6. I think it was J6.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, during J6, they all were banned.
Hmm.
I'm trying to
Yeah.
take it myself. I need to make an order here.
Yeah, probably because they don't want people boosting the signal. You know what I mean? So super chats is a way of boosting the signal. You're putting messages up there that people read. So if I put a lot of money into it, I could just incite like a protest or a war just by putting inflammatory like dialogue in my super chats, right?
Yeah, yeah, I can see that. I can see that. Let's see, Shrimp Boy Master Kim is back. What do you got up here? Crack? Something about
Oh,
feudalism?
I put this up because like Righteous Muffin, Imperious, all these guys kept talking about neo-feudalism. I mean, like, bruh, this stuff is like, okay, like, I don't know if people really know about neo-feudalism. So every time they say neo-feudalism, I just put this up. So it's kind of like so we replaced the old way of feudalism in the medieval times with this new corporatocracy, right? So
Mm.
you can kind of see like, oh, so now it's the global financial elite, the global corporate elite, the corporate media, big tech, the police, politicians, regulators, and the serfs, us. Do you believe that, John? You think that's a right way to look at things nowadays? Hmm.
I didn't believe it before COVID. Or
Yeah. I
a little.
I believed this for a long time, and COVID was the yeah
Yeah,
kind
COVID.
of
My eyes. 9/11 didn't open my eyes. None,
9/11
none
didn't open. How about Occupy Wall Street? Did that open your mind?
to what?
I don't know. You did you know what happened to Occupy Wall Street? All that stuff.
Yeah, they were down in New York, right?
Yeah, but how did they co-opt it?
What do you mean?
How did they deflect the attention from big banks? See, you said it already. You said like, how come we have all these movies vilifying big
Right.
financial institutions, and somehow we keep trusting them with our money?
Yeah, right. Indeed. Yeah, yeah.
And the whole Occupy thing was deflected again. It's like, oh yeah, you're going to go. So I mean, Occupy was they
Mm.
camped out there, and there was like I think there was it was a multi-prong attack. It was like, okay, they sent some rapist in there to rape some women in the
I
tents.
Yeah, yeah.
And then they did this where they were like deflecting it from like, oh, okay, hey, why are we talking about finance? Let's talk about equality. Let's talk about DEI. Let's talk about, colorism.
So what
See
you're
what I'm
saying,
saying?
yeah, what you're saying is that more or less the government infiltrated that and co-opted them into turning the public off to their message
Yeah,
by by
basically.
I mean, they didn't even have to send the rapist. All they had to do was report on it when it happened because you knew it was going to happen at some point.
Yeah, exactly. At some point, yeah.
Right. And the same thing. Now, the messaging, maybe the government sent people in to start screaming about communism and socialism. Yeah, I could see that. Well, it was subordinated. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the media definitely turned on them. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that and the whole Arab Spring and certain things like that, it showed the power of social media to galvanize dissent. And at that point, they realized, perfect. Now we can use this to make our own dissent, right? Our own controlled oppositions. So that's basically what we have now. We have multiple controlled oppositions. There's no real opposition anymore in this neo-feudalism, big tech AI world now. It's too late, I think. So.
Hey, Craig. Let me answer it and delete. I think I read it.
Yeah, you read this one.
Yeah. Man, I wish this person would come up on the stream.
They won't.
It would be, man. You know, I like to have back and forth debates. You know, not about anything. You know what I'm saying? I would love.
I could just take all these posts and put in AI and give you a chat GBT to debate with. It'll be more entertaining anyway.
I didn't realize it was a sore subject, but y'all did get recommended to me from the home screen. Hey, I'm glad you were here. No, sir. Nazir on the light. Yep. We're always live, Nazir, most of the time. If you guys are fresh out of the gate, keep this exact energy and you'll build up challenge. Man, we've been doing it for a couple of months now. It doesn't. Oh yeah, we try our best not to. I mean, you come here, you don't know what the hell we're gonna talk about from day in and day out, right?
Yeah, we don't know either. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm always surprised.
The little audience engagement here. People can change the topic pretty much anytime. We invite people to give us suggestions as well. Let's see. Where's Jinzing? Jinzing. She says, very nasty work. 155 videos. Jinzing, hey, what do you think about someone doing 155 videos? And you know, man, yeah, I don't know if you've been watching, but you know, I've spent shit at least $2,000. I bought.
Really?
Listen,
you
know,
the Rodecaster, the what else? The mic.
I have two.
Did you fix the other one though?
I got a new one. They replaced it.
But did you fix it? Oh wait, what?
They replaced it
for free.
Yeah, I mean, hell, I bought it, right? So they gave it to me. They gave me another one, right?
Oh, Guitar Center is so nice.
Yeah, hey, John. Mm-hmm. What upset you the most about what all knowing and probably the same person, Ginseng? You don't get very upset is probably not the right word, but what's bothering you about what they're saying? Is it because you probably know this person? Correct?
No, I don't. No, I don't. I don't know.
He's curious. He's just curious.
You have a feeling this person knows you.
No, this person does not know me. This person is talking about other people, and so I just have a curious mind, and you know, again, like anytime someone puts,
I agree with you. I would want to know what they're talking about.
Right. You know, anytime someone puts in this level of effort, you know, it's just curious. I'm just curious. You know, like
I would be too.
You know what I'm saying? I get, you know, like, hey, Lenny Lou. I've had people threaten me, so this is really nothing. You know, seriously, I have motherfuckers calling me, "I kill you, nigga, I kill you." You know what? You know, all kind of shit. You know, like, let me see. You don't believe me? Let me see if I can find it.
Oh my God! All right.
So this shit is all just, you know, it's comical. These people don't, you know, like, I don't even get like where the angst is coming from, and it can't be me, right? It can't be me.
I know, it's not you.
But I think I'm tipping around something where, you know, if people, you put two and two together, I'm not gonna say anything, but. And I'm not saying that's specifically what it is, but you know, when I show you, you know, when I got up this morning, I just happened to be listening to the chat, and I told you guys I put the message up on the screen, and it was this. No, it wasn't this. It was this. No, it wasn't that one. It was this one right here. It was this. Damn, I had so many damn text messages. Must have been this one. Yeah, it was this one right here. So when I saw this text message here, it intrigued me a little bit, and I'm assuming this is the same person, right? So when they said this, um,
It's not
you
up on
know,
the screen, John. We
oh,
can't see it.
all right. Oh, sorry. So when they said this, what I'm saying, it intrigued me, like who the hell is this? What the, you know, you know, because this points to a money angle,
It was mad at John.
right? And then this pointed to something else to me. Now, this is just me reading it, and I could be very, very wrong.
Right.
Uh, yeah, you can read this. It says Kiara never got ready with Barney and Willow started their channels only because John is a wrong race. I guess he keeps saying I'm black. So
Right.
CT is only mad with me because I'm black. But then he says, I think CT is mad that John took away his pay pigs. Um, so Barnabas and Jay Rillo, I think I've seen Jay Rillo's chat before. And I don't know where this is coming from, but it is very interesting from my perspective because I think, for the most part, women and money are mainly the things that get people going, right? Women and money. And there is no allegation of money here that women, I'm sorry, that Ginseng or All Knowing is talking about. But he did specifically reference money. And I said early on that Ben Thorpe, mentioned to me, but hey man, you can get crack back on my show. What the hell, get crack Ben or something like that. And that's money, right? You can go find those viewers. That's pretty easy, but to go find people to give you money, that's pretty hard.
Get Craig, you gave him money?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Bless your heart, I guess.
Some people accuse me of being evil for doing that, and like, like, it's evil.
Well, I assume your heart was in the right place at the time.
Well, because like at that moment,
you thought they needed it, right?
Yeah, continue to get
There's
to
nothing wrong
OPC
with
Dawn.
that.
Yeah, and then
No.
once Grace met up with OPC Dawn in Maine, they need the diesel fuel and all that. But none of them took the opportunity. They got Prancess, they got OPC Dawn. They had all this luck going their way. They had me, and they just threw it all away for drama, because drama is the content. The content was more of a priority than building something that was more stable. They had no foundation after that.
Yeah, I've never watched their show. I just know that Grace has come on CT's show, and so is your father.
Yeah,
but yeah, no, I've never watched any of it, so I don't know. I don't know a thing about it.
Yeah.
But I'm sure your heart was in the right place at the time, but you probably never do it again. Correct?
Depends. We'll see where it goes. Yeah, we'll see where it goes. It's always how it is.
Well, it's your money. You can do whatever you want,
Yeah.
Whatever you feel.
But I'm spending so much time on John's channel now. It's kind of like, my time is more important than the
right.
Because I have to watch their streams now too, right? Which is way too much effort.
And so so I think if it's not women, it is money.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing else motivates people like women and money. To get up here to this person clearly has done research on HB, he's done research on MFB, or at least he knows them well enough to be commenting on things that I know nothing about. I've just been here 2 or 3 months. As you say, I only have 155 videos. So I don't know many people. So from that standpoint, I just don't know what. Let's see. You should do what yourself. You should do it yourself to ensure videos and lives are clean. Do what? Are you talking about editing, or can you expound on that? I hope Ginseng hasn't left. We ventured away from the topic a little bit. What's up, Ghetto Point of View? What do you think about all this, Ghetto?
Oh, what? I'm kind of lost. What's going on?
All right, so there was someone in the back chat in the earlier stream that mentioned this. Let me take this down. Can you see that?
Yes. I think. Huh. That's interesting.
Read the second comment too. Oh no.
Oh. Huh.
And
yeah,
it went
that's kind of interesting there.
it went on for a while. You know, I engaged in a little back and forth just to be, comedic, I guess, or still a little time.
As you should.
But now the person's come back, and so the person won't come up on the panel. So I figured I would. Our site is demonetized, right? That's what the discussion is about.
No, I didn't know that.
Okay, yeah, that's what this person I think is referring to when she said you should do it yourself. I don't know what it is to ensure all videos are live and clean. I'm thinking she's saying either the editing or all of the shows myself. Take a week off or pay someone to do it. Do it. What's it? Are you talking about editing? John, you need. Okay. So I'm reading them backwards. I think she's talking about 150 videos. You need to go through 150 video hours of content and clip out the owner videos. Maybe it's owner, or you would never be money.
But HB's doing that, right? HB's handling that. Porsche's handling that, right?
Let's see.
You got 90 days to do it.
Maybe let's see if anything else.
Anna was on here.
No, I'm guessing that's the woman she's referring to that was in that.
Anna was up there stripping.
Yeah, maybe this is Anna. Hey, are you that lady?
I don't got time for this.
Are you that lady? Yeah.
Anna stripping will definitely get you demonetized.
Well,
that's why I never date strippers. HB, what do we tell you?
But I mean, no, I think. Well, first of all, I think that sucks because it's like you guys have been putting in so much work. You definitely deserve to be monetized or to get some type of compensation for the work you guys are doing. But I don't know about what this all-knowing person is saying. That would suck if that is the case. Because I was under the impression that the people over there were rooting for you to have a channel. So if that, if all of that rooting was just lies and just deceit for the sake of sounding good and sounding pro the people to save face, that would kind of suck, because I'm sorry,
this person is kind of like not on seat. In this case, this in the message that's up, right? This is not necessarily a pro CT statement.
No, it's not. This is why I was saying that it would be unfortunate if that was the case.
Right. And this person knows a lot of background stuff.
Yeah.
But she's not saying, he or she said she thinks this, she's not sure, but it's not pro CT. So
no, not at all. Not at all.
So you can't say that, this person is a CT troll or his wife or, some shit like that. I don't believe that.
Well, it could be a CT troll if they, they don't like, they already had reasons to kind of like feel a way about them. And then this happened. And then they were like, from their perspective, the reason he's madder at y'all versus madder at a Barney or a Rillo is because of, as Paul Mooney would say, you ain't got the complexion for the protection of the collection. That would be unfortunate, because I was under the impression that they were rooting for you. So,
yeah, I just find it to be a hard time, Lee. I don't think I've ever heard.
I would hope not.
Hey, ghetto point of view. Could you say that Paul Moody comment one more time? Say it slow.
That Barney doesn't have the complexion for the protection of the collection, meaning he doesn't have the fair, silky white milk of magnesia Caucasian skin that makes it okay for him to go around collecting bags of money in this beautiful American capitalist world.
Does Barney? I've never seen Barnabas.
Barnabas is a Caucasian liberal.
Is his stream? Is his stream?
Middle-aged guitar player. He's a cool guy. I don't got no problems with Barney. Shout out to Barney, man. Yeah, but initially he was one of the people on CT show all the time. But now he's got his own channel. He kind of like started blowing up around the time of this political season, and like got his channel up to a couple K right now, doing his thing.
Okay.
Hey,
So are they
you heard
implying
Barney
that
talk
you're
good.
taking? I'm sorry.
I'm
Are they
sorry,
implying that you're taking away some of the Chaotix Black members or Black subscribers? Is that what they're trying to say?
No,
I hope that's not what this is saying. It looks like it may be trying to imply that, which is unfortunate.
No, I think it's the first. I think it's the first sentence is what this person is implying. That usually, what do you lead off with is probably what where your real intent is. And the first statement is, and maybe there were others earlier, but he says, about the money. Again, if it ain't women, it's money. And this person is speculating that there's some money. That it involves money. That's what I think. And maybe he's saying Barney and Jay Rillo. I don't think Jay Rillo's stream is, really made a big dent. He doesn't have a lot of subscribers. He may have more than me. But I don't know about Barney's either. I've seen Jay Rillo. But maybe they took an audience that, was inconsequential to CT, or maybe they didn't take anyone from his audience. They just had their own little speck of the spear, and that seems to be what this person is speculating, that that is money behind it. All knowing, he's saying.
Well, that because they're white, I assume that this Jay Rillo is white, and so is Barney. They're implying that CT didn't care because maybe they might have taken some white people, but he cares more that you started a channel because now you're taking away some of his Black payers. I don't know.
Let me see how many.
I've seen quote unquote Black and white people on Barney's channel giving them super chats. So I don't know, like some regulars.
I don't
What's
know.
Jay name? I'm trying to.
I have no idea. I don't know really. I don't really follow Jay Rillo.
All right, I don't know, but anyway, I was just trying to see how many subscribers he had. I don't know.
This would be crazy. I would hope that not be the case, man. It's enough viewership.
I don't believe it is. I don't believe it is the case. So somebody's trying to stir the pot.
Yeah. So this person, it's very hard to get demonetized unless it was deliberate. Deliberate what? What do you? Yeah. And see, this is what I'm trying to get to. Like deliberate.
That is true. Like there would have to be some genuine energy put towards demonetizing your platform by other pages. Like they would have to be, or followers of pages. Would have to galvanize energy around getting you demonetized. It wouldn't just happen just because YouTube doesn't like one or two things you do.
Okay, so explain to me what would be, and I'm not being naive here.
No, you're not. You're just asking questions. You're just having a conversation. We don't know what happened. Come in.
I have 600 subscribers here. Let's say someone deliberately tried to get me demonetized. What would be Q bono, as they say? Like, what would be to their benefit? Explain it to me.
I don't understand how they benefit from you being demonetized because you still could keep the audience whether you're monetized or not. And with all of the super chats, the cash apps and stuff, people can still support you. It's just like at this point, it's like, hey, look, I got you, but it doesn't. I don't think it hurts channels as much as it used to, with all the other play streams now.
So this person is more or less saying, if you only see super chats as a way out, then someone can really
do damage to your channel. Yes,
that's why Fresh and Fit was crying on TV because they're super chats.
John, do you deal
probably crazy?
Right.
Do you deal more in super chats or Cash App?
Shit, man. I haven't even. This is only the second day I've ever put my Cash App on the screen.
Because the times I've been here, I don't see a lot of people doing super chats. I see more Cash Apps.
Yeah. Well, this is only the second day I've ever put my Cash App up on the screen because they took away the super chat, and I was only going to leave super chats honestly up for the engagement of the audience,
right?
because again, they take 30% and then they wait 30 days to pay you, and I just didn't think that
Yes,
was
they
real.
do.
So I was like, man, you know what the hell? I need to wait 30 days. I wouldn't let anyone pay me 30 days later for anything. Yeah, but in this case, I was just willing to say, okay, for the audience engagement, the $30. Uh, uh, I was just willing to just go along with the jig of paying them 30% for the audience engagement and for the for the stream. Uh, but I never intended to pursue super chats. To be quite honest with you, I just don't like that business model. I started off talking about if you don't know your customers, you don't have a business. And someone send you a cash app, you know who it is, you know their contact information, how to get back in contact with them or something like that. But super chat, it's everything done on YouTube's platform. All that data is kind of abstracted away from you.
Hey,
Not
John,
to, yeah.
what if it is someone just wanting you to share the suffering because they too paid a price for having Angel go bananas, right? If they have to pay a price, now it's your turn, right?
What did Angel do?
Oh, when he says the ninja word, not in the "that's my ninja," but in a very provoking way, that's his stick. So
Yeah,
people that
but
have had
even
him on,
YouTube
they have to
wouldn't
pay the price.
necessarily come down to you for that unless like somebody reported Angel.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure someone reported because that's very unusual. You'll go months without hearing that someone say it like that. And I'm not a hater of Angel by any means, but I'm thinking someone else. Many people have had to pay the price. Now it's John's turn, for example, of them trying to dish it out. And this is conspiracy driven, of course, but I could see someone hating up on you and say, "Oh, now it's your turn. Oh, you got Angel doing this. Oh, now it's your turn."
So you think somebody may take offense to Angel being, may say he's being used or something?
Well, there's two obnoxious things that you've had on the show, which has been funny. The Anna sucking that dildo and Angel. Those are the only two provoking things. Other than that, this is a business and some politics and everything. Those would be the only two things that I think would trigger someone to try to, because they can say, ooh, and then that Jeremy guy showing his little nutsack. Because other than that, there isn't really name calling. There isn't, even I could be wrong though, but I think the biggie is that girl sucking the dildo and Angel. I mean, even I clutch my pearls, as HB would say. You know what I mean? Even I clutch my pearls when we say that.
Yeah, I can definitely understand the lady, the dildo lady. Yeah, I can definitely understand. Rashu said, "I wish it was CT come up here," but I don't think it's CT. I don't think CT would say this about
I don't
himself.
either.
Oh yeah, no, that's not CT.
No.
No, that doesn't make sense. And be fair and honest. I just don't think it was him.
No.
And again, what I need to see the object of the action being taken. Who benefits, right? Like I don't understand that part. You know what I'm saying?
There
If
is no benefit, man. It's just spite. Somebody just wants to have
Right.
fun.
Exactly.
who
That's
would
why I
like?
ignored this whole thing.
Right.
It's a
Who?
lot of energy for spite, though, man. Like
It's spite,
Welcome to the
jealousy,
internet, John.
pride.
Welcome to the internet, John.
It's
This is
jealousy and pride, John.
And
It's
it's
spite.
labor and
There's no
initiative free.
benefit.
All they got to
But
do is
what
push a
pay pigs
button.
are you alleged to have taken away, though, John? Is what I don't understand.
I'm sorry, say what?
What pay pigs are you? Who are the pay pigs?
This is what I think. Now, this is my opinion. And only person that could clear this up would be the people that did this is being alleged about. But when Get Crack told me his mods were removed from CT's channel, that's interesting. Um, so, but there really could have been a reason for it. I don't know what Get Crack does in Discord.
Well, the thing I'm not even on. The funny thing, I didn't even know why I got the wrench in the first place. I show up in chat one day and I got a wrench, and I'm like, "Oh, cool! All right, now I can just spam links all day." So I was like, "Okay, whatever." But before you guys got really big, John, they changed the rules on what you could put as links. So CT said like I couldn't promote anybody else's channel anymore. So and that was the end of that. And I was like, okay, fine, it's your channel. I respect the rules, and that's it. But you know, when everything got hot, it was that Angel stream. We were sniping that stream too. Remember, Angel went on that that dude Fatty, Team Fatty's thing, and I was on CT's you know, doing my part, supporting and doing like cash apps and stuff, keeping the stream going. But after that point, you know, that's when the wrench was gone. The day after, you know,
What
that
after the
was it.
Fatty stream?
Yeah. So I don't know what happened after that because
That-
CT
that's-
wasn't running that stream. It was his wife. So
How do you know that?
because that was all in chat, but before it became members only. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, all right, fair enough.
So
All
CT
right,
was
yeah.
busy debating in another stream. So he was I don't know who it was. It wasn't a big channel, but you know, he was busy over there and his wife was running the Angel thing, and something must have happened during that weekend. So I don't know.
Okay,
I don't go on Discords. That's why I never go on Discords. I mean, the thing is called Discord. Do you know where that comes from? It's the apple of Discord. It from Greek mythology. Like the goddess Eris, you know, threw an apple into the middle of a banquet for the king. Between and the three goddesses, Athena, Hera, and Aphrodite, were like, "What's this damn apple?" And the apple was like, "Okay, well, you gotta get the king to pick one of you as the most beautiful, the best, or the goddess, or whatever." And you know, he couldn't pick which one was the best right before pissing off the other two. So that's how the whole Trojan War started. So why you call a product Discord? I'm never going on something called Discord. It just generates Discord. This is what it does every time.
Let me read this comment. Craig, there's no benefit, John. It's to prevent you from growing while also profiteering. Who's profiteering? It's some nickel stuff. You're ignorant about. Yeah, I am. Yeah, I promise you. You know, like shit. Who reads all those YouTube policies and unwritten rules? You know, and just the lay of the land, man. Everywhere has their own competitive landscape, and that is this one. So yeah, you know, you're definitely right about
I've
that.
seen that among more quote unquote hood YouTubers, where like if a new guy on the block comes and starts getting attention, they'll start acting like there's not enough room for everybody. But you know, I'm not. Again, I'd be shocked if that was the case over here, man. To be honest, but you know, you never know, man. You like you said, money and women that'll get people going, man.
Let me ask you this question, Guarana, and if this is Guarana new crack? Can you see Guarana?
I'm pretty sure it is.
Let me ask you this question, Guarana. You know, we have a debate with you if you're new, unless you want to hit the link. Can you
new people coming out of nowhere?
Can you fathom this? Can you fathom doing something? Or can you? Let me rephrase. Do you think it is viable without YouTube super chats to make a go of it? If you can't do it without super chats, say yeah, you can't do it. But if you say no, I think you can do it without super chats, then say yeah, you can do it. I'm just curious to know from what angle do you come
from? John.
Someone said this account was made today. That's fine. We're gonna debate this new person.
Sorry, too late. Got blocked.
Can I jump in here, John?
No, hold on. Unblock that person. Put them back in here. Because you know, I'm really curious. You know, because I could be wrong. I don't believe
unless people starting new accounts to come debate with you, John. John, you out here making impact.
I'm up for it. And I am that nigga that's up for it.
Oh.
Right? So again, and I'll do this shit in text message with you. You want to go back and forth in the chat? Do you think it's possible to successfully have a YouTube channel without super chats? That's a yes or no question. And I'll wait for your answer. Go ahead, American Man. We're gonna wait for her answer. Go ahead.
John, can I ask you a question? And this is a real question right now. Now, first of all, right now that I'm looking at it, hey pigs, right?
Right.
that came from a certain sector of YouTube, came from a certain channel where they started using pay pigs. Pay pigs is not used over here. That was used in a certain spot. So I think that should tell you where this is coming from. But I also have to say, John, you don't feel like you're giving this way too much light?
No, because because again,
I've watched you. Hold on, John, because I've watched you over the last couple hours, over the last 3 hours, and I think you're giving this way too much light when there's more important things to keep your channel going forward. Yeah, and I think you're falling. I think you're falling into the trap, and the trap's not going to be any good for your channel. Now, John, you don't have to listen to me, right? What do I know? I'm just an idiot. I'm a plumber. I don't know anything, right?
Yeah. Yeah. No, hey, man, I don't either. And, the last comment was, I'm ignorant about this. And, honestly, I'm learning a little bit here. Because, again.
Right. But I think you're falling into a trap, John.
What's that? Just be explicit, man. Sometimes I'm slow on the uptake.
I am being explicit. You're falling into a trap. You're giving things that don't need light too much light, and all you're doing is you're falling into a sector that you don't need.
Right. No, I'm asking a question though. I believe it's all the same person, but the person got
who just said, what am I talking about? Who just said that?
Ghetto.
You what? Why would you open your mouth to say that?
Because you're not being specific, and he just asked you, could you just be specific?
Hold on. John knows what I'm talking about. John knows what I'm talking about. So you just coming in. Ghetto. Maybe you should sit back and learn.
Hey, hold on. We're not going to snipe at each other.
That would be the best thing.
Hold on. Let's not snipe at each other.
That would be the best thing. Sit back and learn.
Hey, let's not snipe at each other. Can someone address this comment by the Guarana person? Again, I'm trying to learn here. What is she saying? You losing your ability to receive super chats is the least of your words. What does that mean? What is the person alluding to? Because again, the person is in chat, so they can't really be expansive.
That's because the algorithm pushes you into a dark space where you're not pushed out to everyone, right? YouTube works on whether or not you're being pushed out to the masses. If your channel stops getting pushed out to the masses, you're in a dark spot, and you have your same few viewers.
Right. I got you. I got what you're saying. I got you. All right.
That is what that person is alluding to.
So you will not receive notifications when you go live. Yeah, that can be very impactful. That can be very impactful.
Yeah, John, that's what I was worried about last night's stream. Yeah, because we were getting less viewers than typical the 2 nights ago. I mean, on that Friday night, even though it's a Friday night. We still should have gotten more than 20, and it was below 20 for most of that stream, which was like quite bizarre. That's why I thought like the demonetization hurt us already.
Right, but also, John, what happens is when you give this stuff energy, right? You don't get true intellectuals. You get people that want to constantly be enthralled in drama. Right, and this is and John, I'm telling you this because I
this stuff when Stanley is up here arguing about nonsense.
I have
something to say now.
I have no dog in this fight. Right, there's nothing in this for me. Besides,
he was literally up here being retarded all night, and nobody had any of this to say about him bringing undesirable attention to the show.
Who is this talking?
This is Ghetto again.
Yeah. Ghetto, bro, chill, relax yourself.
No, I'm not chilling because it's like you're not being consistent.
I'm not being consistent about what? What are you talking about?
Did you just hear the example I gave, or are you just so
what are you
caught
talking
up in
about?
your
I'm
own?
not being consistent about what? I'm consistent.
You're telling him that him indulging in beef is bringing a particular vibration and a particular crowd to the channel, correct? Where was all of this last night when there was a bunch of arguing, people calling people bitches and all that stuff on this channel just a few hours ago? Where was you saying, hey guys, stop. You're bringing negative attention to the channel.
Here's the thing. Did Did you hear me doing any of that?
No, but you're not being consistent. If that was fine, but this is the problem.
Me doing any of that, right?
You're being anecdotal. It's fine.
There's a reason why you didn't hear me doing any of that.
But any of that would create the same attention toward the channel. Like, it's not just, you're not the only person here. You're not the special snowflake.
No.
No, you're not the special snowflake.
I'm just a regular person on YouTube like you, another monkey talking.
I'm a monkey. When people start the insulting because they can't actually debate the points that's being made, it shows how little intellect they actually have.
I just argued. I just debate what you said. You didn't hear me.
Nothing I said was about a zoo of orangutans, monkeys, or chimpanzees. But you
doing any of it.
You got it. You got it.
Calm down.
Hold on. You got it. You're a child. You're a child. You're a child. I have children, and I would gladly show you how I discipline children.
Hold on, guys. We already got enough snapping and shit. Come on, man.
I think this is exactly what that person wanted to happen.
Humble, down to earth, and he was just using it as an expression. It wasn't like a racist or a hater comment. He calls us all monkeys, meaning we're all simple, and this is not a high level thinking. I think American Man is right that John's investing too much time into this. You know, American Man does have his own podcast and history and whatnot, but Ghetto's my boy, though. Hey. These nephews need to quit arguing.
Yeah, that's what I say. Hey, so look, you should want super chats instead of demanding weekly rent. No, I don't think it worked that way. I get my rent weekly. Super chat motherfucking money come every 30 days. Why the hell would I want to go extend my payment terms? See, that doesn't make sense right there. All right. Let's see here something else. I think we can move on here. Somebody else may want super chats because they have no rents, weekly or otherwise. So I would understand.
Hey, John? Hey, John?
Yeah.
Can I defend you for a second? Not that you asked, right? So, American Man, Mr. Galt has been silent for weeks on end, right? Doesn't express much, doesn't get involved in the drama. So this one Sunday, he takes some hours to say, this particular chat annoys me, I'm going to address it. So in John Galt's defense, he's 99% silent. He don't get involved in the fray. He let all the dummies slug it out, and then so out of all fairness, this isn't the normal topic.
Fine. Nobody's addressing the point I made. The point I made was very clear. Why is this a problem? But it was okay for there to be arguing on the channel all night. Why would both go? That's a crazy juxtaposition.
Let's forget about that. What I do want to understand is
I agree.
All right, so
no one cares if you agree.
We can move past that now. So what I do want to get back to is the super chat issue. Because that is true. You know, if that is true, I'm sorry. That where if they are shadow banning you and things like that, then and you're not getting alerts and stuff like that, then there really is no way to get around them. I mean, there's some things you can do to get subscribers, but if they're not being notified, you're just gonna have to depend on people finding you organically if you show up in the feed when you're live or something like that, and hope that you hook them in where they look for you and seek you out.
You could start a mail list, John, or since you already have like this chat number, you could have them super chat you or create like a chat thing. I've seen a lot of channels do that where they'll like blast out when they're going live, so in case people aren't getting their notifications.
John, let me make a point and let me address the Ghetto dude. Here's the thing, Ghetto, right?
Brother,
if you are on your own channel, here's the thing, Ghetto. If you are on your own channel,
if you want to pull up to where I'm at, since you want to keep talking to me crazy,
here we go. Here we go.
Be quiet.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. This is how niggas usually act.
You're right. This is how niggas act. I'm telling you to stop addressing me. I don't
stop, nigga. I'm not pulling up nowhere you are. Give me your address so I can send it to the cops, please. Give me your address. Let me send it.
That's what niggas do. They go and run to the cops when they claim to be grown men. That's what niggas do.
Cops.
They antagonize situations, and then when grown men say, "I will smack fire out you," then they want to go run to the cops.
You won't do anything.
But other grown, even cops go box. Even cops go box. Even cops have to put their hands on.
You think that I'm stupid?
All right. I don't want to hear all that shit right now. I gotta go clean up some rooms and shit. And
Oh man.
I said,
So
all the cleaning to clean a couple of rooms for me. And
Oh yeah, this is your fault, HB.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm just trying to do some easy drama, but then all of a sudden, the chat, the chat room was the real drama.
sometimes
Yeah, John.
I'm gonna bring you niggas back. Hopefully
I'm just trying to get some wholesome drama, like Ava fighting, Andrew
Wait.
Wilson and shit.
Well, I wanted to really address it because I wanted to go somewhere with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, because it wasn't about the drama. And if you notice some of the questions I kept asking, I kept saying, can you make a go of it?
Yeah.
And everybody said, well,
I'm
you're
positive you can, John.
gonna be shadow
No,
banned.
you can. And John, hold on. Let me put everybody in the back real quick, cause I'm
Lee Messer
y'all know.
came up.
Okay. I'll leave that secure. Just for 1 second, cause John, I think there are a lot of people now. When we first started this trucking show, you know, you were pretty specific that getting monetized and all of that and the super chats. You were pretty against that, just the whole model. You were pretty much against that. So I kind of took it as this is like kind of a free for all. We can pretty much do anything. Now that your page has grown so much and you're getting such positive feedback, we do have to go back and edit some of those lives, which are all getting edited up now currently, just to get you back monetized. And I do think there is a benefit from being monetized. And mind you, you could be monetized and not be receiving super chats too. That's just a button you could press on and off. So you still don't have to let YouTube take anything from that. But the real issue here is with these trolls. Mind you, this is somebody's burner account, their transgender burner account. They literally made this account today. But
Yeah.
what they're really trying to do is just sow some type of discourse between me and you. They're trying to make it seem like I'm trying to take your channel down, or I'm trying to take money out of your pocket, when in reality this was all your idea in the first place. This was literally your idea.
Hey, how do you know we put those numbers up there like that? That's interesting. That new layout. You see that?
Yeah,
CKJP. It's numbered now. You see that? Did I do that? Oh, damn. Oh, you can do that with the number. Oh,
yeah. See, like, you see what I'm saying? And mind you, this is this person's like fifth burner account today. This is a transgender. They come in as a man, a woman. They don't care. But
and drop.
really, their whole issue is trying to sow discourse between all of us. They want to cause they want to cause division, all of that. And they don't really understand that this is all your giant idea that you're putting together yourself.
Let me comment to this, HB. Was it the first time I went? I think it was the first time I went to New York,
Hmm.
and I had that Big Road podcast. You guys remember that?
Yep.
And then I said, "Damn, I'm gonna just get me a mini so I can travel light."
Hmm.
And at that point, I'm sure my Cash App was not up on the banner. And then one of the things you may remember, if Guarana, if she watches CT, if she seen me like when I first started streaming, is that I talked about like hobbies and passions
Hmm.
and shit like that.
Hmm.
And Master Kim, you remember that? Crack, you remember that?
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
And I talked about how like you'll see a white man, he be out there woodworking and shit, ain't trying to make $1. And then
Hmm.
somebody coming on, hey man, can you build me a couch? Right? Things like that. And I do believe that, if you're not solely driven by money, you can find passions that may even lead you to some money, but you got to be willing to invest in it. Let's say if I wanted to start chopping wood, as a hobby, build some shit, I got to go buy tools, a lot of tools, and it may never come to fruition for me, but you would never know if you didn't at least make the first step of buying the tools. So I think that's a lesson to, everyone. is that like I didn't come in here trying to make money. I spent many hours on CT show, contributing to CT show, never asked for a dollar.
Mm-hmm.
Behind the scenes, over the years, I set my business up where people can't just directly attack me in ways that they used to be able to, based upon my opinions. Kind of like way Donald Trump kind of set himself up
Mm-hmm.
at a smaller level, right? Um, I've told you I don't have tenants the way I used to, things like that. For those particular reasons, to reduce your vector of attack, right? Where people can't really attack you if they don't live in your house. So it has allowed me to kind of pursue my passion without the risk of someone attacking me out in the real world. I come on here and say, nigger, what you gonna do? Take me to the housing authority? I don't have no housing authority tenant, so there's no risk there. So from that standpoint, I hope that answers your thousands of dollars equipment. Yesterday, shit, I was barbecuing. I don't know if you guys saw it. I left all my regular equipment set up, and I went out in my backyard with the portable, the little smaller one.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, hell, that probably was worth $100 to me, just the portability of it. Again, it's like a passion. $2,000 is not a lot of money. I'm 49 years old to spend on a passion. There are people that probably spend more money on clubbing and shit like that, and I have too over the years. But and then here's some backyard inside baseball thing. Man, Master Kim's, I got the chance to meet Master Kim, get crack HB. Master Kim sent me some tickets. I was able to go to an event I've never been to before. Cam the King, I showed you he sent me some weed. It's right here. You know what I mean? He sent me he also, I don't know what ended up happening with those 0 turns, but he gave people those 0 turns. He also sent me a weed eater trimmer, edger trimmer. I may bring that.
Hey, I'm no sir, by the way, but yo, Mr. John, you can't
Yeah.
say the hard R, bro. And and if your goal is not to get monetized, you said you couldn't care less, then I guess keep doing it, right? Do whatever you want.
Say
But-
it. I think you can say it, though. Still be
Yeah, you could say the hard R.
Bro, bro, I don't think you can, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
No. I don't think you can, but John,
I'm
definitely
talking
can.
about the algorithm monetized, getting put on a home pen or like home screens.
Trust me. There's certain words you can't say on YouTube. We all know those words, but
All right.
nigger, they don't got a problem with that. They don't got
Yeah,
a problem.
music on YouTube.
And you don't know what I could say. I could be any one of those people in my profile picture. Regardless, I don't know. What's your goal with this, Mr. John? What is your goal with this? Just to have fun?
In short term and long term.
Both. I don't know. What are you doing now? And then what do you want? Where do you want it to go?
Man, I think we've gotten to, in the short term, I think we've gotten to where I thought we'd be a lot faster than this, faster than I thought. I think. Go ahead.
Because John, the thing too is like I guess we just didn't really know how fast the show was gonna grow. Even with the trucking show, man, I couldn't have foreseen.
You remember the first show, man? It was just me, you, and John, man.
Yeah.
We were just cracking up and saying whatever the heck we wanted. It was just like, but people loved it. They loved it.
They love it. I couldn't imagine so many actual truckers would actually pull up on the trucker streams, but he foresaw it. He foresaw it. And then too, like anytime John gets dinged with a copyright or whatever, he lets us know behind the scenes. He lets us know, so we know what's.
Can I address Mavid G? Bro, the algorithm is an AI, like whatever it is, right? Script or something. But I'm trying to tell you, it's smarter than whoever the fuck you are, Mavid G, and it's not gonna recommend you anywhere. I'm just saying, in my humble opinion.
That's true. You very well could be right. I've written many algorithms over the years, so you very well could be right. Let me bring up Ghetto. I'm sorry, guys. American Man, Ghetto point of view.
But John, this is
go ahead.
But John, this is like why I do somewhat agree with American, man, you can't really give these trolls too much energy, because for them it's like they literally have nothing else better to do. Like, they get off with this stuff,
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
it's
I did want to learn about the YouTube monetization. It's more or less where most of my
yeah,
questions
but
were.
it's a whole process, because nobody knows the terms, and especially you're seeing it differently, because you're actually getting the dings, and you're the one that sees what's going on. Even with this person
So
is
you look at this person right here. Well, damn, it's the same person. It's
yeah,
actually
yeah,
rewind. Hold on for a minute. Weekly, sir, weekly rent. Hey, man, I showed you that clip earlier, didn't I?
yeah.
What did I say? You're going to pay weekly, right? And I said the rent will be weekly 425. And what did he say? Oh, I didn't even notice this shit. What's that right there? I ain't do that. He must have did it. Thumbs up, motherfucker.
John is the man.
uh, he said that. Let me make sure that. Thumbs up,
But see,
motherfucker.
John, I think that with this person thinks that they think that you're stupid or something. They think that they can like get between and try to sow some discourse between me, you, and Crack and Portia. Like, it's not gonna happen. We tied in. It's too late.
That is not a smart
I
move.
mean, I'm surprised you even caught
He
that,
started
John. Those
talking. I was
chats.
what?
Yo,
You say
I,
you say what? You say you surprised I did what?
I
Yeah,
have a
because
police
I
topic.
saw those chats. I ignored it completely because I saw the account was made in like the last day, in the last
Yeah,
24 hours. I was like, this is pointless. So I ignored it. I
yeah.
put it on screen though. How did you notice that, John? Did you see me put it posted on screen, or did you look at
I
the
just
chat?
happened I just happened to wake up and I'm like, damn, what the hell is that? But again, it struck me as the again, I go back to the whole money topic, and I go back to being thought. I'm just trying to thread a loop here
Hmm.
and thought. Pay pigs. I've seen you use that term. I didn't know other people
Yeah,
use it.
Nina was basically broke down where the real meaning came from, like
Right,
from the
right.
BDSM like
Yeah,
thing.
No,
Yeah.
yeah.
and so
Yo, Kimmy's got a topic, good news topic.
oh,
I
that's
did
good.
see that.
Good
Garana,
Kim.
if you were smart, you would study YouTube TOS. You wouldn't do anything too bad, right? If you were smart.
Yeah.
All right. Remember identity. Child credit.
It's
Kimmy,
like
come up here.
John,
Go ahead.
it's like these people are they're like armchair lawyers, man. They think they know what's going on, but you see what's going on, and it's a learning process, you know.
Yeah, yeah,
Sometimes,
just a different lay of the land.
right.
Potential
Sometimes
activity.
when you start something, you don't really know where it's gonna go. You really don't know, you know.
Well,
So
you see how most creators are nowadays. They're pretty much robotic. Like
right,
there's no
right.
they act robotic. Actually, their whole lives are pretty robotic because their lives are
Wait, I
trained
don't.
by AI.
Right, and
Yeah.
I think that's the biggest difference with you, John, too. You're a genuine person, and a lot of people, they can't be genuine online. They have
No.
to come in. You see, this
No.
is this person's
Dang.
12th burner account, and they have no
You
ima-
know, like, I don't understand, like, why she would say this, like, because in effect, what she's saying almost kind of alludes to CT colluded with you to get me demonetized. Let me go back to the message. So this is the way I'm reading it, guys, and I want to know if you read
Wait.
it right.
All right.
And I'm like, well, that he has his own account. Why
yeah,
wouldn't he
yeah.
go on his own account and you
No,
know?
no, I see. I don't even think it has anything to do with CT. I think it's more so with me and you. He's basically trying to say that I've purposely tried to get you demonetized
Did you?
when
To what benefit though? Like what would be like
there is no
someone
there is no benefit. There is no benefit.
top middle back door, John. What does that
Wait,
mean?
that's me. That's me. My bad. I didn't mean. I don't know why I typed twice again, but I'm trying to ask Gorana, and I'll ask you, top middle, right there with the profile picture hat. Did you? Did
No,
you?
no, 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 no. Absolutely not. Now, when John first started, he didn't. He was vehemently against super chats or any of that stuff. But
Why?
once he actually crossed over the 500 mark threshold,
Yeah.
he got to see what being monetized actually offers. So
Okay.
Well,
now,
let me. I ain't get to see anything. I ain't get any money.
no, it's not about the money though. It's about how the YouTube, like, now if we're doing shorts and clips and stuff, being monetized helps out with that. So you can build the audience a lot quicker when you're putting ads on those videos and stuff, and you know your channel is being kind of recommended a little bit more.
Oh, they put
But
ads on. Right, that's right.
right. But the super chats, John was always against the super chats because YouTube takes 30%. Why would you want to do
Why would you cut off
that?
a whole revenue, like income stream? I don't
Well,
know.
again, and maybe I wasn't very clear. It wasn't that I wanted to cut the revenue stream off. It was that hold on. I didn't want to, and I started off with a YouTube analytics stream where, like, my thought was that the reason why you see people doing so many of the same topics is because they are dancing to the YouTube algorithm based on what more or less benefits YouTube from a business standpoint. And if you're in business trying to make quarter after quarter, so you're recommending that people serve up the dope to sell it. And so if you're angry man, I'm just throwing his name out of whoever the hell you are, and you talk about Donald Trump and that's what's generating the super chats, which is revenue for YouTube, then they're not going to tell you to talk about country music because that, detracts you from bringing in the revenue for YouTube. And so I didn't want to be like an employee of YouTube, right?
Well, I did hear you say something about the garden walls. You know what I'm talking about? What I'm referring to?
Yeah, well, I'm talking about more or less
And
where
that's a fact. You can get boxed in. Don't get me wrong.
what
But
and that's one of the things where I didn't want to get boxing. I figured there are two ways to
now
get
you're
boxing.
not in the box at all. You
Well,
outside the garden.
well, uh, you know, uh,
I understand you don't care. You don't need it.
no, I'm not saying that I don't care, right? I think that uh, the one thing that the person is bringing up is are you going to be shadow banned, right? Like if we're going to be stuck at 650 subscribers, then that's a bigger issue.
I don't think that was a problem because Friday we were at 5 something. Now we're at 650, so that wasn't a
Yeah.
problem.
Can I ask Guarana, why do you care? Why do you care, Guarana? Type in the chat. I want to hear
That's
that.
what John doesn't know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what John doesn't. That's what you
here.
don't get. This
I'm
person,
unbiased.
it's either a man or some transgender person. I don't know, but
I wouldn't say that either, bro. Damn, his ass is crazy.
but they're
But
they're
as I say,
they're
as I say,
they're
it's either
obsessed.
about,
They're
as I say, it's either about money or women. You see the first chat here. I didn't put the time in
Well,
here.
I mean, this guy shows up after OPC Don appears on the stream. Makes me very suspicious.
Oh, so you
yeah,
think it's OPC
He's the
Dawn?
only guy. He's the only guy that cares so much about the algorithm.
yeah.
Me?
It's
OPC.
I
Okay,
and I
yeah.
No,
think
you
I
don't
think
know
it's
this
way
person.
better to
All right, I was just making sure.
John. I think it's way better to focus on the people that respect um and appreciate your content than the people who are trying to demonize it or tear it down. And
Yo,
I thought y'all were building businesses, moving millions of dollars, this and that. What is this afternoon stream? This is a whole
yeah.
curveball.
That's
Yeah,
why
what
that's
this is a
What the
open
fuck?
channel. As you can see, some channel scanning the news. I guess in
yeah.
this case, scanning the comments and shit like that. But Kimmy Cakes has an article, and man, I got to get up and run anyway. So I'm gonna let you guys take over. How about that, Craig? HB, you guys
yo,
here?
John, before you leave, let me say something, right?
Yeah, sure. Go right
I
ahead.
was I was just on the phone with someone you guys know, right? And I think that you guys have to understand there are certain guys that you just cannot have up on the panel because they're just disgruntled,
Mhm.
right?
Put a name to it.
Word.
And they come
Absolutely.
right.
Put a name to it, please. I'm new. I don't know nothing, but like,
And these guys come from all these other spaces that you're not even really connected to, and
Impossible.
they follow one or two people,
Yep.
that has come to your space, and then you let them up on a panel and they do weird things, and then they
Are you talking
cause
about Kevin? Are you
all
talking about
these type of
No,
problems,
I think he's talking about Jeremy. You talking about Jeremy?
right?
Put
And
a name
so,
to it. Put a name to it. Yeah.
Damn. Yeah, put a
right,
name.
and so,
I think you're talking about Jeremy.
at some point, you got to be able to flush out who it is you're having up, and just realizing, like, look, as much as I like this clown's entertainment, I'm not going to have him up because he's just not good for the brand. Because YouTube is a brand,
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, he
and
came
so
up to
you
me.
got to know
Yeah,
who
go
and
ahead.
what's good for
I
your
know
brand.
I know of another channel. He goes live, he has fun, right? But he wilds out. He wilds out. He got shadow banned, he got demonetized. He doesn't care, but he's crawling out the hole that he dug himself. So I don't know. Don't play with it because then you're just gonna be in the hole. I don't
Yeah, I
know.
agree, man. We just banned him from coming up. He never really offers anything productive anyway. Maybe that one day he talked about Seattle, but short of that, he's uh you know.
Service
Yeah, it's
King,
up to
go
you,
do something
John.
today. Guarana, go
He's
do
only
something
useful to
today.
antagonize Ava. That's about it at this
Yeah, yeah.
point.
Let him go. Ava goes on other streams. He can do that on other streams, right? You know,
Yeah,
he
that's
come
what I
up.
did. I only brought him up when Ava came on that one late night stream, but otherwise, yeah, he's not
Yeah,
Yeah,
valuable at
but
all.
y'all don't get that. John wants to do. He wants to do a 24-hour like channel. So you're not gonna at certain points we're gonna get the business talk with get Crack Master
That's
Kim
what I'm
CKJ.
saying. Yeah.
The early morning trucking streams where we're talking about lot lizards and stuff, and then we're gonna have the late night kind of fuck shit streams where, and I think if you're gonna start a business, why not have a business where you can get everything you want in one store? This is like the
Yeah, that's
Walmart.
what I tried. That's why I don't want to ban him yet. But he's coming in a business hour. No, we don't need him for that. I don't got
Right,
time for
right,
that
right.
shit. Asking
But
me for
that,
$3,000 for what?
right,
What am I paying you
but that,
for? Are you gonna do something
but
with
I
it?
think that's the beauty of this channel. It's not just one thing. This is like the Walmart. You could come here and get everything you need in one
Yeah,
store,
but they
man.
gotta come at the right time now. We're too big now,
Right,
so we're
right,
not
right. You got
we're
to
not
come at the
desperate
right
for
time.
talent.
Y'all should
Yeah,
set up
you bet.
hours for him or set up hours for this channel.
I mean, we pretty much do at this point. It's just you kind of got to pull up and see what's going on to know what you're getting. But
Like you should. Put it
yeah,
in. All
yeah,
right, and
just
this is just the. This is take it as a grain of salt. Put it in the chat. Like what? 11 to 12 business talk. 1 to 2 fucking around. I don't know. Let it be known.
Yeah, well, we do timestamps. If you look in the description of our more recent shows, there are time that will help you find some content what you're looking for. Um, so yeah, if you go back and look at yesterday, you'll see. Um,
I got here today. And
yeah, well, I mean,
Shannon did too. I think
yeah, I
it's
mean,
because we're close. Because we're like you're
and
oh,
close.
and were you? How did you find out about this channel?
All right, listen. Go to YouTube Home, right? The home of YouTube, and you can filter it through live. I clicked the live tab right under the search bar, and he was right there,
So
man.
So, John, even that goes to show you that this person who's like an armchair lawyer telling you can't, you'll be shadow banned, all of that, he just disproved that whole
Right, you're not shadow
idea
banned at
right
all.
there.
You're still on the front page of the lives. That's exactly what I
Right.
was trying to say. And everybody kept acting like I didn't know what I was talking
It's
about.
such a coincidence though, because I am like he said he's DC. I'm in Maryland. I'm pretty close, and
Right,
I
but
was
if he doesn't have that in his algorithm search that he's a DC channel producer, then that would not connect you
I
guys.
don't
Do you
have
have that in
shadow.
your search, John?
Oh wait, my bad. I thought you
shit.
asked
I'll
me.
be right back, guys. Hold on, give me a minute.
Is
Okay.
that a yes? Is that
So
a
yeah,
no?
no,
Never
no,
mind.
no, but you're right, ghetto hit all of that. It denies all of that. Like that's the thing about this monetization thing that people don't get. YouTube is so diabolical. They're still gonna run ads on John's channel regardless.
You can
Regardless.
up them. You can up the intervals on ads. Spank them with ads until they run away. Fuck it.
Right, right, right. But what I'm saying is, even if your channel isn't monetized, YouTube still
We'll
runs
still let
ads on
people
it.
know if it's live, if they feel it's a
Right,
worthwhile
right.
channel.
Right, right. And a lot of it has to do with retention rate. if you could consistently keep 30 to 50 people on your channel with these long lives, they
You're gonna
look
let
at
people
that
know
more than
you're
anything.
right.
I
Right,
mean,
right.
right now, like we still hit like 5 to 10% viewers per subscriber, way more than
Right.
anybody I've seen so far, and we always get enough thumbs up, like way more than the actual
Then
viewers
the
on
live,
average.
right,
Yeah,
right,
so
HB,
right,
people are clicking those thumbs up when they come in
right.
and they watch maybe 2 hours of our live and leave. They still click thumbs
See,
up.
see, San Jose is not even. She's not even monetized or close to 500 subs, and she even gets ads on her videos. So YouTube, they play a filthy game, man. Well, they'll run ads on your videos and not even give you a cut of it if you're
Yep,
not
that's
monetized.
right. That's how they do it.
HB.
That's how they do it. Yeah, go ahead, Ghetto.
When you guys set up the stream for today, did you put that you were creating this show from DC?
I can
No,
present.
no, no,
It's
So
no,
just
then
no.
that is a null and void argument then.
Yeah,
wait,
yeah.
So then why what? Okay, never mind. I see.
wait.
Ghetto's
I'm gonna
crazy. It's all
just
good.
no, just look.
Ghetto's
Cause
crazy.
I was looking through it earlier. Cause I was
No,
looking at
not
the
you, Connor. But I'm
monetization.
just trying to point out that
I changed the name.
I kind of might know what I was saying earlier. Like, but
Hold
never
on.
mind.
So
Playback area, Washington D.C. area, 20721. I
Connor,
didn't even see that
no
was in
one's
my chat.
debating you. It wasn't about you, sir. Maybe you didn't
No, no,
catch
no.
what was going on earlier.
I'm not feeling any type of way about it. I'm honestly just saying I didn't realize that was there. You know?
Oh, okay. Yeah, but yeah, you can literally post where
Yo,
you're broadcasting your stream from. But if he didn't
y'all
do
want me to
that,
crash
then
out? Because I was trying to be the business type. I was trying to show myself professional.
what are you
Drop
talking
the
about?
link. I'll go crash out over there. Or if they're trolls, I'll go give them some channels. They can crash out over there. Get away from here, though, right? Is that what y'all want?
Yeah. No, no,
I'm kind
we're
of
gonna.
confused at what's going on now. I was just trying to make a point about whether they put where they were broadcasting from or not. That was it.
No,
I'm really
no,
not
no,
sure what's
no.
going on now.
Yeah, no, he didn't. He didn't. He didn't.
It
But
sounds kind of
when
crazy.
you are live and you look for live viewers or live channels, this still does pop up. So I think that's a very
Yeah, so you're
good
not shadow banned, even though you're demonetized, which is all I was saying.
right,
yeah, it's hard to
My
say
bad.
because like we get a lot of people that keep saying, "Oh, it's I came from this other channel. They told me about us, or they got it from some recommendation because we had trucker on the tag,
right,
right?"
Oh,
But I've
right.
noticed, like, the last stream we had Ava on, the one where I crashed and fell asleep, you know, I went on my phone, which doesn't have a login account. I just went on the website through the browser and clicked on John's live, and it recommended me whatever podcast. So I think they can tell what we're saying through our voices, and they can use that as meta tags now too. So if John said DC at one point, maybe it picked it up. If he said Baltimore, I'm sure he said it a lot of times last night's stream.
I mean, it's
Might have picked it up.
geolocation.
Yeah,
Even
geolocation
yeah.
too. Yeah. So things are
Okay.
getting more sophisticated. But at least as long as we get exposure, it's fine.
And get cracked. That's exactly how the actual ads work too. Once you start running ads on your channel, you can
Mm.
be so specific. You can run ads just in a 4 mile radius if you want to.
Oh, but
You could
Mm.
run
say
ads
y'all got
over the
Mm.
whole
all
world.
the exposure in the world. You can't drop the hard
Yeah.
R, bro. You can't. You can't do it.
Ah man,
You
man.
can't.
I promise you,
You don't
you
know the
can.
sector we're in. We
Yeah, nah,
branched
you
off
can.
a world where people keep dropping hard R's. We just do the
Nah,
hard F slurs
There's
and
tons of huge
everything. It's
YouTube channels
crazy.
that say the hard R all the time and they're
Yeah,
monetized just fine.
yeah, they're fine. Yeah,
That's not.
it's
I don't
crazy.
think YouTube
You
cares
know,
about that at all.
whoever said that is kind of true too, because keep in mind you're going to attract higher level guests, and they will not go on a
Cancel
show
culture.
that's dropping.
Something's gonna happen.
What are we defining as a higher level guest?
More. I'll say volume. Y'all are gonna have 500 people in here. It's bound to crash, right? Eventually, if it's, I don't know. That's just a theory, my opinion. That's not a fact.
I
It's
think it
hard to
depends on
say.
the
I don't know
audience,
either.
like HB was saying.
You got people in
yeah.
the chat like Service King. Post Jeremy number next time he call me. Something like that. What does that mean? Was that a troller or not?
I'm not really sure, sir.
Oh, thank you for the honest.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not really sure.
Yeah, he's got to
Service
be
King is
angry.
kind of funny though.
This is
He's
the
kind of
hard
funny.
R section of
But
YouTube.
check this out, right? This is what Cam the King sent me, man. I ain't asking for it.
Shout to
he-
Cam the King.
My man, I gotta send you some money for the shipping. Matter of fact, I really appreciate. Oh, damn, my fucking address.
Yeah,
Damn.
yeah, yeah.
Oh boy.
Uh, oh
Oh,
boy.
come on, man, bro.
Oh yeah.
I ain't worried about it.
Damn. So what's that? What's that? A weed whacker or something?
Yeah.
Damn, you sent weed and a weed whacker. Damn.
Yeah. We
That's good. That's got you going and coming.
and
Yeah,
then
right.
yeah.
Shit.
Oh, what'd you say? What'd you say? My bad.
And then he sent me
I
some
got
other
my
shit, a
fucking
little
name, bro.
safe,
I ain't
sent
gonna
me
lie.
a little safe, man. A little pocket gun like safe. I guess you could use it for. What else he sent me? What else the fuck he sent me? Some lasers and shit. I might show that to you a bit later. Then again, Master Kim, man, hey, shit, unsolicited, man. You just call me up, yo. You interested in going to the event?
Mm,
And I said, man, I ain't never been
Hey,
to the
John,
Barclays.
tell them the event.
Why you trying to do this to me, yo? Whoever's in the backstage like this, watch out, cause I'll crash out.
Don't do that.
Push off.
Yeah, Master Kim gave me some tickets to the professional bull riding event up in Barclays Arena. Man, I'd never been to the Barclays Arena. Just to go to the Barclays Arena, this shit's expensive.
Hmm.
Yeah, I never been. Here comes Master Kim with tickets for
Mhm.
anyone I wanted to take.
Did
And
you hear Garian's bull riding story this morning? John,
Uh,
did you miss that one?
Gary with bull riding.
Oh,
Um,
you missed. Someone clip
missed
that.
that.
Oh
Yo,
man, they missed a good one.
yo, John, the Barclays is a nice arena. It's
man,
really nice.
that shit real nice. Kudos to Master Kim.
Yeah, it's nice. I went there.
Don't
I've been
let-
there like 2 or 3 times just because I'm from Brooklyn. So like I gotta go there just because I'm from Brooklyn. But bro,
I
it's a really nice arena.
I wonder, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, when I got started with this channel, I know we're all off topic. But I wonder how many motherfuckers that started. Excuse my language. Started channels up was solely on thinking about super chance. I gotta get monetized ASAP. I gotta get monetized, so get cracking. All these other people can send me money so I can more or less pay my bills and live my lifestyle. And what I think they probably overlook is the intangibles of the people that they have on their panels.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, shit, man. I don't even know Connor, but he got his head on right. What that means, he like to save money. And here he is up here with us, and we've retained him probably 15, 20 minutes.
780. That picture right there, Baseman Dan, that's me with like 30K cash. Looking like a book. I don't know. I got here today though to answer
You
someone.
got here at 2 o'clock. I time stamped it when you got here. When you
You
started.
made
Whoa.
Dan, hey, Dan, you
Dan.
made sure you subscribe to.
I subscribed before I hopped on because I thought this shit was professional.
It is.
Yeah. It is pretty professional.
It's more, bro. What do you want? The markets are closed. There's not much business.
Yeah.
It's a
We
Sunday, man. Yeah.
Crypto markets is open.
We're trying to keep
Yeah, crypto's open. Yeah, crypto's
we're
open.
trying to keep a 24-hour audience, and right now we have 35 people in the stream.
That's decent numbers, I'll tell you. That's decent
Right,
numbers.
and the average retention right now is 20 minutes. That's pretty damn good.
God
What's-
damn,
That's
John.
excellent, John.
Yo,
what's a
that's
t-
insane.
A TV show runs about 20 minutes, right?
Right,
So you
right,
got a whole
right.
sitcom worth of
Right.
retention time.
Yeah. You got a whole sitcom because you gotta put in the commercials. You gotta
Yep.
add the commercials. That's about 10 minutes right there.
Yes, sir. Yeah,
We
you're
are.
exactly right,
Are you
HB.
still going for watch hours or no?
I mean, average view duration probably is the most important metric that you're going to get.
It is, John. It is. The
Right.
retention rate, that's the most that pretty much lets you know how much money you can make
Right.
too. So retention rate is everything.
And I think it's silly to be able to show those type of numbers to sponsors and advertisers and say just because you're not getting super chats, you couldn't make the channel lucrative if you wanted to.
Right.
With those type of
Bingo.
retention numbers.
That's YouTube's
Right.
business. Right. Shit, I ain't trying to feed YouTube, right? I ain't trying to feed them. And so I believe that, again, back to what the person said, I think the Guarana person is making her comments, assuming she's not right about the YouTube shadow banning you. I think the Garana person is making her comments um, from a perspective of a person who came in trying to hit the super chat right out the gate, you know, because they needed that money and they needed to grow their audience to a certain size to sustain their livelihood or even live better. So that's why she keeps focusing on the amount of money I spent to go back and delete all the YouTube videos. She said, but you have to start over if you delete all your videos. Where everyone, most of the subscribers that are here,
Well, how much
probably,
did you spend on your setup to start it all up?
oh, I didn't spend anything to start up other than whatever the YouTube stream yard.
Not like hardware. Like you got a
Initially,
PC,
I didn't buy
headphones.
anything. I already had a laptop computer. I bought a couple cameras, uh, three to be exact, three microphones. Some of the shit I bought using two Rode podcasters, a couple stands.
So
Two
you bought some shit though. Yeah, you bought some shit. I don't know.
So yeah, I guess so. I ain't buy it all at one time, so it's not like it just hit you all at one time. You know.
Well, like I said, I got a dual monitor webcam. I
Yeah,
got like
yeah.
a 3070. I don't know.
You ready to go? Then you ready to go? Ready to go?
I'm
Uh,
just waiting to
What's a
watch.
Yeah,
3070, man?
but John,
3070
I think
graphics card.
they're making it seem like I'm trying to I'm trying to collect all the super chats or something like that. But what
well,
they
now
don't
you
understand, but that the thing about it was this is John's idea.
right. I didn't come in getting super chats, and like,
Right.
you know what I mean. And
They're trying to make it seem like I somehow manipulated John to give me cash apps and stuff. No, this was John's whole plan the whole time. He
Hey,
was
you don't got to defend yourself, man.
All I'm saying
no,
is,
no.
bro,
It's just
I don't see a lot of people
people
getting
don't
super chats. I
people
don't see
don't
a lot of it.
people don't get that it's not about the money a lot of times.
I guarantee
It's
you, every super chatter, every YouTube streamer out here, if they could change over their revenue to 100% cash apps, they would.
100%.
exactly.
All of the
Guarantee,
biggest YouTubers talk about that.
guarantee you, right? So again, like they in bed with YouTube, right? And I ain't there. Like I can go on. I'm 100% cash apps. Right? I
You want
wear
a
it.
more
Right?
monetizable, profitable business strategy? Do that members only content. You got to build up a community, get a bunch of subscribers, and then start charging for your content. Because no one's gonna come on here for free and then tip you $2.99. And then, like you said, that's just quarters. Do the members only content, and
Well,
it's a fixed price every month.
I don't even know if I can do that now since I'm demonetized. But again, like man, listen, hey man, if I were in a different place in my life and Master Kim came on there yesterday and I had hell, if I had $30,000, I'd be looking for the other $30,000 to try to buy that business that Master Kim,
Teach.
right? You understand? And like shit, I couldn't have gotten that anywhere. I just been walking around stupid with $30,000 in my pocket. But here come Master Ken with a play for me that I wouldn't have gotten it otherwise. And I'm assuming that someday there may be a play that comes along that I may want to make a move on. I could call that guy right now from Baltimore if I knew somebody that was serious. And maybe make that shit happen. But
What you want to do? What you want to do? I got a 780. I'll take a loan out. What you want to do?
I need to. Shit, if you were
As
interested,
a business partner, I don't know. I'm not convinced yet, but I
yeah,
don't know.
if you were interested, if you were interested in running this store, you take a look at the stream that Master Kim discussed it. Or if we get time here, maybe we can show it to you, and then
Aren't we all just trying to beat the rat race, right? I'm just trying to make profit.
this would be a way to probably make some extreme profit. What do you say, Master Kim? Young man like
The
Connor.
business, not the stream. I don't post anything. I'm not getting any money from your stream, but yeah, a business. I don't know. Let me know.
Well, man, you got HB. What do you think about that segment where Master Kim evaluated that business and talked to their owner?
Yeah, I thought it was genius, man, because you just never know who's watching for one. And then I think just kind of getting into the mind of Master Kim. Like Master Kim seems like he seems like a real nice guy, but when you see how he thinks, You realize this
Savage
guy's got this.
businessman. Dude, it's cold
He's a
blooded.
savage, cold-blooded savage. He'll slit your throat, you know, and then send your fingers home to your mom's. Like
Hey,
Master Kim
Yeah,
is a
and when he showed us that picture with them gangsta ass in it, right?
right.
Right? Like, bro, like, you know, I haven't
HB,
watched
it's from,
much.
it's from the teach you how to think.
Yeah. No, and I think a lot of people don't really realize how actual business owners and businessmen think.
yo, Master Kim,
It's a
those is
whole
literally the
whole
words I
different
was
level.
using with my wife when I spoke. I was like, yo, how many people even think like this when I was replaying it? Like, that was different level game.
Master Kim,
Different level.
Did you get crossed at the start, Master Kim, and that turns you heartless in business practices?
Master Kim got robbed.
Oh.
Shit, yeah, with people who come in, smile in your face, pull a pistol on your ass, right? You know, come in one day, pay for the product, next day they come in and steal, right? Instead of just asking for, hey man, can I get a loaf of bread? Hell no, they'll steal a loaf of bread instead. And so it does harden you. I can't speak for Master Kim, but I know.
Randy Wanzer.
You know, I showed you guys a video the other night. You weren't here, Connor. You should go back and look at it. It was an interview, street interviews that we did in Brooklyn, New York, where one of the members in the audience sent a woman $100 online. We put her Cash App up. And what did she do? What did she do? What did that woman do?
I don't know.
She ordered a drink, a $16 drink. Me being the landlord, I looked at this shit like, damn, she behind on her rent and she ordering drinks. I know what goes on. That's why I'm hardened to these people. They tell me they can't pay their rent. Okay, what a rent for?
Slumlord, bro. He be increasing it on single moms.
I don't rent to any single moms, but I will. I increase rent on anybody. Why wouldn't I? Shit.
They make you a slumlord to increase rent on single moms? How so?
It's the dog eat dog world, and I'm not in the real estate business. I don't know. It was a light little jab.
Yeah, I understand, but you know, it was essentially.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm heartless too.
Since you're young, there's no such thing. There's no such thing as a slumlord. You know what I mean? I don't believe that. Who would buy a property just to slum it out? That doesn't make sense, right?
I mean, I guess Baltimore. Do you know anything about them dollar homes? Like, I mean, of course they're vacancy shit, but is that true that they're selling houses for $1?
You know, there's a lot of loopholes to it. If Ryan were up here, he can explain it. But for a young man like yourself, it's not going to be a play for you. You're going to have to abide by a lot of terms for the government to give you a house that cheap. And one of the terms is you're going to have to turn that house around really quickly, and you're probably not going to have the expertise, and maybe not to turn it around quickly. And then that's when they're.
I heard that shit you had to apply for, like it through the city and shit.
Yeah, you know, the unseen things is you try to renovate a abandoned house, man. You know, every day you bring your materials, they're going to steal them that night. And so you're starting over. If you leave anything on lockdown, am I wrong, Master Kim?
That's a fact. That happens all the time. My cousin, he bought a house in Atlanta. You're absolutely
right. Yes.
And that was happening to him all the time, to the point he had to pay one of the junkies to watch the house when he wouldn't be there.
Imagine that paying a junkie to watch some product.
Because they would just keep breaking in, John. He would put up new woods on the windows. They just bust them down as soon as he leave for the night. And one of the people came and told him, like, yo, just so you know, the way it works over here. This was in 5 Points, Atlanta. Yeah, it was crazy. And they go, yo, just so you know how it works over here, if you pay one of the junkies like $20-$30 a week that watch a house for you to make sure nobody break in and steal the pipes and steal this, he was like, yo, that's really how it go out here. You gotta pay somebody to babysit the house.
And then they're taking your copper wires, bro.
Let me tell you, bro. Well, you know, one time I used to own an apartment building. I told people about it. I had a murder shooting in there. And in the basement apartment, there were some metal bars on the window, but they weren't flush to the window so that you could put your hand out. You could stick something out of the window, you know, really get your hand out. Like, imagine like an air conditioner type railing for a window, but not just that. So the apartment was vacant, and I come over to the property, and, you know, I may not pay attention to the apartment every time, but then one time I noticed that somebody's been in this apartment. And I said, how in the hell they get in if everything's locked up? These motherfuckers was slipping a baby through the window and having that motherfucker go open the door.
I'm not gonna lie.
Oh my God.
I did this in GTA, right? Let's just say I did it in GTA. I ain't even do anything actually. There's one kid I know. It was during the vid, right? And so they built like a new house. I'm talking fully electricity, appliances, all that, running water. And then I don't know, they didn't furnish it, and then it was just left because everyone was doing that shit with the vid. And I don't know. I show up to it one day because I got the address to it. I was like 7 kids in there living in the whole crib. I'm talking running water, lights, this and they broke into like a window. It was like a basement window type shit. I don't. Shit is crazy nowadays.
It is exactly what would happen. You understand? So, you know,
I'm just shooting the shit. John, have you ever dealt with squatters yet?
not in the depth, what you would consider a squatter. You know what I mean? Like what's in the news type thing.
Just late on rent. type shit?
John is going to take the windows out the house before he deals with squad.
I know words.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, I dealt with some people that were willing to squat. You know what I mean? Like they'll just, I'm gonna come up in your house and I'm gonna stop paying rent, and then you left to deal with them. You live in the DC area, so one of the things is that you've probably heard of the term. Well, the professional renters. You ever heard of that before?
Yeah. They know all the laws and all the loopholes.
Yeah. But I learned long ago, man, for that shit to work, they need home field advantage. Ain't that a bitch? For them to win the game, they gotta goddamn get home field advantage.
So how many properties do you have? Like just
I have 5 now.
5?
But as I said about home field advantage, I realized that these professional renters needed home field advantage. So what did I do? Very slick. I took home field advantage away from these motherfuckers. And without home field advantage, then we out here competing in an uneven playing field. It's shifting in my favor now. When you consider how I rent my houses, I rent room by room, which means, there is no common space, things like that. And then I have locks with smart alerts on every door. I know when you come and go.
That sounds like one of my first houses I rented out. It was, bro, he had like 8 people in there. Shout out Dwayne.
You can extrapolate from there. If I know when you coming and going, right? you get a pattern of when you leave and when you coming back, and then all I gotta do is take advantage of that.
What? Change the locks is what you saying?
I don't have any. I get smart locks.
Go off that motherfucker.
Oh, I mean, you ever seen the clips of like California or Texas or something when cops are like, "We can't do anything. This is a civil case. They're technically."
That's when they're inside the house. They can't put him out. But it's the same, they can't make you let him in. Extrapolate that how you like.
And a real ninja to cultivate.
Man, years ago, man, I'm really giving y'all, just like Master King really give you some serious game about running business and things.
Hey, I'm in class. I'm in class, huh?
That's correct. Years ago, I do like how Johnny used his experience as a software developer landlord. Let me put this shit up on the screen. I was that I here a long time ago, but whatever. I do like how Johnny used his software experience as a software developer, landlord, and real ninja to cultivate space. Yeah. It's evident he's a businessman, but yeah. One of the things I was going to tell you is, man, I could give you. John took away home field advantage. Now, once I take away home field advantage, the home field shifts back to me. Understand? It goes back to me now. If you have to have home field advantage to win, and if you don't have it, then who has home field advantage? I mean, that's why you see that thumbs up when I told that motherfucker his rent going up.
I am the same.
What is? Let me
a little
see.
Narcissistic.
Let's see what he said. Ooh, me?
Can I say something about that dollar house thing in Baltimore?
Yeah. Speak on it.
You up here,
yeah. So I'm right outside of Baltimore, and you do have to qualify to even get that dollar house, meaning that you have to have capital and you have to have a direct foresight on what that property is going to be in like a certain amount of time, right? So it's usually in like a year window.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you this. This thought came in my head. Can y'all read that again? I've shown it once before.
Add a $50 late fee to the payment as well. Yes, this is very unprofessional to be behind on your rent. The rent will be weekly going forward, 425 a week, and it's just like that. You can.
Ooh, that's a lot of money. And what did that motherfucker respond? What was the reaction?
I was in the hospital for an allergic reaction. He was
Nah,
capping.
fuck that. I don't give a fuck what he in the hospital for. Nigga, I don't give a fuck about that. But in that blue message, whoa, right there to the left, up at the top left hand
Did
corner.
he sign a lease? Did he sign a lease?
Hey, listen, hey, somebody send some cash apps because there's some real good shit here. Be
Well, you don't gotta talk about it, but
all right,
shit,
man. Yeah, I like to
my
talk.
lease, my
You know?
lease. I had to put like 2 months up front. I don't know. Now the vision is coming to life.
HB, you still here, man? HB still here? Damn, HB stepped off. Get Craig, he's here. How many hours we done? I think at one point I said we did 21 out of 24 hours, right? Craig.
Oh, you really be on here like that?
Craig, did we do 21 out of 24 hours yesterday? Craig may have stepped off to get something to eat. It took a little cat nap.
Crack man fell asleep. He's been up since yesterday with no dope
If you go look at our streams, you'll see, we have about a 4 or 5 hour gap where there's nothing really going on. 6 hours, 8 hours, maybe.
I
But
mean, shit. All you want, maybe. I don't know. You can't water down your content. That's all I gotta say. Is it worth it to be going live on these down hours?
water down, bro. Hey, man, we did a stream on COVID. Oh, I thought that was one of our best streams ever.
Yeah,
What do you think? You can't find it anywhere on YouTube, guarantee you.
Yeah, because after 12 hours, they delete the VOD.
We saw the new one. Right?
I mean, shit.
Always a solution.
What your closet airport closest airport? My bad. About to book service. What the fuck do you want?
But yeah, so I think the COVID stream. I don't know about you guys. I don't even know. I mean, you guys saw it, but I thought that was some very compelling content. Angel's content about COVID. Oh my god, that was amazing. What did you guys think?
How do you do that?
Anyone see
I didn't see
where he compared it to slavery, taking the shot?
where he was quarantined, man? Forcibly quarantined. You took a guy who had some mental disability issues, whatever they are, and you quarantine him away from his family, tell him he got to be fed like a damn dog or a prisoner. You got to drop food off at his house.
I'm not talking to your
man.
I didn't hear that one, John. I didn't hear that.
Portia, can you get a clip of that? I think I timestamped that shit. It's on the COVID stream where he talked about being quarantined, locked in his motherfucking house because he tested positive. Somebody fucking tested positive. Something. He was in his house for a week or 2 weeks, I think. Unable to see his family, anything. They dropped food off to him like he's a damn dog, man.
That's what you were supposed to do at the start of it. Listen, I mean that is what they said. What was the first quarantine period? It was either 1 week.
I don't know. I don't pay attention to this shit, but I think they were talking about 7 days or something like that, 14 days.
Oh shit! At the start, I believed it. I ain't gonna lie. I thought whatever it was, right?
You're a young man. You should have believed it, right? You're a young man. We give you a pass.
I did.
Young man, did you get vaccinated?
I wasn't going to, but then I got a job with the government, and they made me do it. So,
the government strikes again.
Yeah, but they didn't drug test me. I was a contractor for the government. They didn't drug test me for my job. So, you win some, you lose some.
Did you get vaxxed? You say you did?
Yeah, I had to for that.
How many shots you took?
2. I just did the 2 jabs.
Moderna vac.
Oh, bro, I don't even fucking remember. I'm not gonna lie.
Moderna was Pfizer is the other one.
I don't remember. I really don't remember, bro. I did that shit to get in the door of the building. You feel me?
And you don't even work there anymore.
Yeah, I don't work there.
So you got it for nothing.
I guess, but I also don't. I thought originally I thought the vaccine was all an inside job. It's gonna have everyone fucked up. I'm fine. I'm fine.
Okay. As I say, if you've been vaxxed, if you've been vaxxed, relax, bro. Like that shit may cause problems with your heart. A lot of people saying, when you get reactivated.
Reactivated. I thought the same thing. I'm fine.
You look at some of these athletes that you heard about all the athletes falling out and shit. Young people, like, damn, they took the vaccine and they fell out and shit.
The only one that was that Bills player.
Hmm?
The Bills player was the only one that's fallen out anywhere.
It's the only one you know of.
No, that's not the only one, bro. It's been college athletes, some younger kids, and professional athletes as well, and I think a soccer player too. Like it's been all over the place.
And we're saying all of those cases are because of the vax.
was saying that all of
Well,
those,
we don't know, right? We don't know,
saying
so
that
we're
all
just
of those
assuming.
cases will never ever be
We know
investigated.
the effects. Go ahead.
None of those cases will ever be investigated because of the pharmaceutical industry. Is anyone ever seen the movie? And I don't watch many movies. What is the name of that movie? The name of that movie with Denzel Washington. I read the book. I didn't watch the movie. It's John Grisham wrote it. Anyone know the name of that book? Down in the South. Um, uh, it was a legal drama. What's the name of that book? Pelican Brief. Anyone ever seen or heard that book before?
I have not. No.
Pelican Brief. I want to say that. I want to say that Denzel Washington in the book. Excuse me. And Denzel Washington was about maybe some legal.
You're talking about a movie, right?
Yeah, the movie probably was Pelican Brief. It was based off of the book, and it was about how the pharmaceuticals. I think they kill people to maybe preserve some of their secrets, trade secrets, or whatever the case may have been. And it kind of mirrors. You think about those 8 cancer doctors that died. People that think about.
Oh yeah. That happens all the time, man. That's espionage all day.
Jeffrey Epstein got arrested for selling something. Or no, Ghislaine. Jeffrey Epstein got killed. Ghislaine Maxwell got arrested for selling something, but no one got arrested for buying that sold item. That's all I gotta say.
Well, not even. I mean, look at JFK, right?
That's they just shot at our former president. What the fuck is going on?
Well,
bro?
yeah.
What the fuck is going on? Bro?
What I'm saying, what I was trying to say before John mentioned what he said was that we're in the midst of it. It's going to take years before we're able to extrapolate the data to say that yes, the vaccine was the sole cause of X, right? We're just pointing out certain data points as observers right now in the world, saying that these people were all vaxxed up, and yet they had this catastrophic,
What majority of the population got the vax?
Yeah, and a lot of the population are having some weird adverse effects.
This is a blog I started reading during COVID. I don't know how I got here, but this guy used to write some pretty good blog posts about COVID. He talked about people that New York baby dies 2 days after receiving 3 vaccines on the same day. Airlines are pairing non-vaccinated co-pilots with vax pilots to mitigate potential risks. These articles are a little stale now, but you'll see 13 total current and former cast members, production crew from daytime soap opera General Hospital have died since 2020. Let me zoom in on that.
This shit says 81% took one, 70% are considered fully vaccinated. So that means y'all are saying damn near 80% of people that are dying, that's linked to the jab. I don't really think so.
We're not saying any of that. We're just saying that you have to look at data, period. If there are people who are dying right after they have the shots, you can use that sample and try to extrapolate it.
People die every day.
Yeah, hey John.
At which point do you start calculating data, though? Are you just saying that people die and that's not any
data I calculated?
Yo, hold on for 1 second. Look at this. So look at the headline. Master Kim, I'm coming to you next. 13 total current and former cast members, production crew from daytime soap opera General Hospital have died since 2021. Right, that would have been right in the midst of vaccination. Right, so here's one guy. What's his name? Steve Burton. 2 members refused to take the vaccine. Burton was a long time.
You are a fool, sir.
Mr. Burton was a long-time cast member. His role as Jason Morgan started when he was 20 years old. He announced on Instagram that he had been fired for refusing to take the vaccine. Both his medical and religious exemptions were denied. We'll play this.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Well, I know there's been a lot of rumors and speculations about me in General Hospital, and I wanted you to hear it from me personally. Unfortunately, General Hospital has let me go. because of the vaccine mandate.
All right, that's enough of him. There's enough of him. So I'm assuming he's still alive based upon this post. Let's see who died. Anyone know who this lady is?
Oh,
Anyway,
Surgeon General.
yeah, that's correct. Secretary of Health.
Dude, brother, that's a dude.
Yeah, that is correct.
no way. For real?
Yeah, that's very true. So that guy's name was what was his name? Burton. Burton. So we look at this guy here. The reposted tweet, he was likely already fired. He is a dude that wears regarding tweet. Another cast member came out to support James. Let's see who else died in this show. ABC News, frequently transphobic.
So wait. I'm just trying to get clarification. He's alive because he got fired because he refused to take the vax.
Right, he got fired. So here's some of the people that died. A few points of order. General Hospital has been on the air since '63. The vaccine mandate was implemented in 2021. Blah 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 blah. At least seven Netflix employees who have died suddenly since the company issued its vaccine order in 2021. But those individuals worked on different shows and said General Hospital must be absolutely cursed. Even former stars who haven't been on show have died. Let's take a look and see who died. John Riley died in 2021. Played Sean Donnelly. He passed away at age 86, so he could have died at old age. But he did die. Yeah, he did die.
He died in 2021. The dates don't add up.
86 though.
Well,
That's the age.
No, but the dates still don't add up for the shot. It doesn't add up.
Right, so he may not have been vaccinated, but it's just the people that died. When it said, note that January 2021 to June 2020 was a time of coordinated euthanasia. When did they implement this shot mandate? The mandate was implemented. Oh, okay, so he wouldn't have been mandated. He may have taken it already, but he wouldn't have been mandated. Let's see.
I think a better metric, John, would to be when was the shot available?
The shot was available December 2020, give or take.
Do you believe in vaccines? Like what, the flu vaccine, polio?
We would do a show on that. Pennick, he was on the show from 1979 to 80, died February 12th, so he would have been in the vaccine, he would have been in the window. He was diagnosed with skin cancer. Guess what exacerbates that? The blogger suggests. Here's another guy, Stuart Damon, died 2021. He died of kidney failure. I've told you guys, I had a guy who was living in one of my places, and two guys actually had kidney failure after taking the vax. Kidney shredding COVID-19 drug, remdesivir, that was a drug they found to be very bad for you.
Can I mention something too?
Yeah.
One thing that they were saying about COVID in general is that the mRNA would tear down your cells in a certain type of way, right? And they were saying that the COVID would affect anything in your body that you had weakness to. So if you had, let's say you had a lung condition in your life, it would attack the lung condition. Let's say you had a heart condition in your life, it will attack the heart condition. Let's say if you had a blood condition, it will attack the blood condition. So whatever issues that you had, medical issues that you had, it will attack those things. So
where did you get that information though? Like, are you a doctor?
No, that's what they were. That was public information that they were talking about back when they were trying to incentivize everybody to get the vaccine.
Look at this guy right here. A lady. She died on July 2021. She would have been within the vaccine window. Again, another kidney disorder. The family did not report her death until 4 months later. Interesting. Wow, that's very interesting. Here's another. Yeah.
Now, for every, the Asian culture is kind of yin and yangish, right? For every downside, there's the upside. You never report the upside of the vax. And may I share a personal testimony?
Sure.
Okay, so, if your dick is 2 inches and you get the vax and it goes to 4 inches, that's a pretty good kind of upside. Wouldn't you agree to that?
They should have advertised this. That.
That's a double right there. That's a double up.
I'm a private person and, you know, stuff like that. But there is an upside, and it's a very small select group. You know, now I didn't get the booster. God knows what would have happened then. You know what I mean?
Another 2 inches or so.
You might have became black, good sir.
That's right.
Oh my God.
But that's it. You know, there is the other side of the
Master Kim, did you double up on the goddamn jab?
No, you got the first.
I got the 1 and 2, and then not the booster.
All right. No, but I'm saying
barely
on.
zip up my pants.
Oh, all right.
Here's another guy. He's age 60. That's a young man, barely shooting. He was on location. He would have been in the window of getting the vaccination. Died later, heart attack.
I don't know what Rico say. People get shot every day.
Here's another young woman, fairly young, 43. Well, she said suicide. Whether it's her, I think we all heard about Celine Dion. Here's another woman. She clearly would have had a predisposition to diabetes. Age 55. The cause of death was an infection after a procedure. She's out of here. Another bigger lady.
Are you just pulling up dead people? You
This
gotta.
This is the people from the cast that died.
Yes, the Memorial Hospital.
Oh, for real?
Yeah. So this is
Well, you gotta admit, a hospital is a hot area. It's all centralized. People
No,
are.
it's a TV show, brother.
Oh, all right. I'm retarded. I'm retarded.
This is the half sister of late rapper Tupac Shakur. She died at age 55, 49. The cause of death, again, heart attack. All these people would have been mandated to be vaxxed, by the way. Here's another woman, fairly young looking. She died from a hyper-aggressive cancer at age 70. She was celebrating her 60th anniversary. Showed no signs of sickness. Well, there you go. Here she is.
Hold on. She had hyper-aggressive cancer and showed no signs of sickness?
Well, they said she died on just a month earlier on April 5th. She was celebrating the 60th anniversary and displayed no signs of sickness. And a month later, she died from a hyper-aggressive cancer. Now, some of the people who spread the conspiracy theories or believe in conspiracy theories.
I'm living proof.
Well, they say the vaccine spreads up cancers and causes hyper-aggressive cancers. And so here's another lady that died of a hyper-aggressive cancer, killed her within a month, right? A month later, she was dead after showing no symptoms, right? No signs of sickness. Here's another.
All these people died. I mean, I do get it.
What
about me? What about me? I don't know.
It wasn't perfect.
So do you understand anything about sir?
You said what? I didn't. You lagged out a little.
Like if you put 100 people in a room and somebody has a cold, do you expect all 100 people to get the cold?
No, but I would expect what I thought the vax was maybe they're genetically modifying our DNA. And
they told you that, right? That's mRNA, right? That's the method.
Right. So
let's go through the list. Hold on, we go through the list. We're gonna go through the batches because something right near your hometown, Baltimore. Hold on, something right near and dear to your heart, Baltimore. May explain some of the things, may explain some of the inconsistencies in what you're seeing. Here's a guy, 43, starred in the TV show. He committed suicide. Interesting.
There it is.
Here's another guy, 67, died as a result of a bicycle accident. Blah blah blah. Here's another guy. Sudden cardiac arrest at 50. It's fairly interesting. All these people. Let's see if this article has it. Let me see. Matter of fact, I'm going to go out to the general internet because I don't want you guys to think I'm cherry picking.
Why are they all soap opera people?
Well, he's pointing this out.
That's the example that he used for this one.
They were all forced to take.
Basically, bro, one guy didn't take it from the soap opera, and everybody else did, and they're saying like 13 or 14 of them died as a result.
Can everyone see on the screen here?
Mishandled 400 million COVID-19 vaccine doses. Yeah.
Oh man! The ship is what?
Hey John, make sure you look up on Facebook, Big D after COVID shot. You'll see the support group.
I'm gonna look that up. Let's see. I'm just going through the comments for a second before I go through this.
You're good. I'm gonna address. I guess they mishandled vaccine doses. Weren't they mishandling tests as well? Like that was a big thing too.
That's
Couldn't
another
get tests out.
listen, man, we could do a whole show on just the damn test in and of
Man,
this. I feel like
some of the trucks wasn't even refrigerated, and they needed to be kept at a certain temperature.
Isn't Flint just sitting with a bunch of water bottles in schools, abandoned schools and shit too? America sucks, fellas. It do.
No, actually, we're still really good. We're better than a lot of third world countries, but we're trying to throw in some monkey wrenches in there too, and we need to regulate that shit.
Hey guys, we're at 4 hours 35 minutes on the second string for today. So hit the Cash App. You see the Cash App scrolling there. I don't have to tell you who's in the Cash App. You can read for yourself. But if you appreciate the content, and we're at 20 minutes average view duration. So that means you like watching a TV show over here. The amount of time you spend watching Seinfeld or something like that. Let me go through the comments. Anything I see that's interesting. Someone, Helen Haynes, a lot of people are having heart attacks. Yeah, that's true. General Hospital was a real no, it's the cast on the hospital. You know that, Stanley. Someone said we staying inside.
My boy Stanley woke up. Where you at, Stanley? Come back. Come back.
Yeah, I rode trains, planes, and automobiles. Never wore a mask. Not one day. Only time I ever had a problem with two black people, a fat black woman on Amtrak. She said, "I'm gonna put you off your train," and
Hey, John.
Yeah, what's up?
Have you ever typed in Google the increase in heart attacks since COVID?
I'm sure I have. I've read so many things about that, so
There's
sure.
actually a data point on that. That's kind of interesting.
Hold on, you guys are actually doing all of that. Why don't you do the excess deaths? Google the excess death that happened since all this happened, and you'll see mysteriously just the excess deaths went up 100 and something %. People just dropping dead.
Population
increased, Black Thought
decreased. Is that related?
Hey, Black Thoughts.
Yeah.
You're absolutely correct, sir. But remember during COVID when people would go into the hospital for like a motorcycle accident and then they would be diagnosed with COVID?
Yeah.
For that, taking their lives.
Yeah. No.
Yeah,
no,
that's the part of that excess death stuff you was talking about too.
No. I'm talking about like currently, like in 2023, and like in 2024, like in 2023, all of the excess deaths of people just dying magically of like weird things.
Yeah, and like look at this right here, like
is up 100 and change.
I'm gonna check that out. I didn't see that one.
You're familiar with just how just the manufacturing of anything is tainted with contamination. If you're manufacturing something that can be contaminated, that happens all the time. So it has to be very, very controlled environments. And look at here in Baltimore during the height of COVID, destruction. Go ahead. Sure.
Didn't Bill Gates and WHO didn't they?
Let me just say this real quick. Hey, Rashu, the one thing you got to remember is all the motorcycle deaths were counted as COVID, not excess.
I do remember that.
COVID. So I'm talking about excess where people are just dying randomly. The numbers are up exponentially.
Yeah, I do remember that. But anyway, I want to exhaust this subject. It's just, it's another one of those passions of mine that even after all these years, it hasn't left me. I'll leave that alone. I'll leave it alone. Get Craig, go ahead, man. Sorry for derailing the conversation here.
Oh, I don't know what's going on anyway. Crazy.
Yeah, we got a full panel here, damn near. We got 6 people on the panel. American Man, Rashu. I'm sure that you guys have plenty of topics of conversation here.
I don't know. It's not my channel, bro. What do you want to talk about, John?
Rashu should be coming in hot with the Bitcoin, huh?
Rashu?
Plenty of Bitcoin stuff in the news. We got a young man here probably aligned with you on Bitcoin, Rashu. Here's your...
What's your entry price?
Here's your elevator picture, Rashu.
Mine? I started buying when in 2017.
Did you panic?
Well, back when I started buying, the only way that you could get into any other altcoins was you had to buy Bitcoin and then buy Ethereum and transfer Ethereum into other altcoins.
Does it say? Yeah, you was chewing the fuck out that gum, whoever that is. A motherfucking. What's your average? Does it tell you your average estimated price on Bitcoin?
No, I couldn't tell you. I dollar cost average, bro. Like when I started buying, I think 2017. I mean, we could look it up right quick, but I think it was around 3 to 5 grand, something like that. So I started around there. I only put like $100 into the game at that time.
I don't know. I got into like 28 grand, right? And I think we're bouncing at like 55, something like that. Decent.
Yeah, we're at 59 right now.
You suck. You fucking.
But yeah, dude, I'm not buying just the price. I'm buying the technology, and that's a lot of.
I don't agree with the technology at all. I don't think it's gonna come, bro. It's never gonna get integrated. That's my opinion, though.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, so I started buying around 4,000. 2017, it was around 4,000, bouncing between 3 and 4.
Hey, sorry to interrupt you guys. Crack, you probably the porn bombers left. Sorry.
Hey, get Crack. Who's that in the back? Kick him out.
Yeah, that's the porn bombers. Yeah, I already saw them. They use the same name before too.
Nobody's coming. Nobody's coming in.
Why do they think that? They still think that saying that word means something.
What, nigger? That's just funny, if anything. Like, say it.
Well,
we encourage it.
Well, it's incredible, but I know why they believe that.
I don't know, man. Some incel person who, can't get any attention in their regular life.
We're not supposed to talk about him. We're not supposed to give him any weight. Why are you so convinced that Bitcoin is going to make its integration into like anything?
Well, because you're adding another 4 billion people into a money market system that wasn't able to get banked before, right? And not only that, you got the United States who's debasing their dollar, every few quarters of the year, right? You got BRICS that's developing. Granted, that thing has been 20 years in the making, so who knows what that's going to be. But you even have the United States actually talking about pegging to the dollar. And if you know anything about the technology back in 2017 and the Austrian economics that's behind that technology and the deflationary value of Bitcoin, you would actually understand that this is the next step into adopting a different money marketing system that holds people more accountable.
All right. It sounds like you know more than me, so I'm not going to correct you on anything. But where do you think, is it going to hit a peak? When is it going to get introduced? I don't know.
See, you're still thinking money value, dollar to dollar value. Like that's not. I'm not going to have that conversation with you, because people are not going to learn from just seeing a price on the screen, because the price is correlated to the debasement of the currency that you're using to buy it with.
All right. Well, diamond hand that junk then. Go ahead.
There's only 21 million Bitcoin, sir. There's only 21 million, and out of the 21 million, there's like 100. 300,000.
Remember the NFTs?
100 million units or something like that. But don't quote me on that right now.
Everyone was so like convinced about.
I'm sorry.
The NFTs, all them projects, and like I don't know, a picture of a monkey's getting sold for $400,000, shit like that.
NFT is basically like putting a serial code on something.
Yeah. Maybe
so
they
if I created a picture and I put a serial number on it and I say it's a one of ones picture, you're now creating a scarcity for that picture. That's what NFTs are, non-fungible tokens.
Yeah, there's a fucking picture. I can screenshot,
and I stamp my name on it, and I say that this is the only packet of sugar that I stamped. I'm now creating a non-fungible token. I'm creating some sort of scarcity from this asset.
So you drank the Kool-Aid. You did?
No, I didn't. No, I didn't buy that shit. No. But you got to understand the technology to know what you're buying.
You tried to understand some stupid technology. Are you trying to? You're trying to?
No, I'm in the market and I read the information as it comes out to me, and I learn
all them
as I
NFTs
go.
got rug pulled. All the where's Bored Ape now? Where's any NFT collection now? That shit ain't
I'm
nowhere.
not sure, man. I mean, we could look it up right quick, but I'm not sure.
Exactly. In my opinion, though, and I don't know.
What do you mean by exactly? Is that proving your point some type of way? Like, what's your point? What are you trying to say?
That I feel like
Because
Bitcoin.
I don't have any NFTs, but I know about them.
These
I
are
can
great
educate
technologies
people.
that would do amazing things, especially with smart contracts. Maybe. I can only have my opinion, fellas. Y'all got me on an interrogation room right now.
But you got to understand this too, right? This is an emerging market, right? So
Yeah.
NFTs might start off as something stupid, but in the future, your house could be an NFT, something that's tokenized. Like how big are you trying to think about this stuff? This stuff has to start somewhere. People have to
It's not the
have to
underlying.
build out the necessary needs and change to scale it up to the next level. So even lawyers possibly could NFT contracts in the future.
Hold
Right?
on.
The thing can become a lot more simple.
Point of view. I understand what you're saying. The underlying technology. I'm gonna stamp this, and this is the only one, and it's mine. Bro, can I take this Gatorade bottle in front of me and do something to it? A stamp, and now it's the only one in the world. That shit still has no value. That's what I'm saying.
It has no value to you, sure, but it might have value to other people when you put it out there with billions of people on the market. You know, somebody tokenized a paperclip, sir.
That's cool. Someone did that trade. I'll trade a paperclip to a house.
But what I'm saying is that some of these people
Jeff
just
Bezos
experiment with stuff
sold
just to see
out his
if
garage.
it can work.
All right, I hope you're right, bro. Cause you'll fuck around and be a millionaire.
I mean,
hope you're right.
it's not hoping I'm right. It's real stuff that have actually happened. Like there's a day every 4 years that people talk about this guy. He bought pizza with Bitcoin, and it was the equivalent.
Bitcoin or something. Yeah. You also probably seen that one black dude that uploaded the video talking about buy Bitcoin right now, and that joint was back when it was like $1 or something, right? You're believing all these stories, bro. What about the Dogecoin millionaire too? There's stories of people who hit the lottery. I don't think gambling is gonna get you profit.
Yeah, the difference from what I'm talking about and Dogecoin and all these other black people just taking advantage, that's regular shit that happens in normal money markets, bro.
Black people taking advantage of nothing. This one dude, bro, he was promoting Bitcoin way before you were, is what I'm saying. Back when
I'm not promoting Bitcoin. I was asked the question and I just started talking.
All right,
That's
bro.
it.
All right,
I'm not promoting anything, man.
Hey, Master Kim, what do you think about Bitcoin, crypto in general?
So, you know, and it's funny you should say that. I think, and I'm not trying to add on to Rashu's comment, but what Rashu's also saying, just like nowadays people are doing that called, you know, they'll buy a car on the internet sight unseen. You know, 4 years ago, that's unheard of, or 5 years ago, but these young people, that's what they're doing. And people are buying. Now, I bought a car on Carvana not too long ago, sight unseen. So things are progressing to the point that doesn't make sense, but it's becoming the new norm. So just like Rashu was mentioning that, you know, people, you may not have value in it, and I may not have value in it, but
I'm in it. But I'm not holding.
Some of the other people, yeah. So I've listened to Rashu. I bought Cardano. I mean, it's like bubblegum money. They're cheap. So I'm buying Cardano. I bought. I forgot who else.
Master Kim, we need to talk, yo. We need to talk. Please stop buying
XRP.
Cardano.
Oh no! But I'm just, you know, dog. I'm throwing like 100 here. You know, just like I don't want to say it's play
All
money,
right,
but it's not real money. It's not like a big chunk, and I'm doing it for entertainment. But I will say this: everyone is having to invest in Bitcoin. It's not going nowhere, and that's the beauty about listening to Rashu. Is Rashu saying, "I'm not telling you what to do, but my money is tied up in this, and that." So, but with that being said, man, I'll just be silent and learn.
I mean, you answered it perfectly. You addressed that you bought a car online, right? But it's still a physical product that gets delivered. You know, the Bitcoin that I'm buying and that I'm holding, it's still just pixels. It's never going to be a tangible item. And that's why I like John with the real estate. I look at myself more as a real estate guy. That's what I would pursue.
Hey, man, just the other day, right, they were talking about federal notes, right? And how I need to go back upstairs. There's so much noise. I'm sorry. But how if you destroy or alter a federal note, like you can be prosecuted. You ever heard about
I'm
that?
sorry. Please repeat that. I didn't hear.
Hold on, let me go upstairs.
I bet.
Have you ever heard of federal notes? You damaging like a
Oh
a
yeah,
dollar. You earn
yeah,
a dollar,
yeah,
right? That's now a federal charge on you.
yeah. I knew that.
You ever ask yourself why?
No.
Is it possibly because you own someone else's property?
Sure. I guess. Yeah.
Okay. So if I told you that I can bring up articles right now where governments can't take people's Bitcoin.
Yeah, but there's a person at the top of Bitcoin. Whoever
Oh my
Satoshi
God.
is,
Here
and
we
this,
go.
that, and the
Here we
third.
go. You see, you keep moving the goalposts, bro. You're talking
No,
about things that are not unproven right now. We're talking about over the
there is.
past 13, 14 years,
It didn't pop up at
governments have been trying to access people's accounts through Bitcoin and they cannot.
Okay. I hear you, bro.
So
I
that
hear you.
says that
But
you are the
every
private owner of
every
that
transaction
Bitcoin
is
as long as
unrefundable.
it's off of that
I
exchange.
understand, but there's someone at the top, and listen, it could be the
No, but
greatest
hold on,
article
hold on.
of all
Let's
time.
let's address your point from before,
Or,
right? And then we can talk about the person at the top. But from
yeah,
before, you were saying that it's never going to be a tangible thing. It's never
yeah.
going to be something physical, real that you can, but you have real physical outcomes that happen because you own it, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I've profited, but that's when I
So
took
your
profit.
idea,
That's
I'm
when
just
I
saying,
took
no.
profit. That's what I'm
I'm
saying.
not
That's
talking
when it
about
became
profiting.
real.
I'm talking about sovereignty.
I don't know what that word means. I'm gonna be honest.
All right, let's look it up then. Let's go.
All right, let's do that. Until they
Sovereignty.
start to build an infrastructure where it's gonna be mainstreamed Bitcoin into real life, I don't know.
It's already done, bro. You see it. You see it right now. Like, what are you talking about? It's already built.
Like as a
The
transaction, it's
reason why
never
the
gonna
price
replace
is
the dollar.
the
It's
reason
never
why the
gonna
price
replace.
is what it is because people have voted with their dollar.
Oh.
People put up their money and said that this is worth whatever it's worth. Can you understand that?
Yeah, do you remember that paint? It was either a blue canvas with a white line or a white canvas with a blue line. Y'all remember that bitch sold for however many millions? You're giving it value. I hope it's worth something for real. That's all I
It
gotta
is,
say.
man. Currently, it's worth 59K.
Yeah, nah, it is. Currently, that fucking painting is worth millions too. I don't know. It's a painting.
Yeah, but so when is it going to start making sense to you?
When there's a, I don't know. Like, is it gonna
Exactly.
replace the
Like it's
dollar?
already real, bro. It's already
Is it
real.
gonna replace the dollar? Is it gonna be side by
So
side with the dollar as a
that's why
currency that we
people.
can
That's
use
why people.
day to day?
That's
That's what
why
I'm asking.
people invest, man. You invest because you're trying to figure
Give
out
me
where
a second.
money is going to
But
go, right?
you
Give me a
invest?
second. Russia, give me 1 second.
Yeah.
Hey, Dan. A couple days ago, Get Crack, you may remember, we did a show about Donald Trump proposing to pay off some of the national debt in Bitcoin. You remember that, Get Crack?
Yeah.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't see Donald Trump say that. I'm gonna say that.
We did a whole stream about it. That's the thing. That's the thing, when you don't play to the algorithm game, we may not show up in your stream, but you miss very valuable information. I'll pull it up for you. Give me 1 second.
Oh man.
Mm.
I don't want to go back and forth bicker because what chat's telling me ends in Dan being confused. I'm not confused. I'm doubting it. That's what it is.
No, hey, you know what, man? I much
Nothing
prefer.
wrong with doubting it. Even everybody on this panel doubted it when we had the conversation a month ago. But over the past 4 weeks,
Within
I
a month,
mean,
or what?
the tide is the
You
Hold
were
tide is
on, hold
doubting
changing.
a month ago. Wait. You were doubting a month ago. If I go check the price
No,
a month ago, it's not gonna be
No,
what when you
I'm
got in.
talking about people on this panel was doubting Bitcoin a month ago, but since I've started talking about it more and more news has come out over the past 4 weeks, you're starting to get a change of tide. Sir.
Let me look that up.
That's what I'm saying.
my man, Dan, and I don't want you to be confused, and I don't want you to think that this is a Bitcoin Pro panel. I think that many people,
Well, it's not. It's not. You just asked me a question, John.
right,
And I just
no. I'm just trying to set the level.
We're
Hold
talking
on,
about
hold on for 1 second, Dan. I'm just trying to kind of level set for Dan. Rashu is a Bitcoin enthusiast on the panel. So that's why you more or less having a back and forth primarily with you and Rashu as opposed to with you and Rashu, and no one else is really chiming in because he knows more about it than everyone else. There are some people in the panel that are talking about Bitcoin, and they're kind of.
I fucking didn't you? I asked about it earlier, and you said you gotta wait until Broski hops on. He's the one that does. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's good. But some of the things Rashu has not mentioned, and again, I was a skeptic. I will be honest with you about that. I mentioned that, but then I started noticing some things, and you'll see some of the headlines here. Um, you know, Trump's latest crypto gamble. Let's take a look at this. Oh yeah, no,
I
this is
pulled up a couple good headlines already.
here's
2019 Trump was against it. That's what I wanted to
yeah,
finish.
that's correct. I did a stream about that. I'm not going to tell you to go back and look at it, but here's what I covered in the stream. Here's the most important part right here.
Let me see. Maybe we'll pay off our 30. Hand them a little crypto check, right? We'll hand them a little Bitcoin and wipe away our 35 trillion.
And so that piqued my interest. I'm not pro or con Bitcoin, but I said there are bigger things at play with Bitcoin than the trading that Rashu talks about. I think this is a global rush to who can be the best at Bitcoin.
I feel like it's FOMO. It's the California Gold Rush.
Just think about it like this. There are people in third world countries who do not have access to banking. You give these people access to banking, you're now doubling the whole world's money market. That in itself has great utility. You have the ability to interoperable go in between banks and non-banks for these people in these third world countries. That is huge. If you can't see value in that, I don't understand if you understand money.
I mean, I kind of just like I don't know. You're saying basically it's gonna be y'all ever played a game Fallout? It's gonna be bottle caps, right? Just another form of what currency? Yeah. We got people in Africa that got 200 Bitcoin. I'm gonna give you this good in exchange for this currency, right? Goods and services. And it's just gonna be another form. That's what you're saying? Because once it maxes out, once we mine all this quote unquote Bitcoin from the blockchain, we're cracking all these codes. All the Bitcoin is gonna be out in the earth, right? And then we just trade it around. That's what you're saying? Genuinely, I'm asking. Like, is that the concept?
What I'm saying is in a perfect world, right? If we were able to give everybody on the planet Bitcoin, everybody will have 300,000 Satoshis.
Yeah.
Satoshi, look at a Satoshi like a dollar, right? Everybody would have 300,000. Every 4 years, that 300,000 becomes more scarce because you have what do you call it? A halvening.
Yeah, the halving. Yeah.
Right. So that 300,000 is going to continue to create more and more value because it's going to become more and more scarce. Right. And what you have happening now is you have people who have the money finally realizing the technology and they're buying up all the Bitcoin. While you guys are talking about Cardano and all these other things that has not done no, I'm just hypothetically using a coin, right? But let's say Dogecoin. Dogecoin is inflationary. They put millions of coins every few months back on the network. It's never going to be this cash cow that's going to cash you out into a millionaire. That's bullshit.
No, I understand. Bitcoin and Ethereum. That's the two biggest, I'll say, best chances.
Even Ethereum is starting to become, because Ethereum is a centralized platform that it costs way too much to transact on a network. You can send just a $20 worth of Ethereum would be like $60 to $100 to transact.
I'll be doing Litecoin. Litecoin transaction fees are dirt cheap. Yeah.
Yeah, sir. I agree with that. But let's talk about the volume on Litecoin. It's not the same. People just aren't using it. People are using other layers of
Well,
Yeah,
I
he's in
told
other layers.
John. I told John earlier. I had a little nest egg, but I be gambling, fellas. I gamble, so I do the online crypto casinos type shit. So I'm gonna send my $2,000 Litecoin over to this wallet. I'm gonna gamble that, and I'm gonna take out 10. I'm generating cryptocurrency and then exchanging it for what's actually going to be accepted at 7-Eleven.
I
That's
rock
what
with
I'm
that.
doing.
Get cracked. He's a
Give
trader,
me
bro.
one
Like,
second.
rock
Give me
with
one
traders.
second, guys. I've been trying something new. Every hour on the hour, give or take a half hour or something, I try to chime in on a comment or something like that. Particularly one I find noteworthy. His ghetto point of view, John Galt, you got something special here. I think this is a better format than a super chat. You don't have to pay to get your comment up. Say something that captures my attention. I'll put it up and I'll comment on it. And it's free. Better than the super chat. What is Guarana? Guarana, I'm missing out on the super chats here. But anyway, as a he said, John Galt, you got something special here. I responded back and I said, it's truly a team effort. Get credit to me, HB2N, JG, HB admin. We got a couple of admins out there, the moderators and people like that to keep us going. Stanley, man, I don't mention Stanley's name, but the people hate or love Stanley, and he keeps us going. He's part of the overnight crowd typically. And I was like calling Stanley's name, Stanley, trying to bring him out of the bed yesterday. And now he comes on and he knows I'm about to leave, so I can't.
Oh, well, I just have a question for Rashu. It can wait.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, this is Dan. Are you done? Because we're
taking a little break to lighten it up a little bit.
Well,
go ahead.
My question is basically about the history of Bitcoin. Bitcoin was originally intended to be something that the government couldn't mess with. I think you made a comment to that effect a little while ago. My question is, if the government gets involved, and it wasn't the U.S. government, it was Trump who's talking, solving the national debt with Bitcoin. If the government gets involved, aren't you going to lose security at some point?
The word you were looking for, real quick.
Hold on, don't answer that question. That's a very good question, though, Stanley. It's a very good question. And I do want Rashu to comment on that. But again, we're at 5 minutes. Oh, no, I'm gonna give you the floor in 1 minute. Hold your thoughts, hold your powder dry. Again, we're at 5 minutes, bro. Again, it's been a labor of love here. I think we cleared up a lot of things while we're still here after demonetization. Nobody shed a tear. Not one motherfucker. If a nigga came on here crying, like, hey man, we demonetized, I probably wouldn't be like, man, you're the wrong person. We gotta find somebody new. But every morning go ahead.
I can't be here too much longer, so let me explain this, and I gotta go into my woman right quick. But listen, how can the government so-called get involved in something that they haven't created, right? So when you say a government is getting involved, the only thing that can mean in a Bitcoin context is that the government is buying Bitcoin for whatever reason, right? So
let me give you an example.
Right.
Microsoft and probably every OS out there has backdoors. The government didn't create Windows, but the FBI has backdoors into it.
You're assuming something, right?
I'm not assuming. That part I'm sure of.
Didn't I just mention a few minutes ago that government?
I wasn't listening to you a few minutes ago, so please
Stanley,
enlighten me.
You weren't listening, and maybe you need me to enlighten you. Slow down, sir. So what I'm saying is that a few minutes ago I mentioned that there have been multiple governments around the country who's tried to take Bitcoin from citizens and they cannot obtain it. So if you're talking about some backdoor, they would have already breached the back door to get the Bitcoin. Instead, they're getting it from, for example, Mount Gox, and all these other black Silk Road type of projects where they acquired Bitcoin because they seized a computer from an individual in real time. Right? So in order for them to participate in Bitcoin, they're just buying it like every other citizen. They're not getting into Bitcoin because they already would have done it, and they would have been able to take Bitcoin from sovereign citizens.
Okay, so your answer is no, the government can't get into it. You've answered my question.
Yes. And I kind of need to go, guys. I'm sorry.
All right,
I appreciate you having me on here.
Rashi, I keep
But
telling you we need to do a show, man, because again, you know, I have a little bit of a teaching background, and as soon as you mention Satoshi, people say, "What the fuck is that? A foreign language?"
Yeah,
And
Satoshi. Just look at a Satoshi as an individual unit of
nobody's
Bitcoin.
gonna, yeah, but when you mention it, you need to say just that what you just said to be an effective, you know.
That's why I tried to correlate it with a dollar. Like, just to look at it as a dollar out of $100.
I mean, like, but
Satoshi's the last name of the owner. I thought
but
he
you,
was.
I'm sorry, guys. I'll
you
talk to y'all.
know, it's going to take a lot of streams to get people up to speed on Bitcoin.
Oh man, that's why I don't even bother talking.
I mean, it's a very
it's not something that you can microwave, guys. We gotta break it down a little bit.
Hey,
Yeah,
if I'm dragging y'all down, fuck it, I'll leave. But yeah.
No, we gotta discuss what money is. That's the first problem. What's
the
money?
way-
Define money.
Hey Dan, this is the way we talk, man. We're happy to have a young guy like yourself here, man. You know,
I hope all his investment strategies work out. I'm just saying, I'm not drinking the Kool-Aid without knowing the flavor.
you know, again, Dan, you know, the thing is here, what I think is very beneficial for a young man like yourself is that you don't have to take, you know, there are more than one prescription here, or more than one person that has successful strategies. I'm in real estate. That's my game. I'm in software. I can teach
Yep, I'm in stocks. That's my game.
There you go. But Get Crack is more than stock, man. Tell them what you did before you did stocks. You know, Get Crack had a long.
Oh,
You know,
you mean
right?
job wise?
Right, job.
Yeah, I
Get
just
had a career. Start
I
off.
had a career.
Right. And then you have. Then go ahead. What'd you say, Dan? You asked Master.
What did he do? He said he had a career. What'd you do?
Oh, he wants to know, young man. Glad he got questions.
Well, so yeah, I just went to grad school all the way. So I did my electrical engineer, and it was easy back then because like the government had a lot of money. You got scholarships, things like that. You didn't have to pay too much, but a lot of my undergrad was already paid off by then because in high school, I met a small hat guy. You know what a small hat guy is? Anyway, Jewish guy. Yeah. So middle school, yeah. So he was my friend, like one of my best friends, and he told me about stocks. I never got into any of that if it wasn't for him. So in middle school, so in high school, I started reading the Wall Street Journal and things like that. That's how I got into stocks. Back in the old days, you didn't have any computers to be buying from. I think E-Trade only got started maybe later in high school when I was involved. But by that point, all you could do is get a phone call your broker, buy your stocks, let them bid in. So you have to set a price. That's what you had to do when you did orders. You said like, I want it at this price. Can you get it? How many shares? Blah, blah, blah. So, I told my parents, I didn't have money back then, but I told my parents, hey, you guys got spare money. Why don't you just put a few $1,000s in these companies? I picked them for you. So, my dad was never into stocks. He thought it was a scam. I think if you look at Garion, and people, they would look at a stock market just the same way as you're looking at Bitcoin right now. I don't know if it's a scam or not. I don't know. But all I can say is like, it has a number, has a price. People bid on it.
Yeah,
it's a market, right? It's a market. It has liquidity.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
So from that standpoint, you just buy something. So you look for something that's cheap that you think might go up later. So what I told him, one of the stocks that I told him to buy was Apple. It was at that point, everything was going to shit. You had the .com crash. Steve Jobs was just coming back, and that was a big winner. So it was essentially like you're
All
buying a
right.
stock at
We
$1.
We
Yeah.
all watched Wolf of Wall Street, right? We all watched it. Where did he start out? Selling penny stocks, telling them that Arrow Time engineer stock. That joint was not shit. He tricked somebody. There was a price. Somebody bought it. There was a market, but it wasn't
That's
worth
true.
anything.
Hey, Crack, can I expound on that comment you made about your parents being able to talk to me? Stop. But clearly, the first question I had is, damn, if they hadn't listened to you, where would they be now?
Yeah, they wouldn't pay off their first home. They wouldn't have paid off my education. Yeah.
He invested in Apple. Apple is fucking. That's a great investment.
You know
No,
what?
but it was shit back then. Back then, it looked like nothing. If
I
you were
know.
back in those days, you look at that back. Apple was going to be bankrupt. They didn't have Steve Jobs then. They had Gil Amelio. It had a bunch of
Amazon
CEOs
was
that.
a bookstore.
You're a young man. You're a
But
young
you
man.
wouldn't know. You wouldn't have
Amazon
known.
was a bookstore. I know, but
No,
You wouldn't have known the future.
I think
Hold on,
Bitcoin's
hold on, young man. Like, let Get Crack teach you seriously. Now you're very smart, young man. I can tell by some of the things you said, but I think Get Crack can teach you here. Get Crack. Do you remember? Did you ever read IBD?
Oh, Investor Business Daily. It
I
used to
could
be pretty popular.
I can name the acronyms and Get Crack. Know that shit.
Yeah, it was popular back then. It was run by a guy who was very famous, O'Neill, something O'Neill.
Oh yeah,
yeah. He was a big proponent of certain like investor theory. Yeah.
Right. And so Get Crack. Damn, I forget what I was going. Sometimes I get.
Some investments work out. Some don't. Look at NFTs for a big
Oh
example.
yeah. That's what I was going to ask you, Crack. If your parents hadn't listened to your advice, you know, things would have been totally different for them, right?
Yeah. Everything has a risk to it. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, Craig, I remember when I was growing up, we're about the same age. I used to wake up every morning, man, and Bloomberg used to give us like 2 hours, like 5 to 7 in the morning. I get up and I watch it, and I would memorize my fucking tickers. You know, and so I have a story very similar to yours, and that I told my parents this must have been back in the 80s. Buy Nike. And they had bought Nike back then, they would have been, just like your parents.
Didn't bro leave saying they can't seize it? It's been on the fucking screen the entire time. They seized that shit. 3.36 billion.
Right. So, I totally get where you're coming from. Get Crack when you tell that story. It's very interesting. Rashu, he's left now, but here's again.
I know he's left. I'm aware.
But here's an article again where the U.S. government did seize some Bitcoin. So
and
when
to elaborate a little bit, just a little bit, to think the government can't do whatever they want is crazy.
Back.
It's crazy though.
She was back. Here we are. Rashu back. Go ahead, guys.
Hey, Rashu.
Yeah. So can we talk about how they seized the Bitcoin? Because I did mention this
It
before.
was an illegal Silk Road market and stuff. Yeah. Go ahead, say it. I mean,
wait, you're saying what, sir?
Just Silk Road selling drugs this and the third. So yeah, I guess it was illegal drug money.
Yeah, and do you know how they seized the Bitcoin from Ross? What's his name? Ross something, I forget, but the owner of Silk Road.
What, they sent it to a different wallet, and it's on the blockchain?
No, they caught him and grabbed his laptop from he was in a coffee, like a Starbucks.
I know that story because it happened in San Francisco. They
had to physically seize his laptop where his coins were stored.
You know what they did? They did that. They fucking found him.
Yeah, sir. I mentioned that before I got off the panel.
He was operating a black market drugstore, one of the biggest ones, one of the most infamous ones. So I don't know. I feel like he would have been a lot harder to catch if they wanted the main population.
What are you talking about right now? How is this against Bitcoin?
Yes, it wasn't. They caught him because he wanted to kill someone. That was the reason.
He hired hitmen. He was getting robbed.
But you could do that with any kind of money.
Allegedly.
So,
but
Did
they
y'all
were
ever make
following
oil?
and trailing him for a reason. But they could not get the Bitcoin unless
denying.
they had the device that the Bitcoin was stored on, because it's not stored on any exchange. The guy owned it.
What if the internet gets wiped out one day? Where's all your tech?
Hey, bro,
that argument.
Yeah, well, they have miners.
Well.
They have miners off planet right now in satellites.
Oh,
you have
right, bro. Shit.
Oh,
It all
Well,
makes
you
sense to
think I'm
me.
just
I'd
lying? You
rather
think I'm lying about this shit?
no, I don't. They probably do. But
Hold
I'd
on,
just
sir.
rather buy a house. I'd rather buy shelter. I
Sir,
don't.
buy
nobody.
whatever you want to buy. But when you have this
Right.
conversation
All
about
right, bro.
Bitcoin, we have to
Done
Let
be
me
distinguish
let me
between.
offer one bit of advice
be
here.
wearing a Bitcoin shirt, bro.
People should invest in what they're comfortable with.
Right.
Okay,
Exactly,
if you're not
exactly,
comfortable with
exactly.
Bitcoin, don't buy Bitcoin.
Don't invest.
Period.
Well,
Exactly.
and the other
But
thing too is
also, don't
Rashu.
sit up here and spread lies as if it's something that's compromised when it's not. Learn about it first, or ask questions to somebody who might know a little bit more about it before you just start talking about it's a scam, it's this and it's
I
that.
believe
When
it's a scam. I'm gonna tell you, I believe it's a scam, and I've been said it's my belief. Next question: did y'all ever
beliefs
order anything off the
are
Silk Road?
assholes, bro. Everybody has them.
Okay. Did y'all ever order anything off
Talk
the
about
Silk Road?
You know what?
technology,
I
different
love
conversation.
it. I love it when people say that I'm going to say what I want to say. That basically means you don't think before you speak.
I don't believe in Bitcoin,
Okay,
bro. Are y'all all gonna
you
die on
are
the show?
basic in we call people like you loose cannons.
I hear it, bro. I don't know. I'm tired of going on and on about it.
No,
I
he's
hope,
not.
I
He's
hope
not even that
Bitcoin hits
bad,
a
man.
million.
Man,
I hope
he's a good
Bitcoin
sport
hits a
about it.
million, bro.
Dan, you're being a good sport about it
Thank
if you want
Yeah.
my
Hey,
Well,
Dan. Dan,
I
can
don't
I
think
interject a
you're
comment
being
real quick? Hey,
Yeah,
Dan.
go ahead.
One way to look at it is once you get past that, whether it's a scam or not, right? It's here to stay. How do I make money? That's why I'm on the stream, because I want to hear Rashu and all these people. I'm not. I've already accepted the fact that it don't make sense to
just
me.
like
But how do I make money? And that's the beauty about all these others on the
now listen.
panel.
I'm gonna agree with that. Just like Donald Trump 2019 when he railed against crypto, he's now saying he might pay off U.S. debt with it. Maybe he can convince me. Maybe I can see more things that will then convince me, and I get in at a later date. So what? But I'm just saying right
and
now.
that's literally, bro. That's literally what happened to
Right,
me.
can I
Because
can
when
I,
I
can I
got into
All right. I feel like
let me comment to
hmm.
Dan to kind of like clear the air here before we move on. There's two things out here. I think Rashu has more or less come at Bitcoin from a believer in the technology angle. Get crack and say, hey, I don't give a shit what it is. It got numbers, don't it?
right, you're just trying to make money.
I do crypto
Right.
transactions.
Matt, hold on one second, Dan. Hold on one second, Dan. So I think you have two different perspectives within the same panel. Crack is saying, I don't give a damn what the ticker, as long as you got numbers in the market. Rashid is saying, I believe in the technology. You can believe in one, both, or neither.
Yep.
I'm here with real estate. Okay, you like real estate? Cool. You got someone to talk to. I am the guy. I have some expertise in that
Yeah.
arena. If you say, hey, man, I want to buy a business or something like that, well, you got Master Kim up here to discuss that with. So I wouldn't get too hunkered down on what you believe has no opportunity and focus on the things where you do believe in, because you're gonna have to put your money and energy in things that you believe in and not worry about the things that you don't. So if there's something you believe in that you want to talk about, let's talk about that, right? Let Rashu talk to the people who are on the fence or who are already believers. You guys
Right. The goal is not to argue about it.
Right.
We just need to have a conversation.
But the value of what you guys have talked about is that, I much prefer, like, and I've said it here before. You hear me guys all the time. I never say, "Hey man, give me some compliments," right? I never say that. Give me some criticism. Give me something to make things better. And I think that that is kind of the case
Well,
with business.
yeah.
Focus
I mean,
on
this. Look,
Mhm.
I'm showing 300K wagered in crypto. I deal with a lot of crypto, bro. But I'm taking profit at one point. Is what I'm telling you, bro.
No, you
Taking
always should
profit.
take profit, but don't get things misconstrued, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like Master Kim brought up Cardano a while ago, right? I
Yeah.
bought Cardano at 7 cents. Well, 3 to 7 cents, right? Right now, Cardano is about 50 cents. Cardano went up to $3 and something. I don't remember what it was. The first thing I did when it did that is I sold, because I understand the technology in Cardano. Cardano is not going to be some future gold or something, or some Microsoft company. It's not that, bro. You need to look at the technology. You need to look at the community
All right, can
behind
you
it.
explain the distinction between the two, Cardano and Bitcoin? Explain the
Dan,
difference in the
Dan, what I would suggest to you, honestly, man, like while you have
go research myself.
no, hell
Right.
no, like no. You're a believer in something else, man. You have some people up here that can give you some advice as a young man in the direction that you seem to want to go. You should put your energies there and don't focus on things that if you don't believe in something, why the hell you
Hey,
focus on
we
it,
can stop talking about Bitcoin right now. I'm
right?
gonna sleep the same.
Right. So if you
Want to do
because
it? Let's do it.
what big,
But I'm
big
gonna address this ghetto point of view. Bitcoin haters truly believe and are getting mad because they're upset on missing out. Like I said, I got in at like 28. All right, that's pretty good.
28 cents.
No,
That's pretty good.
$28,000 for a Bitcoin. That's right. It's not the
That's
best.
for the
Not the
Bitcoin. No, I
best.
thought you were talking about Cardano. My bad. Go ahead.
Because they love Bitcoin on the low. Short term, it's a lot of volatility and a buzz around it. Yeah, I don't know what to believe, fellas. I
well,
just don't.
you're in it. You're gonna have to make a decision at some point. So
I know.
if you want to get into real estate, or if you want to get into a business, you have the people on the panel to bounce some questions off of. So
All right, but if we're in a business relationship
ghetto,
and I sit here and I don't believe in something,
his ghetto point of view knows what he's talking
you don't. Again, you wouldn't waste 30 minutes of your time if someone's talking about something you don't believe in. You can move on. Just imagine you're in a room. You got to work the room. So you've talked to the Bitcoin guy. Now, who do you want to talk to? You want to talk to Master Kim?
I talked to you about the real estate, couple properties, and basically how you got into it. It's kind of common sense.
Yeah, very common sense.
Yeah, I need
Master
to go
Kim
back to
was
the
showing
back, man. I got
stocks
company
early
over
in the
there. I'll
minute
holler at
or
y'all.
earlier in the morning.
See you,
Master
Rusty.
Kim showed stocks early in the morning. Craig, what do? You do like stock exchanges and shit as well?
No, that's all I do is just do stocks and trading. But I mean, but I'm not opposed to Bitcoin per se, and whether
I'm not
technology is
opposed to it
good or
either.
not. But the thing is, because like I don't treat anything as an absolute. Everything is a portion of my wealth. You're gonna have some real estate. You're gonna
Oh, so
have
you
some stock.
diversified your portfolio?
That's what you should have to do by the end of it, and that's the problem. It's like maybe if your capital is small, you don't want to do that too quickly, and you might say, well, Bitcoin's not for me. Or maybe you're a bigger risk taker and you want to assume that that's the only way to get money really quickly. That's why I got my parents to buy like crap like Apple and whatever, because that's the way to get money really quickly from a few thousand, right? I didn't do
So
any
do you think
options. I didn't do anything like that. So you can talk to other people. We have Dennison on the panel sometimes. He does options
I'm gonna ask
trading.
bottom middle with the purple in the
And we
background. What do you invest in? What do you invest in? With the suit on, I don't know his name. What's his name?
Talking about
it's Stanley.
Stanley. What do you invest in mostly? Where do you make your money?
Right now, it's pretty much all in mutual funds.
Mutual funds, and then
Yeah, I mean, I'm a lazy investor. While I,
hold on, Stanley, young man. Stanley is retired. Stanley was in the military. He also worked in the. Let's just say he worked after leaving the military. I don't know exactly what he did. So, and his children are grown. His child is grown. So he's somewhat of an empty nester recently. Is that correct, Stanley?
Yeah.
All right. So there you go. All right. So he probably is interested in how you've attained,
child.
Point. So go ahead.
Well, yeah, pretty much maintaining. I mean, I'm not going to do anything awfully aggressive. Now, the other thing is I've also, I basically in the family, there's property, several properties, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm at a different stage of life than you are.
All right. So hold on one point. Hold on one point so we can level it. So at this point, what you're saying is I don't think Master Kim spoke yet. But you got crack. You got you have me, real estate guy. You've had the Bitcoin guy. You'll hear from Master Kim. Then you have Stanley, where there is some generational assets as well, which it serves as a buffer
Mm.
retirement.
I'm
Right.
not gonna lie. Just as a stream too, real quick. I like to make the production a little better. Y'all need
Yeah.
like an intro, right? You come in. I don't know. Come in. Real estate. You come in. Stocks. You come in. I'm retired. I'm at the top. Something. Because yeah, you all do something different, and then you could broadcast it to a wide variety of people.
I like that.
Excellent.
I like
Well,
that idea.
let me add a quick caveat though. I've got an 18-year-old, and at some point he's going to need advice. That's why I like sitting in and hearing young people talk about this. You
Oh
can
no.
you can be damn sure some of this information is going to be passed on to him.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly.
You know, Stanley, you never mentioned that before, and I'm glad you mentioned that. That's an angle
Well, dude, I'm not dumb.
No, I,
Yeah, man. What are you doing, John?
I do actually listen to y'all.
but you know, I can't think of everything. You know what I'm saying? And again, you know, Dan, I think that's one of the things that you can take. One of the more valuable lessons that you can take from that is foresight. Being able to listen to conversations for the forward planning, not only for you, but maybe for your children, your offspring, and that is what Stanley just expressed there. And in business, that's going to be very key, man. Listening to people who have some knowledge that you don't have any understanding of, because those people, you know, are oftentimes going to be willing to open doors for you. Just by you being willing to listen and being curious. You know, I'll tell you a story. One time I was at the district chop house, man, and I was standing there and you know, I read a lot, guys, and so I was standing there next to a guy and he was in security business. He had been installing some kind of security systems at the airport.
Mm.
And by the fact that I was able to talk to him about that because I had been reading some articles about it, he offered me a job right there on the spot, right there, just having a drink at a district chop house. And so just being willing to listen and also having curiosity of your own. You see how I've picked this Garana, whoever this troll was. Even with a troll, there can be something productive that come in. You'll learn something, right? And so your willingness to sit here and accept the feedback of guys that are older than you, you could be somewhere spending that money you saved, listening to chasing some young girls. And that shows that you're much farther ahead than most people your age. We don't have many young viewers. Would you say this fair, guys?
Thank you, bro. Well, thank you, bro. Thank you, man.
Yeah. I bought my first house when I was 21, so I was a little bit, you know, right around,
Bro,
right around your age.
it was different back then. The market was, but I got offered a job one time. I was knocking doors, yo, doing door-to-door sales. I'm not green, bro. I've done a little of a lot, right? And some dude offered me I got a car sales job, but it was up in Frederick, like Virginia. It was just too far of a commute to get there at like 8 a.m. So I didn't take it, but I don't know. People offered me jobs before in my life.
Well, anyway,
randomly.
let Master Kim tell you about himself, man. You're gonna love
Yeah,
Master.
Well, how do you make your money, bro? How do you make your
Oh yeah,
money?
Dan, just real quick. There's one thing I guess I wanted to mention. Every single day, I learn something new from everyone on the panel, and I'm like, I wish I could jot notes down. Sometimes it's nowhere around. For example, Dennison, right, who's a personality comes on the show, is a very expert trader on options. He doesn't mess with puts. So until he mentioned it yesterday, I thought he did calls and puts, right? And and then Rashu, he doesn't trade. He just buys, and I'm assuming hold long. So everyone on the panel, and then Get Cracked watches the charts, doesn't read any of the white papers, any of the goobly got data. He just watches the metrics of the charts and he pulls the trigger. So everyone on the panel has got their own little slick way of that they make money for themselves, and the family. And they're not trying to sell anyone. They're not trying to trade for anyone. And it's very stunning. So my background is small business. So I call it the merchants of despair, the liquor stores, the fish fries, the buy
I
you
heard you
buy it
earlier.
stores,
You were saying like 60 Sunoco's or something like that.
the check
Yeah.
cashing. No. I wholesale gas. I'm a K1 partner in a gas station, a Sunoco gasoline distribution business. So, and my partner is the stronger partner. And the reason I say all of the nuances is because you never, in the future, if you can prevent it, you always want to get in business to be an equal partner. If not, you're the strong partner, because the strong partner controls the bank account, but they also control how we file our taxes. And it's kind of like a marriage. Unless you want an unhappy marriage, you demand to see full financials, and a partnership that just doesn't happen all the time. So the reason I say all this is, I want to make money the way smart people do it. In addition to my small retail, therefore doing options, doing crypto, all that stuff. So that's why I feverishly listen to every single podcast I can, and try to take notes to see how smart money's doing it. And here you are, Dan, on the show, same thing. You're scratching your head too about Bitcoin. I'm
Yeah.
ahead
But
of
I've hashed
you,
it out with my
but
boys
slightly.
outside of this channel. I've made my decision on Bitcoin. I'm sorry,
But there,
fellas. I'm sorry that it is.
no. I'm glad to hear that you too
There's no reason to be
are,
sorry.
are, are scratching your head about that, because you're not the only one. But as soon as I gave up on it trying to make sense, then it becomes, how do I make money? Therefore, I listen to Rashu, but not only Rashu, Get Cracked to me, and all the others giving their feedback, and they're doing it in an insincere way. In fact, John, I think somehow you need to take your financial guys and have them treated as like royalty, so that anyone that logs in the panel got to watch how they talk to them, because the days that the Get Cracked,
Bro, the
the
hard
Rashus,
hours and all that shit,
and
it's
the
not
and
gonna
the
be productive.
Denzels,
I'm gonna tell you that.
denizens don't come to I mean, they're such key people, so they almost need to be addressed a little bit differently. And I know you don't roll like that, John, right?
That
I do. Hey, man, there's a difference in people.
Listen, the
I go
YouTube
by,
space and all this is the younger generation.
I go by
What
the
if you
Jimmy
made a
Jones.
second? What if you
Hold on,
made a second demonetized channel? And you
hold
can
on,
go fuck around over there if you want.
hold on 1 second. We got a caller here, man. We've been
You're good. Take it.
Keep in mind, John, that's my Asian part. I'm risk adverse, just like
You only telling
so
God in the afternoon now. Who's calling? Sometimes these people are calling, fucking hang up before I can take the call. Sorry about
Bro,
that.
I did that earlier.
Yeah.
I picked up. You picked up. I said hello. You ain't say
I
shit.
think I wasn't connected to my roadcaster at the time.
What's that? What's a roadcaster?
Let me show
Is
you.
it a firewall?
I like
type
you, young
form
man.
of security?
Like young man, I make my impressions of Master Kim. In your business, have you ever made like snap decisions off people?
Have I ever made snap decisions on what?
Off people, like Master Kim. You be like, you know what? You make just see something in somebody, you be like that person got it. I'm looking for. You ever before?
Okay, have I ever made snap decisions about individuals, like judging their character and coming up to some quick?
So in business, right, Mr. Kim, let's say you run restaurants and shit like that, right?
Yes.
And so you're looking for an employee, right? And he comes at you, and it could be one thing that person said, and you're like, yeah, that's what I'm looking for right there.
Yes.
I don't know. I'm just a sponge, bro. I'm trying to soak it up. But I'm not saying I can give advice to y'all. I got advice for y'all.
Young man, stop. We're gonna take your advice. I promise you.
Yeah.
I want to hear your advice, just like I wanted to hear that fucking troll in the audience. You understand? That's why I ain't left yet. I had something to do. I told you 2 hours early.
Wait, you want to hear this shit? If you want the trolling, bro, it's your channel.
No, I don't want to hear no fucking trolling right now. But the reason why I kept addressing that troll was because I do like to hear what people have to say. That's the only way I've been able to.
Let me take you down a little history course of what I've seen, right? And you can keep addressing them, but I'm gonna show you what I think.
We're not talking about trolling anymore. I was just using that as an example. But you asked about a road. Fuck them trolls, man. Hey, here's what a roadcaster.
I'm gonna show you what a troll.
I don't care about this shit.
All right, bro.
Troll, man. Like, let me show you what a roadcaster is.
They're gonna keep coming back. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm
good. That's good. It's a better sign than if they weren't showing up at all, right? We're winning. we can control the people we don't want to let in. But
integrated audio production
the biggest issue in business, Master Kim, is that people are coming in. Am I wrong, Master Kim? You got a problem with the ones coming in your door.
All right, that's a fact. I can't argue with that statement.
Coming in,
you want
just
foot traffic.
Right.
You want foot traffic. Yeah.
The trolls are a sign.
Stand corrected.
Hey, right. Hey, man, shit. This is what it is. I understand business. So you want to know what a road podcaster is? That's what a road podcaster is. Then I said, you know what? Fuck this shit. Sometimes I go on the road and I want to go light, and then I'm thinking about doing a studio. So let me show you what I bought to kind of go along with that. Hopefully they'll have it here. So I bought this, right? So this is the smaller version. Damn, I'm gonna put them side by side. So you can see this is the smaller version. Are you able to see my screen? Oh, you see this?
Yes.
My bad, I was muted, but yeah.
No, that's okay. So this is the smaller version, right? And so someone was talking about in the chat, you spent $2,000, right? Like, man, I really had to calm my fucking self down sometimes, Mexican. That's why I had to Mexican. I really had to calm myself down sometimes. No bullshit.
Example A, you just raised your voice off a stupid and
man, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. I know. You right. You 100% right. You know what I'm saying?
OG. Chat always wins. Chat always wins. Don't fight them. I'm trying to tell you. You can't take them serious. No.
But again,
I've been around these parts.
Chat always wins.
If y'all took me to a business meeting, I'd be all ears, right?
But this is a business. This is a business.
Me.
The trolls are gone.
I'm gonna let you. I get what you're saying. Let them stay and shit, but you see how you just let it slip a little bit.
I'm trying to teach you something about all them trolls, man. They're gone. You don't see me.
All right, show me the road shit. Show me the road shit. But I was like, you see how you almost slipped up a little bit? $2,000. Don't fuck
about it, man. I'm trying to teach you something.
Don't get
man, bro, I'm having a beautiful time over here. I call and you know what I'm saying. I call my client. This is a road podcast, and let me show you guys the full screen. Let me see. Let me take this shit down. So this is what the person is talking about, the $2,000 he speaks of, right? So how about these two, right? This is my travel buddy. So if you look at some of my more recent streams out on the street, this is what I use. This is the Duo. But when I'm here right now, I'm using the big boy, the podcaster too, where I can have like 6 people in.
You bought both of them?
Yeah, man. I bought both because the first time I went to York, what?
Well, I was gonna say I got a $250 pair of like PC headphones. I got a Scuff controller that was like another $200. Like I bought stupid shit, but it made me happy. It did make me happy.
Understand that? There you go. See, young man, you're hitting on something. And then so the first time we did some streams, and I bought this. Right, let me see if I can show you. So I bought this, and I was listening to the audience, and let's see if I can show it to you. So I bought this. I bought this right here.
I've been thinking about a standalone mic as well. I don't know.
So if you see this right here, I bought this, and then we were going out on the streets doing streams. It's not that expensive. You see, it's only $100. And then I bought 2 more. 1, 2, 1.
What the fuck?
Yeah, 1 more. I'm sorry. But I also bought a Yeti. So I have 3 mics. So I'm like, the first time I went out on the street, I got tired of moving my mics around. So I said, let me buy 2. 1 for the other person, 1 for me. And so that's what the person does. So you add that to the one. That's $200 more plus the Yeti plus the mic stands. Yeah, I guess you're right at about $2,000, and that is what the person was talking about when they mentioned the $2,000 spent. And so then there was the the issue where they couldn't understand, like, damn, why would you spend that kind of money? And then you now are demonetized, and I think they still can understand it. So then I showed you guys the weed, right? that
Yeah.
one of the panelists sent me, and he sent like 2 bags of this. He
Yo, a
sent.
panelist sent you weed. Do you
Yeah,
know him? Or are you about to just smoke
I
weed from a
know him on
stranger?
the stream. He sent this right here, right? He sent some
This
lasers.
is where the pay piggies come from. That's where that word comes from.
No. There's some other
Oh, all
term
right.
in
Oh,
another
all right.
sphere of YouTube. So then I got all of that, and then Master Kim, he's up here. He sent me some tickets. I went to the event that I never had been to before, and so I'm sitting here thinking, like, my first premonition was, do I really need super chats, man? I don't even. Honestly, it's a turnoff to me, and I don't even like.
I told you, fuck
If
a
you
super
be,
chat. They're hard to come by. Do a
if
membership channel.
yeah, that's true too. Maybe I've closed that door for me. I don't know. Maybe we'll see what happens here. But I think that again, you can't put a value on what Master Kim did here. Not just for me. I told a story a while back. Maybe it was on CT Story, and someone asked me. I think Stanley. I think you were here when I told the story about Dr. Dre. Stanley, you remember that story?
I'm not sure I was here.
And you asked me the question, well, are you an altruist? Are you altruistic or something like that? You remember that? You remember you asked me that?
Yeah, I do.
Right. I have
Hey,
a
I'm
good
about to come back in on my phone because I'm about to step outside smoke a cig. So I'm gonna be in backstage. All right, man.
yeah. And so you remember, Stanley, you asked me, am I an altruist? And I had just previously given an explanation for well, what was the basis for you asking me that? Do you remember that? You don't remember the basis for you
I
asking me that?
remember it, but I don't remember the details.
I do. Yeah. Someone says John sounds super drunk, but John is cognizant enough to remember a minute.
That's relative.
People see what the fuck they want to see. That's what I'm explaining to you, and they don't see what they don't see, right? They can't. They have no mind to expand themselves to see what they don't see, and that, I think, explains the Garana person where she keeps talking about super chat, because again, in her worldview, everyone needs a super chat to survive. All these people are dancing just to make a living. So I was talking about the Dr. Dre, and man, I wish I could find that shit in Stanley. And you tripped me up a little bit because you like, are you altruistic? The Dre inspiration. Does anyone remember me talking about that? Does anyone remember me? Does anyone remember me talking about that? Get cracked. Do you remember me talking about that?
Barely.
I remember you talking. I don't remember the details.
Yeah, I don't remember the details either. We do so many streams now, man. We've only been doing this for 2 months. 2 months, and we have so much content. It's crazy.
I was gonna ask, when did you start this shit? Because 600
2
is a
months,
decent number.
bro. That's why it's
600 is
so
decent.
disorganized. Like, to you, Dan, we look like we're insane. Like, we just jump from this
No,
topic to
trust me.
this
I
topic.
want you to know
But
it's 8 other situations happening like this right now. Probably worse.
none of this was planned, dude. Like, we just started with like a trucking show mostly, right? That was it. And some Bitcoin talk a little bit, right? Some politics.
Right.
Yeah.
But
a
bro,
little bit of Master Kim. Yeah, very little.
This shit was not haphazard. And that's one thing I want you to understand. Like, bro, like deep down in the recesses of my mind, I thought,
Oh, your beautiful mind, John. Break it down for us. How did you plan it?
Hey, listen, we go all the way back to COVID, honestly.
Stanley's gonna hate this.
He's like, nah, this ain't about that. I remember the trucker strikes and the supply line logistics and all that shit. And I studied logistics and shit like that in college. And so that trucker situation really interested me because I saw how, the bigger lay of the land of the business and things like that. So I said, that's interesting. The trucker, this shit impacts everybody. Everybody has to play with the truckers.
AI is taking that.
Yeah, somebody said you were talking about. Yeah, I found that quote, by the way, and I'm going to get to it in just 1 second. So the trucker show, if you really want to know how it came about, honestly, and I have to temper myself, honestly, because people may think, well, you throwing shade at somebody and nothing like that. So I have to really mute what I say because I don't want anyone to take things wrong. But what I will say is this, and I told Master Kim that I was talking about this just a second ago. Like when you're working amongst people and labor, trustworthy, honest labor is paramount. Would you say, Master Kim? Master Kim's on mute. But trustworthy labor, anyone.
Absolutely. If the trust is there, that is paramount.
Right.
Absolutely, number one.
You may have a viable business. If you don't have trustworthy labor, you'll be out of business before you know it, right? Am I wrong, Master Kim? I'm definitely correct about that.
Yes.
So as a businessman, I've had these experiences where, sometimes you have labor that's not so great, but they're trustworthy. Sometimes you have labor that's great, but they're not so trustworthy. You have to find a way to work with both of those if you want to be successful, because the people that aren't so successful can only work with the optimal candidate. Well, there are not many optimal candidates. So then you have to find everyone had bumps and bruises in their background. But the key component, I think, of running a successful business is being able to identify talent. The talent that you can fit into the position that works for you. Jimmy Johnson, and I've talked about it on this stream, he's saying, everybody gets judged differently. Superstars play by different rules. Then
Can I say something to that, John? To what you're talking about?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Hey man, listen, my dad he's a contractor and he got some great workers, man. But they did, and I used to work with these guys back in the day before I started doing this electronic work. But man, they did my parents are getting ready to sell the house that I grew up in, essentially, so they can move down south. And they had these guys doing some work in the house, man. And I brought some of my stuff over there just for storage purposes, right? I kept it in the basement, and I had a bunch of bullets in one of my coats or whatever you want to call it. And I came over there after they did the work, man, just to get some bullets. I was about to do some shooting, and they stole all my bullets, man. And I'm like, come on, guys.
Bro, they
Like,
took
man.
it? They took your bullets?
Yeah,
nobody else was in the basement, bro. It was just them.
It was me and two buddies. We went over to, let's just say, Buddy B's house. Buddy C fucking tried to pocket an iPod Touch. Yeah, y'all know how old that shit is. Why are you even trying to steal an iPod Touch? Be weird shit like that.
Yo, do I sound drunk right now?
But weird shit that you
I may be shit. Do I sound drunk right now?
No, you don't. I don't
No,
know.
you don't.
What do you want to do with
These
this YouTube
guys,
shit, bro?
these guys don't know who you are, sir. They don't.
Hey, but someone,
every day, all day.
I started leading out about the Dr. Dre, and is Salmon still? Okay, great, Salmon's still here. And so I started talking about the Dr.
I'm writing
Dre
storylines.
So I started
go on.
I started talking about the Dr. Dre interview, and it really hit home with me. And this was years ago, bro. I don't know what year it was, and I don't have the full text of the interview, as you can see here, because he went on to say other things. And the other things that he said what really struck me, what really hit home with me. But if you look here, he said, someone approached me about working with Michael Jackson. And I did say no because I like working with new artists or people that I've worked with in the past. I can develop them from the ground up. There's no set standard that I have to live up to or anything like that. Excuse me, I'm so sorry. And then he went on to say, like, the feeling, the sensation of seeing a Snoop Dogg come out and get mobbed by fans gave him much more joy than doing a beat for Michael Jackson or the joy of his own self admiration, other admiration for himself.
Hey, John.
Sure.
Even Ice Cube highlighted this quote on his recent podcast with PBD. He highlighted the fact that Dr. Dre took more he got more of a reward behind putting on other folks that he knew versus to the mainstream hype people.
On my soul, there's this community that I kind of just burned a bridge with because I was done with it. But I picked the two people that I thought could actually make it, right? One channel with 13,000 subscribers. Shout out Robert, right? I'm not gonna link it because I don't want to blow his shit up yet. I'm gonna let it play out. And there's one other channel, fucking Pedro, 75,000 subscribers. I damn near told him, yo, y'all got potential, but you need to rap. Whole shit's going on. A lot of drama. They got stuck in the bullshit. I might see it might happen to y'all, right? It could happen to y'all.
Well,
I say y'all gotta go hash it out, talk it out. I'm writing a storyline. They're doing a debate, bringing the communities together.
Well, there's nothing really
100
to
Ks.
hash out. There's nothing really to hash out right there. You know, again, I was just interested in the back and forth.
No.
But so
there's
someone
shit to hash out with them. That's what I'm saying. And I
well,
was the catalyst to bring those two opposing channels together. 100,000 subscribers. I sent the email.
There are no opposing challenges here, but you know, back to the Dr. Dre quote.
I'm talking about some unrelated shit, bro.
Yeah, it's true. And so you know, when I saw HB, I'm like, man, you know, HB's got a good voice, good, you know, banter with people sitting there like him.
He drops the hard R, bro.
And he's a truck. And he's a truck driver, and he's intelligent. He's not a stupid person. Master Kim, tell me I'm wrong about that. American Man, I don't know if you're still here. Most of you guys would comment if you were to comment on HB.
HB is dope.
Right?
John, you gotta play his intro song.
He's rough around the edges.
HB is a good guy,
he's
man.
He's rough around the edges. He sounds intelligent.
He's an improver, man. He's a good
improver. Actually, I don't think he's rough around the edges at all. I think he's pretty
the
polished.
hard R is the hard R is the rough edge.
Hold on.
That's the rough edge.
Time out, Dan.
Remember,
Dan. I want to hear your feedback. But Stanley is probably our most critical person on the panel, right?
I'm about to be. I got you. Don't worry.
Right now, you know, and I value your opinion. I do want to hear more of your insight. But Stanley, you know, if HB was, you know, Stanley, go ahead, chime in on HB. Right?
No, I you know what? I actually don't even think he's a guy. Have you ever heard him? Just listening to him yesterday about the Amish. I mean, that isn't unpolished.
Yeah, you know, I think he definitely has some talent on the radio, and you know, and Mexican as a businessman, right? You ever taken an employee that had a raw talent, but he needed a little polishing? You say, "Well, shit, if I could just polish it up a little bit, man, I got something," right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And that's my cousin Gabriel. That remember you heard him on the podcast about a month ago. Oh no, I said I was going to bring him up.
Yeah, you got to bring him up.
Yes, 100%, absolutely. What I now just to switch gears real quick, I think Stanley being tolerant or not making a big deal, but it says a lot because Stanley's the first to point someone's fault or weakness, and so that means a lot that even Stanley is put it into the proper perspective. As far as the R word being used on your podcast.
And
I've only been here a day, but I'm becoming a little critical of some of the aspects, right? And it's just to say, like, the YouTube channel side of things.
Well, you're gonna develop an opinion about everybody who speaks.
I would say don't be too.
No. I've seen shit that succeeds. You've done a lot more business deals, right?
Well, the thing is that John has.
I'm walking you through questions. You gotta answer the question.
Yeah, I said. I'm sorry.
So, motherfucking, if I were to do a business deal, I'm gonna let you lead it. You know what's gonna work, what's not gonna work. You've seen the trick plays before. You know what's gonna go down. You've seen this before, right?
Right.
Hold on.
All right.
Can I make?
Let him. Let's not talk about it.
All right. You will polish me up on a business side. I can clean this channel up a little bit, bro. I swear.
Hey man, you know, I invite you to come back, man. You know, this is like in some sense, it's like a community channel. We welcome your feedback. we oftentimes ask for suggestions on topics. So, man, hey, any help is appreciated. Look, you see the Cash App banner right here. You see it's 3 people names on the bottom. Whenever we give attribution to people that have helped grow the channel, I've started including Stanley, everyone, Rashu, like it's not just me, bro. So you are more than welcome to come and contribute in any form of fashion that you see fit. And see, this is what I'm saying to you, from a business owner standpoint. Not many people in business, I'll be honest with you, and I've been doing business for a very long time, have
Yeah.
anything come to you with anything to offer without like some quid pro quo. Just doesn't happen. And oftentimes everyone playing their angles, right, Master Kim? Am I wrong?
Yep, you are
There's
exactly
always
right.
some sort of baggage with it.
Always something. And so here you are offering me unsolicited advice.
Constructive criticism.
Whatever you want. But it's
It's
unsolicited, and I'm sitting here listening to you, and I'm inviting you to come back and give me more.
That's what a consultant is, bro.
Yeah, well, yeah. I'm getting your consultant. You're a young man. I would love to appeal to your demographics. 23. I look at my analytics. I know what's going on. I would love to appeal to some 23-year-old people. By virtue of you being on here, you've opened me up to another demographic that I haven't had a lot of success with. So I really appreciate you coming on here, and I hope you come back again. And I want you to give your critique, your constructive criticism, however you want to call it, because all my life, man, I've listened to everything that everyone bad had said about me, because the good people, the ones that you have around you, they have nothing but good things to say about you. So I welcome the whatever the critique. So go ahead, man.
Well, I don't know. I've interacted, like I said, there's 2 channels that I decided to actually reach out on a separate level and say, listen, you guys can actually build something from this, because I've seen everything going into the toilet. 75,000 subscribers on one channel, 13 on the other. They didn't even fuck with each other. I said, y'all need to step aside, step back, stop all this bullshit, and go do a debate or something. Bring it together. Y'all need to actually have a conversation, shit like that. Because I've seen some of the aspects of these 2 channels, and both of them were on the downcline. And so I don't know. And all I'm gonna say is, if you had 75,000 subscribers, bro, they don't be dropping the hard R. They're a little polished. You feel me? And so I don't know. I'm gonna say, yeah, you can't be dropping the hard R. Can't be dropping the hard R. You just can't.
There's some credence to what you say. I don't deny you.
That, and I did have one more point too.
Oh, sure, go right ahead.
24-hour stream is hard to maintain. I'm not saying it won't work, but these are big ambitions. That's what I'm gonna say.
Well, as I say to you, if I were to be honest with you, it was somewhat of a conversation that I had, or a thought that I had, kind of spontaneous. A lot of times when you're in business, man, you throw shit up at the wall to see what sticks, right? And maybe it sticks, maybe it doesn't. But it's worth
like I
trying.
said, maybe it could work. And I just said it's a big ambition over there. And I'm gonna relate this to a TV show. Imagine a TV series is going on 24/7, right? People are missing a lot. Other people, these people are missing that. These other people are missing this other thing. Versus if you let's say noon till 5, everyone, all of your channel subscribers know from noon to 5. Oh, we got to go watch John. What happened from last time? What's gonna happen next? I can't wait to click on that stream at noon and watch. Versus like, oh, John's always live. Man, I'm not missing much. He's been live all day. Like, I don't know. That's just what a spectator, I feel like, would take it as.
That's very true. That's very true. That's a good way of looking at it. It's something we have to consider. To be quite honest with you, hey, that's why I value your feedback as a young man. No one else, I don't think, has ever said that before. So,
if y'all used to set the DVR to record something because you couldn't miss it, right?
Well, yeah, we're probably a little bit older than you, so yeah, some people in the panel probably do remember doing that. Yeah.
I mean, I remember setting the DVR, and it's just like, bro, I don't know, because they want to see what happens next. They know it's happening at this time.
What do you guys think? Go around the panel. What do you guys think? What do you think on what the young man? Yeah, Dan
Well,
has.
I think
So can
the
you
talk of
repeat what he said? Because I walked away for a second. I'm
He
sorry,
said the
guys. Can you
24
repeat what he
hour.
said?
He said the 24 hours is a bad idea because it more or less commoditizes the content,
And I said the hard art needs to be banned, outlawed. And
and I
well,
need
that's what I
out
said.
man. Yeah, yeah. Go right ahead, guys. You,
I
you know,
was going to say, I mean, the 24 hours is not going to be 24 hours of the same thing. So I don't buy that argument. I do agree it'll be hard, but I mean, if one segment is business, another segment is more or less like overnight. It was unscripted. So I mean, people can tune into the parts they want to watch.
Yeah.
I
So
get.
in my
I
opinion,
understand. Go on. Go on.
my bad, Dan. In my opinion, though, 24 hours, I can't keep up with everything because I do have shows and other things that I'm tuning into or trying to get information from, to where as though I can't just sit here for 24 hours and just be locked into this echo chamber kind of, you know what I mean? I do need to get other information from other places. So I bump back and forth, and I like the content, and I try to comment so I can be a participant, but I'm not always here all the time. So, you guys streaming all the time, people are going to be tuning in and out all day, depending on what they're doing. That's just my opinion in that. But I don't have a problem with it at all.
I have no problem with it. Let me also state that. But just imagine if Friends had downtime, like an hour of downtime where all the actors sat on a couch and they didn't act, they didn't really do any. Like I don't know, all right? As a production, as
Yeah.
a show,
Yeah.
you want to
No,
make it
yeah.
entertaining.
I mean, you can make it whatever you want to make it, man. And our opinion on it doesn't really matter. This is not our channel, right?
no,
What
no, like, let me give you an example of, we have tried to mix it up. We've added the Oregon Trail game day. We're gonna be
Yeah,
having.
that's very entertaining. And so is what's her name? Lolo, her questions. That's
Right.
very
And what else? The
Um,
private eye, the private eye.
Matt Kim talking about business, John Galt talking about real estate.
So the interviews that Master hold on,
That's
right?
all.
The interviews that Master Kim has brought us about with Ken Watson, was
That's
that was
gold.
gold,
That's
right?
gold.
That was a segmented show. That wasn't like in just one of these long streams. But I do see what you're saying. I think with a global audience, because we have people calling in from Germany, right? We have phone calls, people calling in. Duwale, where is he? Germany. So it does allow us to have a global reach without expending much effort. We don't have to build a TV station, a correspondent, hire a correspondent in Germany. We can just live stream from the front of HB's truck or from my house and reach out to people all over the world. Someone says timestamps need to be more consistent. I may start using the audience to call out those timestamps. I did a stream about timestamps.
603.
Yeah, 603. Yeah, I'm not. I don't care about the millisecond, but the seconds. So yeah, your critique has been very good, particularly for the first day, Dan. I appreciate that.
Okay.
Hey Dan,
I'm gonna
man, I
say
appreciate
too, like the trolls
having
and
you
shit.
on here, man. You've been a good
Yeah.
sport.
Fuck yeah, bro. I ain't gonna lie. I don't know. I came up here, y'all show respect. I'm fucking with it a little, and I got a couple constructive criticism. Bro, you don't gotta take like.
Well, that's the
Fuck me,
thing. Like
right? Take it with a grain of salt.
everybody can come on this panel and have a perspective, and we don't have to argue. I mean, people have genuine questions, right? You don't have to
It
argue
sounds
about
like John understands it, and I don't know. Just think about it, John. That's it.
Man, Master Kim, I keep leaning on Master Kim, and Crack is not here. Stanley, in his career in the military, I think it is very important to be able to be second guessed. Would you say that's right, Stanley?
You said second guess. Y'all got a good group of guys.
Yeah,
Guys,
it's almost essential.
Yeah, whatever you're doing, man, you should stand up to criticism, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm. And if I'm going down the road,
or you should at least be able to ask the person a question, and they should be able to substantiate whatever they're claiming in a manner that seems.
If I'm going down the wrong road, bro, tell me. If you think
I'm not saying it's the wrong road.
No, I'm just talking.
Saying it's gonna be hard to pull up.
Dan. Sometimes, man. Sometimes
what
Dan,
he's saying is that we can be critiqued. We're not here trying to say that what we're saying is the right way to do things.
Yeah,
we're trying to have conversations with people and get feedback and get data from these people.
Right. We want to make you feel welcome, right? So
y'all did.
Right.
And
so
you took the constructive criticism.
No way. I ain't had to take it. I grabbed it. I wanted it. You had to force it on me. Give it to me. Like oftentimes when I eat, hey man,
Diddy.
Any suggested topics? Sometimes I have people up on the stream to address you. You gotta call us. But we see what's up.
You breaking up, brother. You breaking up, man.
We had a call. It probably was a fucking porn bomber, but we'll see what's up if he calls back. But yeah, man, really appreciate your commentary up here, and I think that Stanley has told you that, hey man, you won't get far in life if you don't take criticism. Stanley was out on a boat, right? Stanley out on a ship. Fuck a boat. It was a ship, right, Stanley?
Yeah. Believe me, I got plenty of constructive criticism.
And Stanley wasn't just
you made it to lieutenant, didn't you?
Captain, right? When you're captain.
The Navy, the Army captain is a Navy lieutenant. So yeah, lieutenant.
Right. So
says a lot, man.
This is a man that has some very unique experience. He comes on here and trolls a lot of times, and I swear I try to get the best out of him because I think he has some valuable experience. You can't see the panel. Someone said, "Can we see the panel?" I can't make them show their faces, but what I can. So yeah, I think Stanley has some valuable experience. Every now and then, Master Kim gets fucking heated with him, but that's Stanley's role as being a troll.
Well, he's like my father. By the way, Master Kim, I have a question for you at some point.
Yeah. Hey, just for the record, with Stanley, I've never questioned his income because I know he's got Jack and he's got plenty of assets. So just Stanley and I've had it out, and maybe I've been the belligerent fool and question his financial and his success at all. But yeah, Stanley, what's the question, buddy?
Stanley's over there.
Did Black Knight get with you at all?
No, just podcast responding back.
Okay, well, here's the deal.
Spot on.
Well, no, he says he's looking, and this was in the chat yesterday, and you weren't around. He is looking for warehouse space, like in East Atlanta.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so either you or maybe Ken can help, but I wanted you to be aware of that. Because you can help him.
Yeah, I forgot all about that. If he's in the chat,
he's in Atlanta.
Perfect spot.
Anyone know how to get in contact with Black Knight? Get in contact with him and have him let him know Master Kim's up here or reach out.
And I know you might. I mean, you don't do warehouses and stuff like that, but I just bet you know somebody who does.
You do commercial space, man. That's all in commercial space for Master Kim, right?
Right. Yeah.
In connection with Ken or someone else, but I do know of a big ass warehouse called Kal Parts with a Z, and they just closed one of their brand new warehouses, kind of southeast of Atlanta. But yeah, with all that being said, I'd love to help him out. Is from Atlanta, obviously.
I guess he lives in Atlanta.
He wanted something in East Atlanta, and I'm sure he'll be in the chat at some point. But I wanted to make
Oh
sure to
yeah,
get that to
Hey,
you
Master
before I
Kim,
forgot
you
about it.
gotta vet him, man. You gotta vet that guy. You know how them Atlanta Negroes be, man. You gotta vet them first before you meet.
oh yeah, is that where Jay Morrison's from as well?
Yeah. You know his fun. Hey, it's scam, brother.
Unfortunately, because
He be
it
swiping.
suckered all these hardworking people.
Is it unfortunate, or was it just blatantly listed out to us in our face?
Hey, let me address John for a minute. You know, John, you say you like real estate because it's like hard physical assets. I definitely agree with you on that. You know, damn man, in real estate, you can go a million different ways. You know, one direction doesn't work, you could always go another one.
Yeah.
And it's unlike any other business. If you're in the watch repair business and that shit don't work, then well, you know the watch repair business is closed, right? But if you own the real estate where the watch repair business is open, then well, you just hire someone else and have him get on it, right? You know, open up, you know, try his hand at in the business that you own. And so I've shown you text messages from people earlier today where I told the motherfucker, hey man, rent going up and it's gonna be week by week now. Not month by month. I don't give a damn you been in the hospital. It ain't none of my damn business. Get a savings account. Automated payment. I don't give a damn, figure something out. But if you don't pay me on time.
Hey John, you said shit. I need $2,000 a month now. Hey y'all not holding y'all weight out here.
I know you niggas get hit by cars, man. Trucks. Did you see that text message? I showed you that motherfucker got hit by a woman. And I had
the one where the guy said he couldn't pay his rent because he was in the hospital or something like that.
The woman. That was a woman. That woman that had a miscarriage. You know, you're gonna make me look it up to see where she said she had a miscarriage. But I'll show you again where she said she got.
John, you said you don't care nothing about no miscarriage.
I don't give a fuck about this shit, man. Shit, you probably been spending money when you could have been saving for the hard times. Spending my money, right? And so you look at this, young man. You want to get in some business, man, you're gonna have to be hard as a motherfucker. Unless you go sell art.
Hey, this
go
stream
sell
shit
art.
is hard, bro. If you want to get in here,
look at this shit. Look at this shit right here, young man.
I done heard a lot of stories before, but I'm gonna read this one, right? I'm sorry, I got hit by a truck on my scooter and it took me out of work for 2 days. And I'm like a little short. I'm about to go get rested. As soon as my phone full charge, I understand I should have communicated that to you. He's trying, but he knows he fucked up. He trying anything though, right? I've sent that text before. I was just scared, but my check for my job come this week. So this won't happen anymore. I apologize for my unprofessionalism. I've sent that exact text before, bro. But he not sorry. I ain't gonna lie.
Landlord had these motherfuckers scared. There's no greater
He
leverage.
not, bro. He just can't ignore it anymore. He
But
couldn't ignore it no more.
They say it. They say it though. Ain't no motherfucker out here selling nothing. Well, he got motherfuckers even if they lying to say they're afraid, they scared. That landlord, that rent come due, man. They don't want to get their shit thrown out because this motherfuckers like me, they will throw your shit out, right?
Say all the houses
John,
you had
tell him you
out for
take
rent.
the doors off that motherfucker.
They
you know, all the houses you.
Let me give you the context, bro. That bitch just had a miscarriage. Started out in one of my other houses, nicer houses. And then her money got tight. You know, DC is an expensive city, so she moved down to the hood, not far from where I am right now. Yeah, I showed you the house. Grace and I passed by it, and so she was living in that house, broke her leg, car hit her. She's still working after miscarriage. So you think I'm gonna have some sympathy for motherfuckers that talk about they can't find
one? She got hit by a car and she lost her fucking baby. I don't know.
They're two different stories. No, two different instances. Two different instances, right? The first instance was she lost her baby. She kept working. She lost that baby, got up out of the hospital, and came on back to work, man. Some people understand that their place to live is the most important, it's paramount. Other people just lay their ass up and work and think that I'm gonna have sympathy for their ass. I've had those people too. And they come back when they get out of the hospital, and their shit is outside or something. It
All
ain't
right,
gonna
I
be.
wanted to ask you though,
I
with
call that
all
shit
5 of your properties,
life
say
over.
they all had vacancy, right? No
Yeah.
one's paying rent. You got to pay property taxes every month, shit like that. I don't know. It gets to a point where you do want to keep the rooms
You
filled, right?
you ever seen a dope man where he just backed up and can't sell his dope?
Nah,
Why not? Because the dope
because I'm a
sells itself.
civilian. Because I'm a
'Cause
civilian.
the dope sells itself. One of my first streams was like, you ain't got to sell the dope. The dope sell itself. And
Yeah,
I
I'll
was
agree with that.
speaking in parallel, bro. I ain't never had to sell this dope. I ain't never had to go out here knocking on doors to get anybody to rent a room from me. They knock my doors down. Matter of fact, let me show you. They knock my fucking doors down. Like, I'm doing the biggest advertisement for you to invest in real estate. You're a young man. You can take some chance. Master Kim, you remember when we looked at that store? What did I say in that store? When I first saw that store, I said, shit, I sleep in the bread out.
You're exactly right, because you know what the rents are there, and you know that's a good deal.
Man,
Hey John,
uh,
and you'll get bitches back to that bread out too.
I go stay with the
They
bitches.
wouldn't have no problems with it.
My bitch is gonna
I'll
understand.
stay with the
My,
bitches.
my bitch is gonna understand it's a bigger play. That this nigga here want to sleep in a bread out. I want him to fuck with him. I invest with him. I done told you niggas. I'm sorry to offend you, Dan. Most of my business partners don't. Women, understand? Most of my business partners, what did I tell you, Master Kim, earlier? I said most of my business partners are black women. And the other motherfuckers, and I don't want to say it, I mean to offend you. But the other business partner I have is a motherfucker that don't speak English. He came to this country, don't speak English. And I tell you how I met him.
He
And
a hard
again,
worker though.
this man, listen. See, this one, I'm teaching you honestly. I swear to you,
Tell him, John. Tell him,
I'm
bro.
glad you're asking these questions, young man. I swear to you, I'm glad you're asking these questions because not a lot of young men ask questions. They just go off willy nilly and they don't respect, their elders. And I've mentioned this before, and I commented Grace. Anyone remember me commenting Grace? How she interacted with B Brave? Does anyone remember that? Anyone remember that? I said,
I don't.
Hate on Grace all she want, but
Refresh your memory. Yep.
Yeah, refresh us, bro.
Grace came on CT stream and B Brave was on there. A lot of motherfuckers come on B Brave stream and they just tear him down. Hey man, motherfucker, why you got the mask on? Blah 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 blah. Right? But she came on respectful enough and she had a back and forth discourse with him. And Brave said, "You have a career. You could be in sales or something because the girl is intelligent. She's not stupid." But anyway, so someone says, "Finish your point." I guess he's talking about the dope, right? About the dope. I think that's what he. Yeah, I made about the dope.
Dope sell itself. Hold on,
Man,
let me address motherfucking
go ahead.
Daniel Nixon.
I'm
Fuck
T.
you, Daniel Nixon.
Hey, man, hey, come on. You the one telling me to tame my language down, and you over here doing the
The
same.
F word's okay. The F word's okay. The hard R is hate speech.
You
right?
make it. It's a difference without a distinction, as they say. Let's see
It's
if
a clear difference.
Okay, fair enough. I ain't gonna argue with you. We're gonna move on.
Hey, if I drop the hard R right here, right now, you telling me there wouldn't be a difference than the F word?
We got a
right?
fucking video about this shit, bro. We ain't give a fuck about that shit. It's about making money over here. And out of your feelings, bro. We brought Ken Watson on. Matter of fact, Mexican, we brought Ken Watson on. That motherfucker speaking different languages, flying planes and shit.
Even Ken use the N word. Even Ken,
Shit.
and he's an
That motherfucker want me
NBA as
money.
well.
That motherfucker want me money, man. He ain't give a fuck about none of that bullshit. So let me show you. And this is why I say the dope. Sell itself. It sell itself. Let me show you.
You think you dope? You think you dope, John? You gonna sell yourself? It sells itself.
I got the dope. I ain't got to be the dope. I ain't selling myself. I'm selling the dope. Right? And let me show
the
you.
hard R's better.
John said he got that dope rolling 24 hours a day. What you talking about?
Yeah, shit. Motherfuckers talking about 24 hours is hard to do. You understand? Like
it's not
John
hard
said,
to do,
hey,
bro.
listen,
but I'm
show you how
saying
to get this shit done.
I don't give a fuck about
if
what's
you
hard.
schedule something, If you schedule something, I'm looking forward to some shit I got
Look at that.
within
Look
the
at
week,
that.
right?
What's her name?
Give me a call.
Anasa. Hey baby,
Number
give
one.
me a call. What's that? 202. Yeah, John.
She said,
Yeah,
"Oh, hey
listen.
baby." She said, "Give me a call."
Listen. It all depends on the context of how you reading it, sir. It's like
Context.
I'm just playing. I'm just playing.
No, you're good, bro. I'm unoffendable. I promise you won't. I promise you won't.
If you were offended, I wouldn't care. But I'm just saying that
Unoffendable.
I'm playing.
But I don't know, right? Look at it this way. Shit, when a movie's scheduled to come out on, let's just say the 10th, fool, you waiting the 8th. Oh God, I can't wait. 2 days. 9th. Oh, it's tomorrow. But if that movie's streaming 24/7, it's like, damn, I seen the movie. What now? Let me go find something else. I don't
The
know.
thing is like, I mean, all right. So, bro, all right. So you're going back to your critique that we were talking about earlier.
No. He brought up 24 hours is hard. It's gonna be hard, yeah.
I
But
said
it's
24
also
hours was hard, like 30
what's
minutes
hard
ago
is
when we
fucking
were
6 hours.
talking
Cause it's still been going on for 2 hours. Well, this is a 24-hour problem. Like, I don't know. What else you want to talk about, bro? Let's something else then. Throw
about. Hold
something
on,
in
hold
the
on.
air.
Bro. Slow down. I'm trying to
Nah.
figure out what you're saying right now. So if you're
Yeah,
talking about the critique that we had about the 24-hour stream that we were talking about like 30 minutes ago,
yeah.
that's what you're saying?
I guess so. John talked about I don't give a fuck. 24 hours isn't hard. This that. Where is he? He just left too.
Well, no. John just gave you a.
Hey,
All right, so John is
go ahead.
saying
Go
that,
ahead, Gary.
listen, for me to stream for 24 hours isn't hard because of X, Y, and Z, right? But you gave a critique earlier talking about streaming for 24 hours has these problems. So I'm just trying to
Yes.
distinguish on what we're talking about right now before I give my opinion.
Man, that's what we're talking about, and it sounds like you are caught up. So give the opinion, I guess. Right?
Yeah, so are you saying that, are you talking about right now your critique on the 24-hour
Give
stream?
the opinion. Yeah. What's your opinion on a 24-hour stream, Rashi?
I literally already gave it. I said that it's hard to
All right.
keep
Then
up.
what is we wait. Why are we doing circles then? All right. All right, thank you.
No.
Okay.
All
I
right,
don't want to talk about it no more.
I'm
I
going to
don't want to talk
stop
about it
talking.
no more. Thank you. I love you. Thank you. I agree. But she's brainwashed, so she can't see
Hey,
her reality well. She's fucked.
so Danny,
Who's
I think
Grace
there's
with?
two separate things.
Go on.
Go ahead, Master Kim. You're
Yeah, hey
good.
Danny, I think that there's two separate things going on at the same time. One is the current streams have been going on for like almost 12 hours, and then it continues. That isn't. I think John has also talked about something a little bit more futuristic. He would like to have a
Right.
24-hour streaming kind of. This is not it today. This just so happens to be someone 3 o'clock in the morning and two people are on a podcast. One person falls asleep. That isn't what he's trying to talk about. That's just so hours. But what John is talking about is separately what he wants to put in place and build towards with separate slots and programs. And I want to do my show called Big Dummy, Too Big Money, talk about financial education. And that really holds a lot of people back. One thing I did want to say is that when you hear everyone, they sound like normal people. And that's the one thing that does alienate a lot of people when they talk about crypto or stocks is they use bougie high level MBA language that intimidates a lot because they're not talking to me, right? They're talking to
Yeah.
people at their level. I'm not at their level. He does use the N word or a belligerent. I mean, like CKJ talks about
Yeah.
him closing out a trade early in the morning. He sounds a little thuggy. He don't sound like no MBA holder, and that doesn't mean he doesn't have an MBA. But he's talking like a real person. He's not trying to talk like a
Yeah.
high finance guy. And the problem is by the high finance guys, and they
It's the
alienate
same thing with
regular
science,
people.
Master Kim,
He
man.
can
These
talk a
guys.
quote unquote little thuggy, but a hard R is
Hold on.
fucking driving on the wrong way of the highway, driving against traffic.
We cut Master Kim off. I don't think we should have cut Master Kim off. Go ahead, Master Kim. Go ahead, bro.
Oh no, no, I'm done. But Danny, you're absolutely right. What I do is not want to come back to the show, and then as you know, these John, everyone is going to soak in everything you've said, and maybe it'll be less and less, and then, or maybe first to start is anyone that ain't black, don't say it because you're going to pay a
I
price,
don't. But
right?
listen,
And maybe it goes in
I
steps, you
don't
know.
think it's allowed on YouTube. Nudity is not allowed on YouTube. It's not. You just can't show it. That's why porn bombing is not allowed, right? That's what I'm saying. I don't think that's allowed. It's gonna get you hidden. It's gonna get controversy. It's not good for business. It's bad for business. And I'm gonna
Yeah,
say too,
I agree. I don't know how we got here, but I agree.
I said I was the one who brought up a separate channel to go fuck around and go ahead, drop an N-word. Don't worry about it being demonetized. But if you want something
But the
monetized,
thing,
keep
all
that
right,
one clean.
cool. All right, you just reminded me of something that I was trying to bring up when I first engaged with you. John has
Yeah.
mastered the fact of taking the middleman out of the product. That's what John does. I don't anything that John does when he sits up here and he talks to you about real estate and stuff, he often talks about how he can take out the middleman from whatever he's doing in
I
work,
understand. Fuck
right?
a
It's
super chat,
still
bro. Fuck a super chat. But what did you say, Master Kim? You want feet in the door. And that algorithm shit's real. The coding shit's real, bro. You're gonna get shadow banned. You're gonna get hidden. You're not gonna get recommended. Fuck a super chat, right?
well, that's not true based
You
off
ain't
of
gonna get
how
feet in the door.
you found the channel today, right? Because you yourself,
You
Dan,
know,
they asked you a question for a specific reason. You found the channel because you went to
Hey,
YouTube's
he
homepage and
was
you hit
monetized
live
at one
and you
point.
saw it.
This channel was monetized at one point. I just got here, so it was.
So
I'm asking
John
you.
only has about 500 or 600 subscribers. So I think you get
500 unlocks it.
monetized,
So it was at one point, right?
sir. You gonna let me finish my
Hey,
explanation or no?
just FYI, it's up to about 800 and something now.
Good
Yeah,
shit.
yeah, Stanley. Hold on. I'm trying to just talk about YouTube right now. So
Yeah.
what I'm saying is that at 500 subscribers, you do get monetized. Yes. So just the sheer number of people listening and subscribing does add you to that monetization, but that does not mean that you're gaining anything off of that. No.
I understand that. I do. But look at DMC strikes and copyright claims and shit like that. He was at a point that was higher in the standings of a channel, and they took him the fuck down. Why? That's my next question. Was what did he get taken down for? Was there a
Yeah,
certain situation?
I mean, I'm totally ignorant to that conversation, bro. I'm just talking about John Galt's channel. I don't know
800,
what's going on over there.
54 on my end.
hey, Danny, and maybe this is probably better for Stanley to chime in because Stanley's been here from day one. So just like John has said, as well as Get Crack and everyone, that things have had come together very quickly, which shows demand, by the way, which shows demand, right? And that
Hmm.
he's probably going to have to evolve
You're
a few
voting. You're
different
voting
times,
with
by the
your
way.
watches. You're voting with your
Yep.
watch, your views, your money, all that stuff. You're voting with. So when people just come over and they're just, you have 500 views. Okay, cool. But you have 500 likes. You have 500 comments. All that stuff is saying that people are more engaged. And I'm sorry, Master Kim. Keep going.
Oh no,
Amen.
no. So I think that John's show is going to evolve a handful of different times, and he's going to take into account everything you've said, everything. I personally like how he's real because not only him but HB everyone, and that doesn't mean with or without the hard R. It's just they talk like normal people. I've never heard anyone like CKJ3, for example, talk about closing options or futures. I'm sorry, and he does it before 8 in the morning. But dog, he sounds thuggy. I hate to say it. I've never heard such a smart person sound like he's from the street, but also making money. And he's very quiet about it too, which means he's making some crazy money. You know what I mean? That's what I
And
want. I want to learn from real people doing real
Well, was he on a
trades.
business
Not,
and
call? Was he on a business call reaching up like you were, Kim, with that business plan that you were saying that was out of your
yeah, yeah,
league?
no, oh, yeah, yes,
Or
but
was
that
he
was
on the
for,
block, dummy?
yeah,
Like,
yeah,
I don't
bro,
know.
like,
chill, you know.
listen. Sometimes you just have to be able to understand something enough to where as though you can break it down into the most general remedial ways to, if anybody who's outside of the
We need more whites
network
over here.
you're talking about. Go ahead.
Oh, I was reading chat real quick. My bad. That was it.
No, I'm just saying. All right, so listen, if I build electronics and somebody who does not build electronics or understand electronics and how electronics work, right? If you have a working understanding of it to a basic knowledge, you can break it down to a simple explanation for these people. And that's what it means. It means how involved in the knowledge are you to be able to break it down to somebody who might be a child, right?
All right.
You don't understand
Listen.
anything.
Me? You saying I don't? Y'all don't understand this stream
No,
shit, bro. I
I'm not
interact with
talking to
75,000
you, Dan.
subscriber
I never
channels.
said Dan. I never
This
said
is
Dan.
lit.
I'm just making a hypothetical assessment just to articulate what my boy
Well,
Master
that
Kim was saying.
hypothetical is how I feel. Yeah. I feel like I know more about the stream shit than y'all. I do.
I
I
mean,
feel like
you don't
y'all
have
know a
to.
lot more. You know more about Bitcoin than me. 1,000%. Master Kim, you've done 10
Dan,
times,
Dan,
probably
Dan, Dan, Dan.
hundreds of times
We
more business deals than
Dan,
me. Yes.
Dan, we
Stanley
paid you
Cars.
homage. We paid you homage to giving us
I
insight
know.
on the streaming. Did we not?
What is we talking about anymore? That's why I feel like the long form content, y'all gotta have topics at least ready. We've been running in circles for a little. You can't admit, right?
Well, half of the circles is just trying to figure out what you are talking about because you're new on
You
this panel
seem
and
to
we're trying to
understand it.
give you
You
grace
seem,
and we're trying to actually understand what you are talking about, sir.
hey,
Or that might just be
you relayed what I was saying back to me, so you understood it. I don't know. 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 I don't know.
all right. Cool. I'll move on from that point.
Thank you, professional. Sounded like you said Dan knows nothing. I'll admit, fucking Mavid G, I'm starting to like you, bro. You're relentless. Daniel Nixon, you still at it, bro. Keep doing it. Keep giving them watch hours, bro. My boy John needs it. Shout out
Yeah,
to the chat.
man.
Everyone hit the like button right now.
But yeah, man, Master Kim, what you got going on today, sir?
Oh, shit.
Stanley, are you
Well,
still there?
yeah, I'm still here.
What's
I'm
up?
actually just making dinner and listening to y'all, but I don't have anything necessarily in mind. I actually came up, the COVID stuff woke me up. But
Yeah.
by the time I got up here, the subject had changed. So my troll game has been neutered.
You know how things go here, man. You know how things go. I'm currently waiting on brunch at 4:20 p.m. from some
Where are
food.
you at a restaurant?
Nah, I'm at home. I got
Okay.
women over here. They're cooking downstairs, but it's okay.
Well, I'm actually in here like I chop my vegetables and all that stuff, trying to avoid doing housework. But
Hey, there you go, man. What's on the menu tonight?
chorizo and rice.
Oh shit, nice.
Made, well, the chorizo is not from scratch, of course, but no, I make my own tortillas and all. I generally cook as much as I can from scratch, just because I like doing it.
Damn, you go out to the wheat field?
Oh yeah, dude.
You know what? I thought about getting a
Oh.
mill.
Why don't you just accept the chemicals that the government puts in your food? Just accept it.
You know what? Because it tastes better without them.
But you understand they're preservative chemicals, right?
Well, yeah, but I mean, you make small batches. You make small batches, so
Well, we have a
gets
lot of
eaten.
people here to feed in America. What do you propose? Like,
Well,
if
you know what? I do not propose to feed America. Just me.
right.
Man, I'll
Well,
be eating McDonald's.
I
But
represent MAGA Party, and as MAGA Party, we
Do
have a
you?
revolution. And
Oh,
if you look back
I am
between
so glad you came up.
That's a big
yeah.
back.
Just the man I want to talk to. MAGA
Portia,
man.
it's me. I'm not a porn bomber.
I'm not a porn bomber either.
I gotta step down too. Like you said, Rashu, it'd be an echo chamber type shit. I gotta go do some shit. Fucking
Echo
1450.
Yeah,
chamber.
get
Oh
out of here,
shit.
boy. Get out of here.
Yeah,
You run,
it happened.
boy.
It
Gary,
happened.
it's not
Bro,
you that I'm betting right now. It's this other person. So y'all just go
Anybody,
ahead.
anybody who's
I'm
not an
Okay,
adult
okay.
mentally should leave the conversation because it's about to get real.
Oh boy.
hey, I don't care
Let
what
me
you gotta
let me
say.
get
I'm gonna
let
come
me
back.
get some let
You
me
lose
get
all
some
that.
jelly
No, you're
beans
not.
here.
You're not giving them back.
I will. I will though.
Goodbye, boy.
Hey Gary,
What's up, Stanley?
how's the weather up there? We're about to get a big thunderstorm, I think.
We
Or this
we just had one a minute ago. It passed about 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on, but this will be like the second, I think the third one this week so far.
It's got
We've
something to
had
do with the Democrats and Kamala Harris. That's all I know.
Yeah, we've had Stanley. We've
All
had
right.
three
Hey
back to
guys,
back. I've
I'm
been
gonna go on mute for a minute.
Well,
Yeah, just give me a second. I'll be back, guys.
okay, Rasha.
Damn, that's an age gap right there.
Well, Stanley, yeah, we had three back to back. I've been moving really like when it comes to hauling my stuff
oh
out.
yeah,
I've been moving really slowly because I don't like driving in the rain. Hate
I don't
driving in the
blame you,
rain.
especially hard rain. But the thing is the older I've gotten, if I don't have to be somewhere and it's raining hard, I just don't have to be there. But
You scared of the rain, God.
dude, I was in the Navy. I've seen weather you couldn't imagine.
I was gonna say, Stanley,
How many people
you
did
shouldn't be
how
scared
many
of
little
water.
boys did you rape in the Navy?
Oh God, MC Nemesis, why are you here again, man?
How many boys did I? What do you think the Navy is?
Yeah,
Oh, where did he go?
he's got pro. I think Portia got him up out of here. Yeah, MC Nemesis is a troll. He's been up here before. He
Oh yeah,
mainly
I've
just
talked to him before.
yeah he just comes up here to cause
Hey,
problems.
isn't he that one guy that uh back whenever we were on CTs and HV got up there and he said, if anybody's gonna sleep with my sister, it's gonna be me. Is that
Yeah,
that guy?
yeah, yeah. That was him. That was him.
Ah, okay. Because I was
I don't
trying to
know.
see it
I don't know
first.
why he said
But yeah.
that. I don't know why he said that. It was kind
The
of out of pocket
the
too.
shock value.
Yeah, I had
Maybe.
to come up out of there. But y'all are good. I'm sorry. I just wanted to make sure. But y'all go ahead.
Now he's spamming the N word in chat. Okay, salty boy. Stanley, what were you saying? You were saying something earlier. Oh goodness, I think I'm the only one up here.
I'm still here.
Well, yeah, I'm just running it from the I'm just running it for you guys right now.
Okay, Stanley, you said something
No,
earlier.
I was just saying it's amazing to me that we've been getting the same weather. But my father-in-law lives in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. So somehow or another, you and I are getting the same weather, and he's been fairly dry immediately north of me. So
Yeah, I don't get that. I mean, I know what the storms that we've been getting back to back are just leftovers from the hurricane that just hit.
yeah, exactly.
So
I don't I
oh,
don't
you're
know
good.
what. Well, I think Georgia. Now I'm used to this weather on the coast, but I'm basically on the Alabama border.
Mm-hmm.
So I haven't looked at a weather map, so I'm just kind of eyeballing it. But it's just amazing that I was shocked when you got like these sudden thunderstorms, and I'm getting the same thing all the way down here.
Yeah, we've been having them for the past week. I think it's supposed to rain later on tonight as well, but I don't know exactly when.
Well, that's all right. We can always use the water, the
Yeah.
rain.
I hope there's no flooding at my house though, because from when I was looking at the property again, I realized that there's not a lot of not those, what are they called? Those dugouts where rainwater gets redirected into sewers.
What, ditches?
Yeah, there's not many of them on my property.
Are they needed?
I mean, yeah, it's flat. It's flat, arid land. The land is flat and it's kind of arid. So
Well, yeah, but I mean,
that
if
might
it's
cause
above, if
flooding.
it's kind of above sea level,
It
it
is
might.
above
As
sea
a matter
level,
of
but
fact, it might have a grade and you don't even recognize it.
maybe. I mean, I've only been on the property about 2 times so far, and the last
Mhm.
time I checked, I saw that cracked toilet. Like one of the toilet has a crack on it.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it's not a big one, and the
Well,
pipes are turned off, so there's no water flowing through it right now. So I don't know if the crack is deep enough to where the toilet might bust.
well, you know who to go to, right?
Yeah.
Because in my opinion, if the toilet's cracked, it's
Shout out
shot.
to Black Thoughts in the chat.
Yeah, I was gonna say
He was here earlier.
Yeah, no. Yeah, him and Ghetto Point of View were arguing over something. I don't know. But yeah, next time I see him, I wanted to ask him about the crack. It's near the baseline where the bolt goes in, and it goes straight up to right at the end of the bowl. It doesn't look deep or like a deep crack. It kind of just looks like the porcelain's been. It looks more like a scratch than a crack, but I don't want to take my chances.
Yeah, Samuel's talking
Shout
about
out to
grade.
Deep Crack. Get cracked.
Samuel's talking about grades in the chat. I mean,
Yeah,
if you don't see like standing water on your property now, it's probably okay.
I have seen puddles though, which is a little bit of a concern.
That would be standing water.
Oh, okay, yeah. But I have seen. I was going to say I also have a somewhat of a basement. It's not really a basement. It's more like a crawl space.
Hmm.
And I haven't. I tried to check that for water, and I didn't see any at the time. So I think that's okay.
Yeah, that would. Well,
Well,
a
go
home
ahead, Sam.
inspector. It had a home inspection, right?
Yeah. Yeah, but
So I mean,
I don't trust the inspectors regardless when it comes to
Gang,
property like that.
you're saying that you're in a house, single family home, no basement, just a crawl space.
Yeah.
So you have standing water outside of your house.
Yes.
So you do have a drainage issue from what you're describing, but the fact that you don't find water in your crawl space is just because you have a house over it, right? You don't have direct water entering your crawl space, but that does not mean that you have the proper runoff outside of the house.
That's what
That's
what I was talking about. I didn't see any of those. Yeah, I didn't see any of those dugouts outside leading to the road, which I thought was a little strange because if I get heavy rainfall in my area, it might cause my yard to flood.
So my parents are getting a house built in Rocky Mount, North Carolina right now.
oh wow.
And they have to literally set the house up kind of on a mound and because the ground is so flat out there, you have to create your own runoff situation in every house.
That's what I was talking about. I have really flat land. It's real flat.
Do you have neighbors?
No, I do, but they're like a mile away from me.
Okay, gotcha.
I was thinking about just digging
exactly
me
what
one.
I'm trying to describe here, but yeah, I
was thinking about just digging me one. Yeah, lay some stones in it.
They have little ditches before every house essentially out here, out there, right? You have like this place where you can collect water and then water is drained into a main water stream, whatever.
Yeah.
But those properties absolutely 100% need to be built with that in mind because they're so flat out there that you'll just have a fucking, standing water everywhere you go around your property.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I mean the property was pretty cheap, at least for the house and the land that I was concerned with. The only real problem is obviously the standing water, the lack of drainage. There's a tree in the backyard that needs to go because that bitch is kind of in the way of my view. And I was thinking about getting a fence. You gotta get a fence.
Shit, to save some money, man. Cut that bitch down yourself.
I am. I gotta get me a chainsaw. I don't have one.
Yeah, that's the only thing. Chainsaw, and then just understanding how to cut it in a certain way so it's not,
so it doesn't fall on my house.
Yeah, so it won't fall in the house. Yeah.
I mean, it's not honestly, the tree isn't too large. I haven't measured it yet, so I gotta figure that out. But if it did fall, I don't think it's tall enough to where it actually would hit my house. But I'm not gonna take any chances
okay.
regardless.
All right. So yeah, it's pretty spread out on the land.
Yeah, my land's pretty spread out.
That's cool. Hell yeah, man. Hey man, get that shit done, dude.
I'm gonna have to. This bitch is gonna be some work. It's gonna be some work.
Well, that's a good thing.
Heck yeah. So Rashu, you doing anything? You got any plans?
Man, I gotta get a new car this week. But yeah, outside of that, I'm moving to a new place. I gotta move closer to work. Well, I don't have to, but it would just be more, cost effective to move closer to work. But other than that, I don't really have much going on. Those were some situations that kind of came up where I got to allocate funds towards that. So I mostly try to save. I try to be liquid, right? So if an opportunity presents itself or if an emergency happens, I can deal with that without having to really, dip into any funds that I care about.
Oh, okay.
And that's one of the situations that happened this week. So I gotta figure out a new vehicle situation.
What are you looking for specifically in a vehicle?
An everyday reliable type of joint. That's it.
Do you need something that's good for hauling, like a truck or something?
No. I just need something to be able to commute. I usually commute at minimum an hour and 20 minutes a day.
Okay.
There and
Are
back.
you on a budget?
Budget.
Like a real tight budget?
No, I have a mental budget of what
Can
I'm
I
trying
hear
to spend.
What your maximum is?
I'm not trying to spend over 15 grand or
okay.
Well, let's say 15, 20 grand for a vehicle right now. Reliable. Yeah.
Do you already have a location of where you're planning on shopping? Are you going to go to a dealership or are you going to look online?
I got a couple dealerships looking for stuff. You know how I don't know if you ever really went to a dealership to shop around, but those guys, you just call them, you tell them what you're interested in, you tell them your price range, and they'll go out and find vehicles for you. So
I was going to say I've only been to a dealership once, and it was a Honda dealership. I went.
But if you actually go to the dealership, you're cutting out what I'm talking about totally because you're already there. These people will be like the guy that I'm talking about now. He works at an Infinity dealership, but I told him I'm looking for like a Toyota or something. He's like,
I was gonna say get a Toyota. Or, I was gonna say get a Subaru because I heard they're good on gas.
That too. I've been thinking about Subaru, Volvos, Toyotas, whatever. But again, I'm not trying to like buy something new, and I'm not trying to I'm trying to pay that shit off this year type shit. You know what I mean? Like I'm that type of guy. I'm not trying to have debt. I don't have any debt, period.
Since you're getting it used. Oh, my bad.
Yeah. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
I was going to say, since you're getting it used, what's your mileage cap?
I would like something under 100,000, but it depends on the vehicle.
Oh, that's going to be kind of that's going to be kind of difficult. No, since you're going to a dealership, it won't be too bad.
I've been seeing a lot of stuff. You'd be surprised, bro. I'm talking if you actually look right now, like all right, I just pulled up my Car Guru tab right now, right? I'm scrolling down. scrolling down. So we got 100,000 mile Toyota Camry. All right, that's a little bit of what you was talking about.
Oh, you're looking
It
at it
says,
now. Sweet.
yeah, just because we're having a conversation now, right? So I brought up the tab because I am currently looking for cars. But this 2018 Toyota Camry is 16 bands. 103,000 miles. But granted, it's a Toyota, right? Toyotas are known to be very reliable.
Does it have a record on it? Does it have the record listed, like list of owners, any accidents, stuff like that?
Let me go back to it.
I wish you could pull up the screen.
I probably can. Give me a second. Hold on. Hold on. Give me a second. Hold on.
No, sir. I don't think 60K miles is. Well, actually, I do think it's a really good mileage, but I don't know if that's real difficult for Rashu's area because when getting cars under a certain mileage, it really depends on the area.
All right. Okay. I'll be down in a second. My bad, guys. My bad. My girlfriend was talking to me.
That's fine.
What were we doing?
Car
we were
shopping.
looking at cars. All right. I was just looking at Toyota, right? So if I was to do a general search of $15,000 vehicles, because that's what we were talking about, right? Just an average of what you could find, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Help me out. Shit. I was trying to multitask here. But all right. So
I mean, you said you wanted to look for a Toyota.
yeah, I was telling you I was looking specifically for a Toyota, and I just pulled up a tab just to give you like some sort of reference.
Okay.
Because we were talking about mileage, right? Just what you would be able to get within a certain mileage at a certain price point. I think that was what we were talking about, right? Right
Mm-hmm.
or no? I
Yeah.
could be wrong. All right, so cool. All right, so I brought up a tab. We have a 65,000 mile Hyundai Elantra. You can get this for 15,000 right now. Right, that's pretty decent mileage. You have a 50,000 Nissan Versa. You can get that for
dang.
15,000.
That's not too bad.
No, it's not bad. A 98,000 mile Hyundai Sentra you can get for right under 10,000.
What website are you looking on? Facebook Marketplace?
I'm on Car Gurus currently right now.
Okay. I was
So
gonna
it's
say
an aggregate.
the last time I looked for a car, it was on Facebook Marketplace, and I was able to get it was a Crown Victoria for about 800. It was a nice Crown Victoria for about 800. And how many miles did it have on it?
Bro, down there in the South, man, you can come up on cars like that.
Heck yeah, I was going. Do you know how many old cars I've had? I never had a car that cost more than similar to John. I've never had a car that cost more than like $3,000.
Me neither.
And
the
longest I've had my car is like
that I've ever. Well, this will be the most that I've ever spent on a vehicle, and the only reason why I'm willing to spend it is just because it's easier than trying to shop around for a gem. Because if you're thinking about a 20-year-old car, 9 times out of 10, they got some bullshit with it.
It does. I've had to fix a lot of internal, nothing under the hood, but I've had to fix a lot of things like seat cover, interiors and seats. And one time I had to replace a door panel.
Man, I don't care about nothing like that. But I understand where you're coming from, but I want the shit to function.
Yeah.
But if it doesn't function and you got to do all this other stuff, you're going to end up spending a lot more money than you want to. And the thing is that the money is not usually the problem. It's the mechanics that's the problem, bro.
Yeah, these mechanics be upcharging you out the ass because your car's too old. You don't have a chip in your car, so we're gonna have to, because we can't diagnose it properly. We're gonna have to pay extra.
Let's say you're a millionaire and you got the money to do all that shit. These motherfuckers will still jerk you around for weeks. And it's like, bro, all right, I need a new engine. Cool. I'll buy a new engine. Bet.
it takes 4 weeks to a month to install it. Why the fuck does it take? You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, I get you. I mean, it,
Can I
it
just
usually depends on the model of the car.
wait? You're around like East Coast, right? You're like East Coast, like around Baltimore, right?
yes, sir. Yeah.
Fucking go look in Virginia, bro. That's where the cheap Jones be. I swear to God. Facebook Marketplace, search over like Wilmington, bro, Virginia. That's where our
The problem,
cheap car market
I
is.
mean, listen.
Hey, Rashu, he ain't lying.
No,
I went
not
down.
mine.
I went down to Chesapeake, Virginia when I bought my last car. If I bought that car in DC, it would have probably been $2,000 more.
Oh, so Virginia is the hot spot, John.
Bro,
Virginia is the hot
my
spot.
ex's
Bro, you
dad,
see
he
it
had
all
like
the
a
time, bro.
Well,
he
the
had
thing
like a
is,
tow truck company, and he would flip cars. Bro, he had a couple buses in the lot at one point. He just used to surf Facebook Marketplace, and he
yeah,
stay used to having to drive to Virginia.
you
That's
know
where they
what?
got it.
Yeah, what I would say to you, Rashu, or anyone in the DC DMV area,
Go to PA and go to Virginia.
yeah,
Type
because
shit.
the thing is, like, the DC area is so price insensitive. Maybe that's the wrong word.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Price,
That bitch is
Price
taxed.
incentivized.
right?
Probably.
People make so much money here that what's $1,000, Rashu? You know what I'm saying in DC area, man. $1,000 is really not a lot of money here to a lot of people. But if you go down 45 miles outside of DC, Richmond, areas like that, you will find, or at least I found,
Manassas.
Manassas,
you may
Martinsburg, Wilmington.
a little bit further Manassas because they're still counted in the DC market.
It's nice though. It's nicer. You want to go to the shitty.
It's just outside the DC market.
I mean,
It's
people work in DC and live in Manassas.
When I was doing the door-to-door shit, we would drive out Ashburn, Manassas, all the.
Right.
Yeah, they got.
But it's
they
not
got money
like
up.
Leesburg.
But if you get outside of the job market, that's really your goal. Get outside of the DC job market, and that is where you probably find the best deals, where the people are a little bit more sensitive to income. In DC, everyone makes a lot of money, so people aren't sensitive to income. They're not going to go for a deal or go for a discount the way that they may go for it in a nicer area. So,
hey man, look,
say-
Portia was on here a few weeks ago, and she said that she was just down, in her hometown and seen an older couple that was selling a Lexus ISF 250 or 300 for like $800 or $900, and it only had like 65,000 miles on it. I'm like, bro, that is a gem you will
Yeah,
never
it was
find.
700. It was $700. It didn't have 60,000 miles. It didn't even have 10,000 miles.
Jesus, that's a steal.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's I bought it the same day.
I will come to Texas next week if you will sell that to me for that type of deal. But you don't hear about shit like that.
But I don't know. I hopped up to try and point you in the right direction. That's actually that's where you want to go, bro. Virginia, look out there. Swear to God. And I want to say the Subarus, they break down. Your shit gonna be in the shop. Get the Camry. That's my humble opinion.
I appreciate your opinion, brother. My search area is 50, 60 miles out though. I wasn't trying to buy something within the area, but yeah, man. That's what I'm working on right now. Whatever. You guys ask me a
I was
question.
listening. No, I was listening. And then it sounded like you was looking for advice, asking for it. And I happen to live right in the same area. That's where we go. You said it's your first time buying a car and the most expensive purchase. I'd be scared too.
No, I
would.
just never bought like a car from a dealership. I've always just paid
wouldn't go.
outright.
Yeah, I wouldn't go to a dealership for real. They gonna tax you, spank you, fees on top of it.
Yeah, I know. But
yeah, I'm not going to no dealership, man. Not other than contracts.
It's more
that they
so
give
like
you nowadays.
the what do you call it? Easier, should I say? That's the lack of words.
I mean, not really, bro. You go find one of these low income people and you throw $7,000 in front of their face, and they somehow came up on something. They're gonna want $7,000 cash. That's how you get something good.
I'm looking for it, bro. I just haven't seen it.
All right.
I mean,
No,
I
you're
kind of got.
good, bro. I just wanted to
buy
point you in the right
something.
direction.
What are you looking to buy? What are you looking to buy?
He said a
So you-
Toyota, John.
Well, Do you like sedans? Do you like SUVs? Do you like coupes? What do you see yourself in?
An SUV would be more practical.
Was that a Forerunner, Highlander shit?
So I've been looking at RAV4s to be honest with you because they're super cheap and reliable in small cars, but I can still be able to haul small stuff in it when I do. You know, I got a side business, so having an SUV would be better than having any sedan. So I'm looking for like Toyota RAV4s.
I got a Nissan Murano. That's an SUV. That bitch a tank. I love her.
What year? What year?
2015 or 16. I don't know. It's platinum.
Okay, yeah.
They got
I know.
seat heaters in the back.
2015, 16 are great.
Bro, you don't know how many bitches have complimented my seat heaters in the back seat. It's the little details.
Hey, there you go. There you go. Hey,
All
bro,
right, so
I
I'm
had
on
a
full
bro. I
20%. So I gotta step
I
back
just
down.
totaled a 2004 Explorer, bro, and I never had any issue with getting any females ever. The car don't matter, bro. As long as you're able to get around.
I mean, as long as you got the disposable cash, then would you mind going all the way down to Virginia
But
just
yeah,
to get a good deal?
you can't be a broke boy just trying to be out here. Nah.
You're pulling with the best, right? It's true. But used car market is way up in the last 5 years. Well, yeah, the car market in general.
Yeah, he's right. I mean, car market in general is up in the
Yeah, the car
past
market
5
in
years.
general is up. It don't matter.
Think about the chip shortage that we had a couple years ago, right? And how many cars were able to be sold because of that, right? I mean, there's a lot of reasons. Listen, you might have a guy who makes great money driving a 30-year-old car because they believe the market isn't correct for them to invest into a vehicle. Because as soon as you buy the vehicle, you take it off the market, it loses.
It loses value constantly.
Right?
I think the only investment in a vehicle can be like a truck or a car, bro, unless you drive it.
Yeah, I was going to say, John, if it's not like a business vehicle, the where it's actively making you money in some way, shape, or form,
That's
it's kind of
why
not worth it.
that's why I said I needed an SUV because I'm not just going to be using this car to go to A to B. I'm going to be using it to do other shit, right? I do have an outside business that requires me to haul a small equipment to place sometimes, right? So I need to be able to do that without anybody else's intervention or without throwing any extra money out there to make that happen. So I'm losing profit, right?
What's your
It has
DJ?
some sort of utility to it.
Hey, hold on. Hey guys, we're at the 7:00 mark. Show some love to the host and co-host, HB and John Galt, and our wonderful editor there, Portia. Let's see, what are we looking at here?
Is this the used car market or used car prices?
We're about still at right at 20 minutes average duration. We're doing a good job of keeping you guys entertained here, at least keeping a sticky audience. So again, show some love. We have many more videos, edits, interviews. Master Kim, when are you going to get your buddy up? The one that owns the Jack Johnson liquor brand. Oh, damn. I'm sorry. Master Kim is not here.
Yeah, Master Kim's in the chat, John. Master Kim's in the chat.
We do have that. That's right, Disney. We do have that interview at some point coming up. You guys are going to love this. One of Master Kim's friends bought the likeness to Jack Johnson. And then he started a bourbon, I think, brand or whatever. And so
Really?
At some point, Master Kim is going to get him up on the stream.
Where does he live, in Tennessee?
I can't. Master Kim would know better than me. If he would be, maybe he could tell us in the chat.
Man, so he's like a craft bourbon guy. Yeah, that ought to be interesting.
Let me see. Yeah, what's up?
I gotta go off. I gotta go mute for a minute. Do you want to discuss this chart before I go mute?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. I'll let you. What kind of chart is
it? We're talking about the United States used car price right now, right?
Oh yeah.
So as you can tell, in 2020 we kind of had this. If you look at the line, if you were to draw a straight line from 2020 at its low
and you draw it straight across, you'll see the 2023 and 2024 peaks, right? So in 2021 and 2022, the reason why we had that uptick is because we had a shortage in the chips that were being produced. We had a what do you call it, a shipping issue. I mean, Good Crack probably can
Well, yeah, it was a supply chain issue.
supply chain issue. But you see, the value of these things became more demanding in 21, 22, and you see a low point in 23, and then to 24 it starts to even kind of back out to that peak in 2020, right? We are currently dealing with that right now, right? You're having used cars and new cars kind of correct themselves in pricing and in financing, because financing itself was up during the late 2022 and 2023 era, right, when things were dropping, right? Financing became up to like 23%, right? So now you're seeing a recorrection for that type of stuff. So anybody trying to buy a car in this past 4-year window, if you didn't do it strategically, if your car literally, if you totaled your car, or if your engine blew or whatever, you had a catastrophic failure, you had to deal with that by any means necessary. Because if you didn't have any money saved over to buy another used car outright, you had to deal with this whole chart that we're seeing right now, right?
Now that's an interesting chart. And what's the up and down line? That's not the interest rates or the used car prices. Wow.
No, so I'll read it right quick. The Manheim Used Vehicle Index for the U.S. decreased 4.8% year on year in July 2024, the smallest decline since October, following an 8.9% drop in June. Used car prices in the United States averaged a 3.09% until from 3.09% from 1998 to 2024, reaching an all-time high of 54.3% in April of 2021, and a record low of negative 14.9% in December of 2022. That's a huge gap. That's huge.
This is the index.
Yeah, this is an index over time. Yeah.
You know, for a lot of people, man, it's hard for them to understand the index. You know what I mean? Like, it's,
Yeah.
you know, you give
Like
examples.
we were talking about earlier, bro, just the terms itself is kind of a learning curve, right? Just understanding the terms.
No, indeed it is. You know, it's a lifetime of study. Man, I ain't gonna say a lifetime, but you know,
I was gonna say, John, I don't think it's a lifetime.
yeah,
No, it's not.
Difficult.
It is a progressive effort here. Look, here's Master Kim's buddy that he's going to bring on the show. I don't know which one he is on here, but he's
Wait,
one.
which one?
Master Kim in the chat. Tell us which one it is. I don't think it's a black guy. To be honest with you.
I was gonna say there's like 2 black guys, two white Hispanic looking guys. No, there's a couple white guys and that one black lady over there.
Master Kim's in the chat. He can tell us which one it is.
Is this a
Hmm?
Is this a parody right now?
No, hell no, this is real.
No, the guy. Yeah, Master Kim said the guy met Trump, or the guy was
Yeah,
interacting with Trump.
He bought
I don't know what it is. It might just be like a pause, but Trump looks Asian right there.
Trump
to
always
me.
looks Asian whenever he's squinting. He squints his eyes a lot. That's why.
Let's see.
All right, I'm gonna shut up.
Oops. The wrong direction.
Yeah, it was like, John, you're zooming out.
I know, right?
John, don't dox yourself, brother.
So you see, this is the friend of Master Kim, maybe a relative of Master Kim. Master Kim, tell us which guy is it?
Is it that Sylvester Stallone?
Master Kim says Youngstown, Ohio. The name of the whiskey, that's correct, is First Round Whiskey. Look that up, guys. If you're curious, First Round Whiskey. I'll look it up. First Round Whiskey.
I was like, we got Deontay Wilder, Sylvester Stallone, and some other guys I don't recognize.
Are those boxers? Seriously?
Sylvester Stallone's an actor, but Deontay.
And here's the brand right here, First Round Whiskey. After Jack Johnson and the guys in the picture, in the previous picture I showed you.
John, are you able to go to
No,
the
it says
the
Jack.
about section?
That's Jack Dempsey whiskey. Oh, so he's got Jack Dempsey and Jack Johnson.
And Rocky
Marciano. Interesting.
and scooping up boxes there, Mexican. You didn't tell me he had more than one. Maybe picked them up after you didn't notice how Mexican might introduce you. I informed you on something, but there you go. Mm-hmm.
Still though, it's real nice that we're able to get all these people up here, man. All these business owners.
Mm-hmm. Give you guys some inspiration, tell you what kind of network.
It's gonna inspire me to buy some bourbon.
Some Jack Johnson bourbon. How about
hey, damn Skippy, I'm gonna try it.
Hey Stanley, I got some bourbon you could buy, man. I'm about to brew some tomorrow, man. You how much do you have on it?
we got to support the small entrepreneurs here, and this is a good way to support.
Well, I mean, you know what, Georgia, I have to check. Georgia's real funny about shipping alcohol through the mail.
Hey man,
I used to be able. You know, there are a couple of companies where you can order like bourbon through the mail, and I could do it for a couple years. Then Georgia stopped it, and I haven't. You know, actually, I don't drink bourbon that often these days.
Let me tell you.
Hey man, listen. John don't tell you about how he get his shit shipped down wherever he
Well,
at.
DC, yeah, but DC's different. Georgia's, dude. Savannah, like when I was growing up, was you couldn't sell any alcohol for quite some time on Sundays. My grandmother, Cook County, Georgia, was totally dry.
Stanley, hold on for 1 second. We're at 666 views. Someone call someone. Give us 667. Someone drop out and get us to 665. I'm just joking about it.
I was going to say, John, you don't want that demon number.
666 is a good number, man.
You don't want the demon number out here.
Yeah, no, that's right.
That's Satan.
What is Satan, bro? What is a demon?
I have no idea.
Exactly.
So what's the name of your bourbon, or is it just generic for homebrew?
My bourbon is called Stanley.
You know, that's a good name for it.
I think so, man. It really does have a ring.
Brown and smooth.
Hold on, that is Deontay Wilder.
You didn't realize that, John? Yeah, that's
Deontay
Wilder.
I'm like, you know, I don't follow boxing like that, but okay, fair enough. Deontay Wilder.
And I got Sylvester Stallone right there. It's right next to Trump.
Well, I be damned. I didn't even notice this shit. And so, Mexican, where is the guy that's going to be coming on the show? Chris Christie right there to the right there. So it has to be the other guy in front of the I think that black lady is the lady that works at HUD. So I'm guessing that the guy that Master Kim knows is the guy, the tall guy right there.
Dante Wilder. Dante Wilder is behind Trump. That's the black dude.
White wild guy. I know Dante was. I'm talking the white tall guy.
Oh, I don't know who that is.
I think that's Master Kim's friend. And there's probably Jack Johnson's belt, I would imagine. I'm not sure.
Hey, bro, if Master Kim's homie is right there, I need to call Master Kim right now and be like, hey, put me on the payroll, bro.
I
think might as well.
I think that's Master Kim's cousin. You know, Master Kim cleared this thing up for us, so we all know.
I keep forgetting Master Kim's half white. I keep forgetting that, man.
I need to get Master Kim's contact too, for sure. Master Kim, hey, definitely I'm gonna throw my email in the back. But yeah.
I'm sure he's lurking around here. He'll pop up at any point.
I was gonna say we got I think we got a decent amount of people up here.
But guys, I'm gonna go on mute for a second. I gotta go downstairs. I'm gonna come right back. I'll be back.
Portia, you said you had something you want to cover?
Yeah, Portia earlier in the chat said she had some topics you want to bring up.
She says she's in transit. Oh, you're still
Yes,
there?
yes,
Okay.
yes. Thank you, Stanley. You were reading my comments. Yes, I am. I do have some articles to pull up, and I actually just pulled up at my job. So once I get upstairs and get inside and everything, I'll pull up a few different articles that we can talk about.
Let me know when you're ready, Portia. I feel the void right here with something I
Hey,
know.
Portia, let me buy that car from you. I'm coming down there next week. What's up?
I'll be.
Zach, I'm just playing. I'm gonna shut up.
Check this out, guys. I know you're gonna have Daniel Nixon. You're gonna love this. Here you go.
Every single place. We are a people that has been kicked out of every place we've ever lived for 2,000 years. Every single place. We are a people that has been kicked out of every place we've ever lived.
I'm gonna play it one more time.
Every single place. We are a people that has been kicked out of every place we've ever lived for 2,000 years. Every single place.
Daniel Nixon, you've been waiting on this, and I brought it to you, and I just brought you a little taste. I know you want more. I know you want more, and we demonetize women. We can really go all in as far as we can go. You ought to jump up here on this panel. I want to know why you want it there.
What does he hate the? Is he a hater? A big hater? Oh nah, he can't be. He can't be hating on his masters like that. Daniel can't be hating on his masters.
I thought the Asians were our masters.
No, not them. That's these guys. Asians are if anything, they're the next victims. They're the next victims.
No, I doubt that. And let me tell you something. In South Asians, especially, man, they admire. They're like, hey, we are we are, because I hate the term small hat. Basically, we are the Jewish people of Asia. That's how Indians see themselves, and I kid you not.
They're kind of
Stanley, you know what's interesting, Stan? One of the topics, people been asking me, hey, do the small hat, do the small hat, do the small hat, right? And I don't like just doing, hey, let's just go straight up, full frontal attack on something, on an issue or a topic. So what I wanted to do was red dot versus small hat.
Red. Wait, what?
Hey,
elaborate.
When you get Stanley laughing, you know you done something right. You put your mind to it. That mind.
I'm like, man, you know what?
It's a beautiful mind, right?
Talk about volatile.
Ooh, you got to admit, it's a beautiful mind, Stanley, right? Who would ever come up with? You can't find that shit anywhere on the internet, right? Am I wrong, Stanley?
No, you know what? I'm imagining the graphic for that.
Portia, can you put that together? Versus small hat, and we bring on Master Kim. We're gonna let these JQ people, they're gonna get up there and they're gonna talk their talk, and that's fine. They have
John, you said red dot versus small hat.
Yes. I think that's that would be something because because I think people underestimate them dots. I do believe that the people underestimate those dots, and we're about to elect.
We're about to get one.
Yeah, we are, and I think I've told you guys.
Hey, make sure that you get that picture of JD Vance with a red dot on his forehead.
I'm gonna get a picture of him eating a vegetarian meal. I'm gonna get a picture of him eating a vegetarian meal. How about that? We show him cooking, eating some damn chickpeas.
You don't like chickpeas, John?
No, I don't eat that shit, man. That ain't my dad. So Sammy Jerome says Stein. You know what? I like that, Sammy. Stein versus Patel. What do you? You guys, these niggas trying to get us banned over here. What do you think about this, Sammy? Stein versus Patel?
I want to be on that panel.
And you like your buddy up, Stanley, the one that you were telling me that you
Well,
wanted
see,
to
he's real non-confrontational. He would never go for that.
You think I'm gonna let these people get up here and call names, Stanley? You know I know how to run a panel now, you know. Because again, I won't
I'll ask him.
Right, asking me, you know, I mean
Now it's funny because he's a fellow San Franciscan, so he's out in get crack territory.
It'll be beautiful. And now it's 415, so we'll have a beautiful panel. I think once we open it up, you know, in case he decides to hang around, we have Nas 415, we have Get Crack, and there are probably some other West Coast people. I mean, I think it'll be a beautiful discussion. Particularly, we won't allow any name calling. It'll actually be the two dominant groups in America, one that goes undercover, not really concerned about political prowess, and the other group that, you know, out in the upper strata of society, they dominate there and they're easier
Well,
target.
I mean, I think economically, but I wouldn't say culturally.
Culturally, no. Economically, yes. I agree with Stanley.
But you know what? There's certain power. You know, there's certain power. But anyway, I'm going to get way off.
You know, I know. I want you to go where you're going because, you know, as you just said that, I was thinking the title Stein versus Patel, economic versus cultural.
That's the real talk, John. Like, do you think they're fighting each other? Do you think they're actually?
They are not.
I don't either. That's
I don't even think.
I can tell you right now, South Asians are very deferential because they admire.
I don't even think they're
they admire
against each other.
You have to understand they're two different weight classes. Master Kim talks about it all the time. You guys have to put the two and two together there. Well, Master Kim, how he shows deference, as Stanley just showed to like Vietnamese, you know, he's like, yo, I'm down here in the muck dealing with blunts, wrappers, and laundromats and liquor stores, and crack is out here trading, doing the intellectual type thing. And I think that the small hats and the red dots are kind of on the same wavelength, where if you were to equate it to boxing, like they're in two different weight classes, you know, that would be probably.
I would agree with that.
Yeah, look, I am that nigga. I know, honestly. Man, you know, I've been down on the level, man. You know, that's one of the reasons why I started this stream. You know, like I said, like Trump, man, I had to get myself in order before I could do this for you guys. And you know, you'll hear Stanley sometimes agree with me on like real street level things, and you know, higher level things outside of politics. Stanley and I probably agree on a lot. That's why you heard me earlier defer to Stanley on leadership type things and the qualities that inherent in that.
Hey John,
what's up?
You said it before, man. Stanley could be, you know, a future alt-right. You know, he's on his way.
You think
no, that's not going to happen.
Yeah, I was
He's gonna be our command. He's a leader of
the time that you spend on certain things, man.
Hey, you see, every now and then he let it slip out. He got guns, so we know he know how to use guns. He got.
Oh shit! Yeah.
He knows how to use guns, but he doesn't own a gun. He doesn't like.
Let me put it to you this way. Go ahead.
I'm gonna let you. Right now, Stanley is on the side of the government. He's that nigga that would be complaining that I got the 2,000 voucher for the scooter. He want to call it.
Well, no, I wasn't complaining. I thought it was funny.
I'm just joking. I'm just
joking.
Speaking abstractly. They Stanley, that motherfucker, you shouldn't have got that $2,000 bike. He should have got $1,000 voucher because. Hey, nigga, are you gonna get? Do you get something out of the government? Right?
I?
No, I'm just saying.
You get something from the government.
I'm not speaking about you.
Well, shit, I mean, I go to the VA for pretty much all my medical.
You, not you.
Your son has a scholarship too.
Not
right?
you. What I'm talking
about. Yeah, but I mean, my son, like It's an academic scholarship.
Oh yeah, your son worked for it. I'm not trying to discredit your son, but you advocated for that beforehand.
No, what I'm saying is, listen, understand what I'm saying is like, I got a good buddy when someone said government.
Government.
I had to go off topic like a month. Do you mind if I go off topic for 1 second? 1 second.
I was
Go
going
ahead,
to say
John.
it's a free
Go
flowing
ahead,
pace.
John.
You're a strain, John. You're a strain.
Go ahead,
But
John.
if I'm not
truth.
entertaining
Speak
you
truth.
guys, if I'm not entertaining you guys, then I'll move on. Most of you guys, Rashu, Garen, you too young to ever remember Rush Limbaugh. You guys ever remember Rush Limbaugh?
Yeah, man.
Oh yeah.
I had a guy at my job. I'm not trying to cut you off, John, but I
want to be back and forth. Go ahead.
Yeah, I had a guy at my job, man, and this was like an artistic guy, and he had one of those like 1990s radios, that you couldn't put no headphones into or anything like that. He would just be blasting Rush Limbaugh all the time, and everybody would just be like, man, I wonder if this guy even comprehends what he's saying right now, because he was so much on the spectrum that we didn't know where he was. Like we didn't understand the ideas that he was trying to portray. You feel me? And it was just like, you're in a work building with a bunch of people and you're playing Rush Limbaugh loud. Right, so everybody hears it. This is not conducive for. But go ahead, John.
I just glanced down there. We're right now we have been consistently hovering around 20 minutes average view duration. When I mention the term duration, a lot of times I think about bonds. Now I'm off topic, way out of the way again. But in bond, and I worked in bonds and finance. Get cracked. Say, I'm trying to lure you back up here. I say bonds 3 times. Get cracked with join the pound. But I used to work in. Someone said I think the beer is working. That's true. I used to work in Fannie Mae. Just dox myself. I ain't worried about you niggas showing up in my house. Anyway,
Hey John, you said you keep them doors unlocked, right?
Man, it ain't a lot, man. Sometimes I walk on my back door. Listen, when I came back from New York, no lie, I was mad at one of my tenants down here in the basement. I shouldn't tell y'all niggas this shit for real. My back door, that motherfucking back door right there, was wide open. Wide ass open. I don't know how long it was open. Motherfucker unlocked. The wind probably blew it open. Maybe I didn't latch the lock and the motherfucking door blew it open. But nigga, I'm in the hood. It ain't one damn thing missing. I left my scooter in the front of my house. It's still there. You saw me on the scooter. I don't know what to tell you.
That's because niggas know
you. To tell you, man. Like, hey, man, I'm just being real with you. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, certain people, they rob and beat up and kill and shit and steal this shit.
John, was there any water damage or no, sir?
When? What? To my door. Nah, I got gutters.
Yeah, I know it rained, nigga, because we definitely had rain over this.
All the way down. Ain't no water draining down the back of my goddamn house. Right? You know, I got gutters and shit.
Nigga, you know how the fucking wind be working, bro.
Yeah, you right. But I got goddamn.
Stop playing with me, man.
Nah, you right. I got the LVP flowing in, just a little bit of water got on the floor. It's just kind of waterproof.
I ain't trying to say you ain't got. I'm not trying to say
fucking I replaced it. The nigga the other day. I have a motherfucker come in and replace this shit. Man, listen, I had a nigga. Sometimes, man, like, I think I've told you.
Keep it real, man. Keep it real, bro. Go ahead.
Sometimes, guys, like I'll be like, I have sometimes I draw a blank because I want to like break it down into easiest terms for you guys to understand.
Go ahead, man. Take your time.
Like what you call like concept houses, or what I have deemed to be like houses where I like, let me experiment here. Let me try some shit. Right. So I showed you guys the shower door that I didn't get exactly or quite right. You saw it. I did a little short on that shit, like things to do when you mistakes not to make when you're doing a bathroom renovation and shit like that. And so somebody was in the chat or somebody in this chat or somewhere. I read the comments, and somebody said he need to get his ceiling past his wall, past whatever the fuck it was. And I read this shit and I called one of my guys over there and said, hey man, patch this fucking ceiling because people are fucking complaining, talking shit in the audience. And I never, this is the first time I ever mentioned it, but I think I fixed it, patched it, whatever the hell it was. But what that guy did not mention, and what oftentimes people do, you see them light switches, you see them fucking, and I mentioned it before, you see them light switches, matter of fact.
Yeah, them light switches, hell yeah.
You see them motherfuckers right here? Look at that. Matter of fact, I got about 3 or 4 I ain't even fucking installed yet. And I'm gonna show you niggas that the website. Matter of fact, let me go to the website before motherfuckers shit. Yodi. Oh, man, let's see. Yodi. So as I was saying, I do like concept houses. You know, I turn a house into like a concept idea, that type of
You
thing.
turn the house into an Airbnb listing.
Well, it's an Airbnb listing, but
you're modeling. You're
right.
modeling these other platforms that have success, basically.
Right.
And you're.
I ain't creating anything new. You're right. And so you see these light switches. You see the light switches right here. You see the IOD. Yeah. So you see what now you see what that light switch costs. So someone was motherfuckers on here the other.
$130 for a fucking light switch.
Well, that's a 2 switch, but a 1 switch.
Yeah, for the 1 switch is $90. That's half.
It's how, you know. Now most of you people, you look around your house, your light switch is
That's crazy, bro.
Your light switch is probably 15 cents, 35 cents.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
Yeah, no, it don't. Yeah, it's
like
probably
that.
probably a dollar.
I never spend more than $20 on a light switch, John.
Man, I got these motherfuckers.
Well, no, John, you was just talking about earlier.
My thing ain't been open. Like, this box ain't been open. Look at this shit. It ain't even. I can open it.
So these are Bluetooth or Wi-Fi too, or something?
All that shit.
All that shit.
But look, it's so slick.
I think it's got an app. It's got an app to it where you can sync it up.
You're gonna let AI control your lights?
I mean, it's option. I mean,
No, what he's doing, what Tom's doing is collecting data. He's collecting data on his tenants that's in his house.
I ain't collecting your data, but like I can cut the light.
You collect data, nigga, because if they don't pay you, you're gonna be wondering when
they can cut it back on. They can cut these lights back on. You know, they can cut these back on.
Yeah, I was gonna say ours don't have a lock function. They don't have a lock function.
All you gotta do is hit the button right here. You know, all you gotta do is hit the little white button right there. And so look, so you see what I'm saying? Like, look, this switch, 1 switch is $90. Go around your house and count up all the switches that you got, and then multiply that times 90, and then tell me what you come up with. And so what I'm saying to you is that, and even beyond that, you know what's so interesting is to make it a dimmer, $30 more, give or take, right? $30 more to make it a dimmer. And so when people talk to me, hey, you slumlord, man, what the fuck? You think I be putting up $100 light switches?
How is it not already a dimmer for $90?
I said the same thing.
Holy shit.
Mm-hmm.
Buy a smart module, right?
You can program that shit in.
I mean, you can always get a dial instead of a switch, John. I think it's a lot better.
Man, let me show you some of the light switches. Well, some of the things I've been experimenting with.
You got one of those camera doorbells?
Man, listen, people used to ask me, DC government used to give out light switches and shit. No, I'm sorry, not light switches, doorbells, right?
Those camera doorbells, yeah.
Yeah, ring doorbell.
Ring is bull. Excuse me, ring is bull crap.
They used to get them motherfuckers out. I used to think like, I don't know if this is what you're talking about right here, but is this what you're talking about? Like some shit like this right here?
Yeah, with them smart switches.
Well, all these are smart right here. This is not smart, but I think the Audi looks better than the Buster and Punch. This is my opinion. Everybody.
I mean, Buster and Punch looks kind of tacky, especially with the switches sticking out like that.
Looks like it's for an audio system.
It looks like the end of a video game controller. It looks like a fancy video game controller add-on.
Yeah, I think this looks a lot better. I think the Iota looks a lot better. Yo, this shit's hot right there. You walk in the house.
John's going for a specific look in mind.
I'm in the social media business in terms of people book what they like and they look. It's like eating with your eyes, right? And when they see some shit like, that Iota, ooh, I want to eat that, right? Yeah, I'll take that. I can get some pussy right there. Just being real with you, right?
You can get not gonna lie, I would get a dial switch just so you can have that effect of turning the lights down low. Slowly turn the lights down low, putting that in the bedroom. I'm gonna get that in my new house. That sounds awesome.
And so then we do some, I'm giving you guys some like little pointers. You can do it in your house. You can do it wherever the fuck you want to do it. But we do these. I wire these shits up myself, to be honest with you. Let me see if I can find them. The ones that we like, in case you're ever interested.
I'm currently an electrician.
Oh, there you go. Right. You got an electrician in the panel.
Yeah. Actually, I did electronics in college, but
what you do for electronics?
Electronic engineering technician. So it was like 2-year community college. It's an IT community college in Canada.
So I was going to say you did the same as me. I ended up going to Duke for my associates.
Oh yeah, nice.
Yeah. I think it was a wait. Not gonna lie, a lot of the stuff I learned there was stuff I could have easily learned online. So at the time, I thought it was the greatest thing in the world, but I realize now it's a waste of cash.
We use the. Damn, I don't have one right here. I could have showed you the switch. I mean, I don't know if Seven Steel Story is in the audience, but he's in the real estate. This will work out well for you guys. I like these lights. The best is this Leviton Decora. The electrician guy in the audience, he's probably heard of it.
I actually had not seen those switches you were looking at, that 90 and 131.
Oh yeah, that Audi. You never.
I'm going to keep them in mind. They're nice. If a customer wants some really nice shit, I'm going to show them that for sure.
When you're on a job, if you're at a really nice house, you can upsell some shit like that, right?
Yeah. Usually it's just a dimmer or not, but yeah, there's other options now.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think I've seen a lot of dimmers in these Airbnbs, especially when they have them in when they have them in the main hall.
I can't find the switch. Have they discontinued it or what? But this is my favorite switch. I ain't gonna lie. It's $50 a switch, so it's a little bit cheaper than the rest of them. It's by Leviton, and the reason why I like Leviton, and the electrician in the audience will know. How some switches, as an electrician, you don't need a neutral going to the wire, right? To the switch, right?
Correct. Even though they changed the code here about a year ago, you have to always have a neutral now because of switching.
Ain't that about a bitch? I had a friend of mine, and guys, if you're interested in buying a house, I had a friend of mine just bought a house recently. He came up on the panel, Philippe. He has 3 or 4 houses now, give or take, and so he bought a house in South Carolina, and it was supposed to be a smart home. Every light switch would be smart home, smart light eligible. And he went to replace the switches, and they were not, right? They were not smart switches. And so what he had to do was call out an electrician to run a neutral from the light to the switch. That's right? Electrician?
Yeah, that would do it, definitely.
Yeah, I know what I'm talking about, man. You learn a lot of shit. You've been a landlord.
Basically, the typical setup or common is at a light switch, you only need to make a break in the hot wire, in the positive wire. So the 2 wires coming into the box is really both hots. It's just a break whether you're opening it or closing it or not, right? So there's no individual power supply available in that box. There's no neutral. There's no negative side of the circuit, right?
Mhm.
Now, sometimes people do run the power into the light switch first and then jump up to the light, to the fixture, and they would just wire through the neutral. They just cap it together, right? So in some cases, there may be power in the light switch. Often your larger light switches, 2-3 gang, more likely that both the neutrals already in there. But yeah, commonly never supplied before. And nowadays they change the code so that you are required to run neutral or full power to each light switch.
Oh, that's fucking stupid.
It's
These
sucks.
are the light switches that I like, right? Well, I think it probably is cheaper to not run a neutral, right? That's the additional
basically,
wire,
yeah.
right?
Yes, it is.
Right. So these are the light switches that I like. The Leviton, you can see I've ordered so many of them.
John, it's not on your screen.
Oh shit, my bad.
Okay,
Leviton Decora. You can see I've ordered 8 orders of the Leviton, right? But yeah, this is my favorite sensor switch. You can cut it off from anywhere, but again, it needs a neutral. If you have a house where you don't have the neutral, you have to use a Lutron brand switches. You've heard of Lutron, right? Nobleness.
Yeah, it's a good brand. It's here in Canada as well. One of the better ones here. Yeah.
With Lutron, you have to have a hub. Right? You familiar? You familiar? You want to explain then why you have to have a hub with Lutron?
I don't know. What is this? That look like a motion sensor there, was it?
Well, if you don't have a neutral, you have to there's power that's needed through the switch. You probably want to explain that again. So without the neutral, you have to have a hub so that you can talk to that hub as opposed to the switch. With the neutral, you can talk.
I see. It's still using wireless or maybe data over power or something. As a way to get around not having. Yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
I don't deal with a lot of smart switching, and often, the customer might order something off Amazon and we put it in. But as far as like an entire setup, like some extremely rich home with some very specialized stuff that they wanted, I haven't really dealt with much.
Yeah. No, we're kind of off topic. We're waiting on our admin to come in here and start up something new. So
she said she had a couple of topics that she wanted us to look at.
Keep you guys entertained.
I was going to give you a rundown because I had mentioned you guys run that.
Give me a rundown.
They're about the Jewish guy talking, and I was going to explain at some point the difference between Israelites, Israelis, Jews, and the Zionists. And for some reason, the world just sort of has it all in one package when they're haters. Dumb.
Wait, before you go too far, are you Jewish, Israelite?
No.
Okay.
I'm just like Canadian.
Okay, go right ahead.
And for the record, I'm generally basically you would consider me Christian, but realistically not through any church or religion.
So you're just a believer.
More so, I would say I'm a follower of Jesus' way than a Christian, and that takes care of the issues I may have with the Bible or biblical things.
You're gonna say we'll be talking about Jews. Righteous Muffin's gonna come up here and chew your ass out.
It's okay.
Go right ahead, man.
And another premise before I say what I'm going to say, in general, when I see the whole scheme of things over time, history, it's easy to say, realistically, the Jews have been used and abused throughout history, even now and in the current last century by what was their own people.
Okay.
And that is the Zionists. And there's a lot of Jews, some Israelis, but definitely a whole lot of Jews that don't agree with the Zionists. So first off, the difference between a Jew and Israeli, forget Israeli, that's just a country. The Jews and the Israelites, biblically, right?
Mm-hmm.
So all Jews are Israelites, but not all Israelites are Jews, because Jews are 2 of the 12 tribes of Israel, which made up the Israelites.
Mm-hmm.
So by the time the Romans came in and started taking over in that region, it was probably was it them? I think it was a previous war, as 10 tribes took off, and just as they went north, and no one knows where did they go, and so they're kind of labeled like the lost tribes of Israel. And in the church I was raised in, there was a theory that some of Europe, that's where they went. So a lot of what ended up becoming primarily the UK, like England region, I think France, maybe Spain and Portugal. I don't know, some areas, but like not the central Germanic area, right? They with different people. But they theorized a bunch of the 10 tribes went up there, the lost tribes. And actually, did you know the Queen, England, they believe that they are descendants of David, and they hold that rock under their throne. I think it's a rock he slept on, that he dreamed on. That's under the throne, and they see themselves as that. And that's kind of what actually I was taught in the religion I was raised in, which was a very Orthodox style Christianity. All of which I call now, I refer to as European Christianity because many reasons. But anyway, to get back, Israelites are the 12 tribes. 2 of those tribes were the Jews, which is the tribe of Judah and the tribe of Benjamin, I'm pretty sure it was. And that's who remained there after the Romans, either by the time the Romans came or once the Romans were there for a bit. I think by the time they came, the other 10 were already gone. But that's who was in the region of Jerusalem when the Romans were there, when Jesus was born. It was the 2 tribes. So, and then from there, of course, history gets complicated, and I'm not going to speak of it because I don't know it good enough. But of course, Jewish tribes, they spread out, and there was a lot that went up into different regions north and then over into Europe, and there's mixings of people, and some major regions converted to Judaism, and that's when you get some of the arguments and discussions as to some of these people's legitimate bloodlines, right? Not that I give a shit about any bloodlines. I really don't. We're all just children of God, so whatever. But and that's where I differ a little from the Old Testament, actually. I mean, I'm going to get into that. But and that, which I knew pretty good, I was taught. So the other big thing, so that's one big thing. The other big thing, and so for all you, some people know, especially many in North America or the Western world, their ancestors may be part of the Israelites. For all we know, let's say you're like Irish or something, or I don't know, just who knows. There's a few of them that you may or may not be. There is pretty good evidence, but it's all circumstantial. It's like pottery and ways of doing things, culture, mainly some last names or names that could have changed and morphed. But yeah, you never know. It was a long time ago, right? A very long time ago. And so also very importantly, and if you go and person gets on the internet nowadays, they start learning about secret societies and occults, and then they start learning about the Rothschilds and different things. A lot of people end up in a position where they see that they think the whole occult world is the Zionists, like they are the occult, and that's not true at all. They are one of the largest, or one of the most powerful, primarily power through money, right? The banking. Not so much in secret as many of the other groups because they work with money. They're a little bit more in the open. It's more provable, which is more why people, I guess, end up seeing more evidence of that. It's not as deceptive or as hidden, although still, I'm sure lots of it is. But the Zionists, what happened? It was so there's European. The Jewish realm and religions got in all the way into Europe. It was 13th century Europe is when something happened. And if you ask me, it was a demon started, whispering in the ear of one of these priests, these Jewish priests. Was a dark dude, him and another guy, I think it was, a couple of them in particular. And they wrote, I think it was 3 books, but they wrote more books and added on to the Torah. To put side by side with the Torah, like this is now religious doctrine, and a lot of that, the Kabbalah, some alchemy type of stuff. And I kind of hate saying that because just the concept of alchemy isn't evil, but in their case, it was done up and written up and viewed as that they were important, special. Which already in the Jewish realm, you already think that because you think you're God's special children, right? And then when you learn some tricks and magic and manipulation, and that's really what it became. It became a form of manipulating the masses, and it's through magic, as they would call it. But it's just a part of reality, It's like you pray. Is praying magic? No, right? But and there's could be different things going on in different cases, of course. And I think humans get tricked anyway to working with the demon. Like magic is a scam, You do something, you think you're putting your faith into something, and what it is, a damn demon, instead of into yourself or into God and you or whatever, right? You're putting your your faith into something else, and it's taking advantage of you. It doesn't have shit for power. You actually have the power. It's a scam. Anyway, sorry, another fucking tangent. Yeah, so that's and the Zionists, you know, you get the Rothschild families there and some others, and that is really the group who even it certainly looks they planned the creation of Israel before the World War II. Obviously, that they're involved with the creation of the Federal Reserve, so they control a lot of currencies and the international banks, and they use, you know, like the term of to be anti-Semitic. You know, all this was created, and anti-Semitic's like a term where they like morphed a religion and a people, and then even a country. Let's say you say anything bad about any of the three, and you're labeled as anti-Semitic. It's so crazy. It's like the only word that pulled that shit off. It's very unique. And
let me ask you a question that I'm sure is going to get the audience activated here. Your thoughts. I want to get your thoughts about this right here. Are you able to see my screen right here? Do I need to zoom in a little bit?
To add on to what I just said, it almost looks like, you know, how did Hitler end up being such a hater of Jews and focusing on them? Was that planned? And was the Rothschilds and some of them a part of that plan? Could have been. Who knows? Anyway, if whole batches of Jews.
Hey, you don't have to read this shit out loud. You know, we're trying to stay within the guidelines over here. You know.
Yeah, we're trying. Don't worry, John. Once you get your Rumble set up.
Hey,
the Jews like the N-word. How about that?
Is that an old Theodore? Is this Theodore guy? Should I know him? I'm Canadian. And I'm not big on names anyway.
We're going to look him up in a minute. We'll look him up in a minute. No doubt. Well, what do you think about that?
What do I think? Well, it's evil.
Which branch do you think is which branch do you think they're going after?
Say what?
I said what he said. If whole branches, which branches is he talking about?
Oh, man, you know, Daniel Nixon, you've been waiting on this, and here we are, and you're quiet as a mouse. we can't get Daniel to say it. He's so quiet in the chat and everything. I see the chat statistics. He's just maybe he's blown away.
I don't know. He keeps. I was going to say he's not really talking now. I want him to come up on panel to see if he can dissect what Noble said.
We're gonna look up Theodore Herzl in a minute. We're gonna look him up. Richard, I think Richard had been asking for the JQ story, and here we are. Yeah, people like, man, I got a job to maintain, and everybody, I don't want to talk about this shit. And maybe they thought I was bullshitting. They said, well, he's not going to talk about it. So I can ask him these questions and just more or less, maybe they were testing me to see if I were really serious. I'm going to even put a timestamp here. The JQ question is 7. I'm going to put it at 7:49. I'm assuming we've been talking about this for 3 minutes or so, give or take.
Oh, I think the music's real appropriate here when talking about these people.
Where is look at all these fucking people in the audience? Mavic G, Richard, Daniel Nixon. Why do you think they don't come up, Rush? I mean, Gary, they've been begging for this JQ question.
It's because they're honestly, John. I think it's because they're chatters. Like they could be on the chat. They don't want to talk about this stuff directly because they themselves might be a little scared.
What exactly is the JQ question?
Well, you know what J stands for. You just said the last word, question.
The Q, the Q.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've never heard it called that before.
Yeah, you know. Anyway, so
didn't Hitler ask these sorts of questions?
Yeah, he did.
Well, you know, again, I like to come at it from different angles, guys. You know, again, like you come at it full frontal, you've heard it a million times before. And some of you may have even heard of this guy, and you heard this. How many of you have heard this quote?
I've never heard it. This is the first time.
We'll wait for a second. You want to read it? Noblest, you ever heard of this before? I know you haven't. You didn't even know the guy, right?
Have I ever heard of this man?
Mm-hmm.
I think I've no, I don't know him.
Oh, I've heard of Herzl.
Theodore Herzl. Like, yeah, I've heard the name, but is he a German dude?
No, actually, he was British, wasn't he? Or he wound up immigrating to Britain.
Yeah, Stanley. He immigrated to Britain.
Yeah, I mean, essentially, he's the father of Zionism, or one of the fathers.
He probably is the main guy or the second guy. I don't pay attention to names.
I was going to say, so you're telling me the higher class or the alternative class of the small hats are planning on sacrificing their own people?
Nigga, I ain't tell you shit.
It's when you work for evil, you are your own person, and that's all that you care.
No words in my mouth. I ain't tell you shit.
Okay, well, the thing is this sort of attitude is not like unique. I mean, generals, if you're in the middle of a war, there are units that, hey, we need you to do a frontal assault. So, I mean, sacrificing some people to achieve a goal is not like unique.
It's not uncommon for an occult family to give a birth child to sacrifice to get ahead.
Right. Well, now you're talking to someone who thinks it's all.
Yesterday we talked about women without clitorises. Remember that? And I talked about women running through the jungles of Africa, and they practice clitoral whatever FGM, and how they would sacrifice a baby when they're running from a coup, a civil war in Liberia, Sierra Leone, all those countries. I told you about that. I didn't have a clit. I told you guys about that, right? I did tell you that.
I mean, I wasn't there, but yeah.
Oh, you may have missed it.
Yes, you did.
I did tell you guys about that, and anyway, without like being explicit here with you, what's on the screen? This guy is the father of what? The Jewish state. Fair enough. Okay, that's great. There's nothing wrong with that. When you couple that with, what was the other quote where he said he'd be willing to sacrifice people, so on and so forth, even his own people. Where's that quote? Oh, I have it here. That quote is here. Do I have to put 2 and 2 together for you guys? Or you got it? You got it? Or you need me to put 2 and 2 together? It's up to you.
Oh.
You got it?
Yep, I got it. I don't say no.
I got it.
Anybody else got it? Anybody else got it? In the audience, if you get in the chat, if you got it, and if you don't, I'll keep going further.
He ain't even a normal human being to be saying that.
Like
that. I said he ain't even a normal human being to be thinking like that.
Anyone else need me to go any further? You got it.
I guess I got it.
Okay, even Stanley got it. Anyone else got it? You got it. You got it. You need me to go
John,
further?
real question. How long do you think it's going to take? How long do you think it's going to take?
Man, shit, keep going until we get there, right? We keep going until you get there, right?
At its foundation, the state of Israel is a Zionist state, yes, but most of the people there don't know that.
I was going to say, it's a little bit more than a Zionist state.
Yeah, most of the people there are innocent Jews. Although in recent times, some of the films I've seen of people celebrating, people dying, like
anyone else need me to go any further? We got 24 people in the chat right now. Anyone else want to go further? You got it.
There's some sad brainwashing going on there.
Dang is this sufficient enough, or should we keep going further? I'm putting you on the spot here. Do I need to keep going further?
I don't know if he's still even here.
Well, Richard, whoever else wanted this topic brought up, let's see if you need more. If you want more, you want to
I'm not gonna lie. The one time I wish Muffin was here.
Why?
Because he hates them more than anyone, at least that I know of.
Yeah, well, you know what? All I have to say is that muffin hating people is not particularly like that surprising. I'm just glad there are not a lot of muffins.
You want an encore? Or do you want more?
Yeah, I was gonna say, John, bring up something else. Bring up another piece of
Yeah.
evidence.
Look, I know there's a lot of religions that have like checklists and stuff, you know, things you want to be or do before you die. I'll tell you, the most important thing is not to have hate or fear in your heart, like in your soul, you know. That's when the moment you that's the most important thing. And if you walk with, you know, if you're on clearly on God's side and walk with Jesus, so to speak, then that should be the way your heart is. But that's the most important thing. What is the energy your consciousness is giving off within the medium of reality at the moment you disembody from your physical body, from your biological body? Where's that consciousness going to go? Don't have fear or hate in your heart. All of it doesn't matter.
Give me 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. You know, you guys are gonna hate this, but this is probably gonna be the kind of the platform that we're gonna go through. We're still tweaking everything. We're
Hey, John, once you're done with this,
Yeah.
once you're done with this topic, Portia posted a bunch of links in the back chat.
Portia, I'm gonna let you take over. Because I gotta run. I gotta clean up some rooms here. I gotta clean up behind motherfuckers that made a mess. Or maybe not make a mess. But again, like, you know, I've kind of given you guys, and I don't speak, you know, direct. People have accused me of that. That's fine. You know, I'll work on that. Or maybe I won't. It's probably part of the way I communicate effectively. I don't think you should just tell people directly things. I think the better way it goes is letting people kind of connect the dots themselves when you lay the foundation. That's why I kept asking you about, you need more of this Herzl? You got it.
John, I was
Yeah.
in a creative writing class.
Right.
And one of the most important elements of creative writing is a statement called, "You don't give them 2, you give them 1 + 1."
I never taken creative writing, but that sounds like a lot of sense. Sounds like it make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It makes you think differently.
Mm-hmm. It really does. You know, as a software developer, you know, I had to break things down in like the most basic components. You know, 1 + 1 = 2. I can just give them 2. I had to give them 1 + 1.
Yep.
And now we're at 2. And I've long thought that the way to teach software is not to show them how to write the code, but to teach people how to think. And so again, we're at 8 hours here, and Portia's about to take over, but I'll do what they won't do. I'll do the shameless plug. We're at 20 minutes and 13 seconds average view duration on a Sunday afternoon, wherever you are. Mostly it's probably nice. We have 23 people in the audience. I don't know what the average is right now. 48 likes. So at some point we've had it right at 50 people in the audience. So again, this is the shameless plug that I do. I'm John Galt, your co-host, along with HB. And Portia is our wonderful, wonderful editor. You can see all of our captions on the banner right there. Yeah, you just pick one. He'll pick one randomly. It doesn't matter to me. Just pick one randomly. You've heard this Guarana come on earlier, talking shit about how much I paid for my equipment. Well, I can't eat it. It is only for the purpose of putting on a better show. For you guys. Again, this is 20. We're at 20 minutes and 14 seconds. We're right at a TV station right here, a TV show on any of your local broadcast channels in terms of the average viewer duration. So, show some love to your host, our wonderful editor. We've seen how many views the shorts have been consumed. And the Bob on the airplane, everyone should take a look at that. Anyway, again, 8 hours, 3 minutes, almost 24 hours overnight. You know what's interesting, Garen?
Yeah.
Garen, you here, right?
Yeah, I am.
I would say Garen and Stanley, they're like day ones. Would you guys consider, would you say, like the first guys along the journey? Would you say this fair?
John, I
think I might have been more or less day 2.
Yeah, I was here when you had like 13 subscribers.
Mm-hmm.
How long ago was that?
I don't know, a couple months ago.
Yeah, this was like a couple months ago.
2 months ago, 2 months, 3 months, maybe. You can go back and take a look for yourself if you're
I've
interested.
seen you gone up like 120 or something in a day.
Oh man, we work it out over here. And again, I keep trying to explain to people that again, like my entire thought about this stream was based upon my life experiences about how, and I mentioned, Garen, you ever heard me say how when I would go into poor people's houses, it'd be 5 jars of ketchup in the refrigerator. You ever heard me say
Yeah,
that?
yeah, you have.
What am I talking about here? Does anyone understand what I'm saying here?
I mean, I do, yeah.
And I've talked
Was
about
it?
yesterday.
Is it something about waste?
It's something about efficiency.
Oh, well, waste efficiency.
Yeah, I was gonna say you were close, Stanley. You were close.
Okay. But they could have used it all and then they would have been efficient, but they weren't efficient, which leads ultimately to waste. Inefficiency is upstream, I guess, from waste. You buy too much. Master Kim has talked about this before. He bought too many bean sprouts. And his cook cursed him out and said, "Hey man, you bought too many."
I remember that.
Yeah, man, like it's all business. It's just different businesses, but the same problem, right? And so, I used to go in my house and I'd look in the refrigerator sometimes and I say, "Damn, like look at all these jars of ketchup when they only need one." These people couldn't even find themselves to cooperate down at the minutia level of life. A damn jar of ketchup. You got 5 people living in the house, and they got 5 jars of ketchup.
Who eats that much daggum ketchup?
Everyone had their own jar. And I guess you could buy a travel size jar of ketchup for yourself, but most people don't buy travel jar sizes, so they buy the smallest jar, which is the most priciest jar per ounce that you could buy. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
So what that showed me over the years was the lack of collaboration. You remember yesterday, if you go back to the stream yesterday, and if you even look in my upcoming streams, you'll see something about life is like a box of 4x100 races. Look at the stream, you'll see it. But yesterday I just said, you know what? I'll just do the life is like a box of 4x100 races within another stream. And I said to you, I said, it is the micro decisions in life. Very few people. Who said it best? Was it Ernest? You got me gonna look it up here. Give me 1 minute, guys. This is a tactic. I ain't gonna say a tactic, but when I used to listen to Rush Limbaugh, he used to go off on tangents. He'd be talking about something and he'd say, he ended up going off on a tangent. But he had a beautiful thing about coming back to the actual topic that he was going to talk about. And here is the quote from Ernest Hemingway here. Oh, I gotta hate it. There you go. Hey man, you gotta be honest. I done took y'all this all around the road. We went from who? Was it Rudyard Kipling today or that was yesterday? I can't remember. Right, Rudyard Kipling. How the Saxon began to hate. We talked about that, right? Most of you probably never heard that poem, but we talked about it. And now we're here at who are we here at? Ernest Hemingway. And what did he say? How did you go bankrupt? 2 ways. Gradually, then all of a sudden. So Hemingway blew his head off with a shot. So back to my point that I was making about the 4x100 races. where I said life is like a box of 4x100 races, in that you don't lose in life oftentimes because you're slower than the other man or something like that. You lose because of the micro decisions that are made, within that long life. Within that long life, there are a bunch of micro decisions that I think that a lot of people make bad decisions. Look at the 4x100 people. And you can see from my streams here, upcoming lives. I'm going to delete this stream. I may have already deleted it, but it was a stream that I was going to do about life is like a box of 4x100 races, where there's very, and Stanley, you can chime in as a guy, as an experienced guy. Very rarely can you point to one big mistake that you made, or one big decision that you made that determined where you are today?
I mean, there will be, one or two, but yeah, it's usually it's kind of funny how it works. A lot of times, how you correct a mistake, produces like a downstream cascade.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I have seen that where there's a series of bad decisions that leads to one big catastrophe. Oh, yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's true.
Well, which goes back to your 4x100. I mean, it's no one mistake; it's the cascade effect.
Yeah, it's
And basically, the handoff is what you're talking about. A bad handoff will screw up. Yeah, couple bad handoffs will, cascade.
That is very true. Stanley, do you remember when I played this video and I've long thought about this for men with children. Stanley, I grew up in an era where, and I've talked about it. One of the earliest streams I did was "Where the Dope Boys at?" I'm gonna do- yeah, one of the first things I did.
Heck is that noise?
I don't know, but I'm gonna put somebody on mute.
What on earth?
It may be someone, I don't know who the fuck it is.
It sounds like somebody's processing ice.
I don't know who the fuck it is, but we're going to put someone on mute. But anyway, so one of the first streams I did, Sandy, was "Where the Dope Boys at?" And I talked about how, I used to rent to people, young boys, they'd be hustling dope and shit. And I showed how, the dope game is moved upstream to corporations. And I showed you that company, what's the name of that family in North Carolina? The family that had the OxyContin. I can't remember the name now. But anyway.
The Sacklers.
Sacklers, that's correct. And I showed you a picture that they have a museum downtown DC, a Smithsonian museum. Their names on the front after drug
The museum? Was it the museum you were talking about?
No, the Smithsonian. So in DC, for people who are not aware, the Smithsonian museums are free. You can walk in, they're government property.
Yep.
And they've now sold the naming rights to some of the museums, the Smithsonian museums. And one of the naming rights we sold was to the Sackler families, right there on 15th and I think Constitution, Pennsylvania, 1 and 2. And so I lamented, like I said, where are the dope boys? And the dope boys have gone upstream to the Sacklers and the people who can press pills and things like that. And I don't see many dope boys anymore. The market for the dope boy is going away. Now, you say, what the fuck what does that matter to you? Stanley, my dad, my dad sold dope all his life. That's what he did for them. And you can quibble with, is that right or wrong? Hey, I ain't here to argue with you about that. But the bigger point that I would make you is that there is an element of respect that comes along with, if you're able to make a living doing it. Hell, you look around the Black community, and I'm using that as an example. I don't talk about race often here. But you look at their movements and you look at the people who have respect in their communities. You can disagree with it, agree with it. It's not the point that I'm making. It's the men who call shots, the men who make money, the men who maybe they're in the underworld. They can't go out and get a corporate job, but they figure out a way to make it happen either way. And those are the men that are respected. And so when you look at the Bronx Tale as an example, and we're going to take a look at it here, and I remember seeing this, and this was one of the best clips, I think, from that movie, what he told that little boy, and I'm going to only play like 6 seconds here.
Where's my money, Dad?
I left it in there.
What? How could you do that, Dad? It was my money.
That's bad money. I don't want you to have that money.
Dad, I earned that money.
I said I want you to stay away from.
And so here he's telling his son, you know, like, that's bad money. All money ain't good money. You've all heard that saying. And this is what he's trying to teach his young son. The beauty of this in this movie is that this man had a good, stable income where he can make this message. If he was a broke man, there's no way he could counter it.
Dad, please.
There's no way he could counter his son seeing a man with money and telling him to leave that money behind when this man has nothing. And so you hear the man here say,
I said you stay away from him.
Dad, listen to me.
Did you hear what I said? You stay away from him.
Sonny was right. The worker man is a sucker, Dad. He's a sucker.
He's wrong. It don't take much strength to pull a trigger, but try and get up every morning, day after day.
you can read the caption there, and I think that really is what it's all about. And what I think, you know, I could tell you stories, you know, that I have a good relative. He's friends with Young Jeezy. More or less, his son is friend with Young Jeezy's son, and Young Jeezy's son is having a real serious issue in that he can't match the success of his father. And this is causing an issue because, you know, the dope game is dried up where Young Jeezy made his entrance into America and into that was his entree into success in life. But his son, there is no dope game entree into upper class life nowadays. So Young Jeezy really doesn't have much to offer his son in terms of avenues for prosperity. So anyway, it's very interesting. I'll open the panel back up to you guys. Sorry for my long monologue here. Go right ahead.
Well, I think Portia had some articles.
Is Portia back yet?
I thought I saw her somewhere.
I was feeling a little time waiting on Portia to get back. Yeah.
Oh, I'm here. I'm here.
Portia, I'm gonna step out. You go right ahead and take over. Is that okay?
Okay.
Hey, Portia, you know, before you take over, when are you gonna do your political segment?
At some point this week. So as I'm working on cleaning up things in the back, what people can look forward to is seeing in our playlist, under our playlist tab, you'll see, you know, the playlist for Gone Trucking, the playlist for the Urban Landlord, the playlist for Master Kim, Get Crack, and then of course, Politics with me and whomever else. Because I know, John, you mentioned Lovely T in San Jose, something with Blacks, and we have to have something with Stanley, of course. But it's just going to be more streamlined, organized, cleaner whenever people come to the channel for the first time, and for our already, you know, viewers. So whenever they come, they can go directly to that playlist and, you know, get the information that they need. But as far as me, sometime this week.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
And then another thing is we can talk about this too offline a little bit later, but I do have the Rumble account set up. It's just a few things that I need from you so that I can connect it to our StreamYard. Mm-hmm. There's a few other platforms that we can stream from, but we want to go ahead and, well, I would say just with our numbers right now, and we are growing a whole lot faster than any of us could have ever knew. But with our size, it would be nice to go ahead and get us going on Rumble. so that we can grow simultaneously at the same time in that space in the event that YouTube decides to get us up out of here.
What do you
Now,
guys?
I do not.
Hey, what do you guys think about that Rumble? Put it in the chat. You know, we need some chat engagement anyway. Portia, give me 5 or 10 minutes to talk with you if you don't mind. Go ahead. What are you about to say? I'm sorry to interrupt. You know my memory's bad. Go ahead.
Oh, no, you're fine. I was just saying that with the demonetization and all of that. I know that you guys have been talking about that for the last few days. So I have already edited the videos that we got, demonetized for, and we're just waiting on a response from YouTube right now. But the issue is that there has to, you know how we've been getting a lot of trolls, a lot of porn bombing and things like that. So our channel isn't that big yet, right? So there are people that have it out for us, I guess, and they want to kind of cause drama over here. They're actually going to videos and flagging them and reporting them to YouTube because there's just no way, so we do have ops, but that's not going to stop the show because you have me, you have HB, Crack, yourself, Master Kim, and then of course the audience to give us, different tips or give you different tips and advice.
Don't leave out Stanley.
Can't leave out Stanley. I love Stanley. But to, talk about this stuff and then to rectify the issue. But the bigger issue is just, it's not so much so YouTube, it's just people that are going and reporting and flagging and all that stuff like that. But as I said, that stuff can be rectified. Now, either YouTube says yay or they say nay. Okay, whatever. It doesn't impact the channel as they have said and as you've shown on the screen, but it does impact monetization. But as we're growing, monetization does help on our standalone videos, our pre-uploads and our shorts. But we want to have a backup that so as much as we stream and for as long as we stream with the goal of the 24 hours, we did 22 hours yesterday because I took a nap and Crack had stuff to do. So after our last stream, so we started up at 9 o'clock. But with this consistent content that we have, we want to make sure that we're doing the same thing on Rumble because that's a whole other audience and we can cultivate that space in a major way.
Let me ask you this portion. And this is just a question, you can answer as honestly as you'd like. I've talked to HB, said, man, that fucking boil stock shit, I hit on that, and I never heard of Palantir, whatever the hell, and that shit with Master Kim, man, I'm still getting text messages off that shit, and off of the, the business valuation segment. And I haven't been on YouTube. I've been on YouTube a long time, but in this level, I haven't really been on YouTube. And I wanted to take a different approach to it. I didn't just want to have a bunch of niggas excuse my language. Oh, that guy's gone. I didn't want to have a bunch of niggas. Personally, I just was not going to do that. Just, hey, man, give me a super chat. No offense to anybody, if you want me to go longer, I'll do it. Super chat, blah blah. If I were 30 years old, 22 years old, I probably would do that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, man, send me a super chat, man. I'll go a little bit longer. You know what I mean? But at 49, where I am, you understand, Portia, I got women, right? I hope they're not. I got women. Can you imagine me going back to my ladies, my lovely ladies, and like, yeah, I danced today. I did a jig, right? I told you the story about the bed screws where I tightened up the motherfuckers' bed screws. You heard about that, Portia, right?
Yes, yes.
And I just honestly did not really feel, like it was becoming of a man of my age to be dancing for super chats and shit, and that was never my motivation. I remember when I bought that Rode.
When I told you about the Rode Pro 2.
I bought it so quickly. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do, because whenever we were talking on the back, I was actually when I was telling you what we needed to do in order to set up the call line, I totally wasn't expecting for you to purchase it the same day. So
don't fuck around. Like people, I don't fuck around. Like people, you understand? I don't fuck. You saw the price of that motherfucker, right? And then
yeah, I did. Yeah.
you already knew. I'm talking about to the people in the chat.
Yeah.
And then it fucked up, and then I got another one. Then I said I'm going on the road. I ain't like the way it. I had to travel with that big heavy ass 7. Is it 7, 5, 1, 2, 3? Let me see how many inputs. But however many inputs in the road podcast too. So I said, let me get a smaller one. So, because I think I want to do this man on the street type interview, but not walking up to people, but hey, come sit down and have a conversation. So, I bought another one, right? And I showed it to you. And what I was reading the lady Garana's comments in the chat portion, that was the one thing. I could listen to everything else she's saying, and I'm curious about where her angle was, her motivation. But I realized that what she didn't understand was my motivation, right? Because like again, I'm too old to be super chatting. So if I spent $2,000 on equipment, it's probably then they're probably a little bit beyond super chats, right? You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, because the payout is once a month too. So, and then YouTube takes 30%. So, I mean,
and if they watch me talk about this shit, they would probably realize, like, damn, he don't seem too keen on that shit, right? The 30%. So maybe that doesn't mean that much to him. So anyway, I just think that the person in the chat came at me with an argument that may make sense. Understand, I'm not disagreeing with the person, but it may make sense for a different audience or a different person. If that makes sense.
Well, I would say that it makes sense to someone that's not business oriented. And so many of us that are up here on the panel now and in the chat, we own our own businesses and we're very business minded. We've been in the space where we run our own stuff. And the last time that I was actually on the panel talking, before I got, kind of emotional and stuff, I'm a woman. But I was telling you about the story about my mentor whenever I was, in my teens. And the one thing that they taught me was about you have to spend money to make money. And you have to be willing to invest into things and into people to get that return. And so you can't be afraid to spend money. You can't, especially in a position like a YouTube. So the things that you're doing, you just have to do it. If you want to do this, these are the things that you need to do. You need to get, if we're going to have a call in line, whenever I text you and I told you, you need to get the road too, because I actually have one myself. And as far as your setup, your camera, because John, you went out and you bought a new camera. We're talking laptop. You got the phone number. You got the Rodecaster. I mean, you're going out and getting the things that you need to do this thing.
I mean,
and that makes a difference.
This should be a lesson to the young people, maybe even the old people. I think maybe too late for depending on your age. But it should be a lesson to the young people that really are out trying to do something. The necessary investment that you have to be willing to do, because there are people like me and other people that may have more money that are willing to invest in the craft per se. So again, I think there's a message in that. The other thing I want to talk to you about before you take over here, Portia, is I'm looking at the average view duration. I've been focusing on that the last couple of, soft guy like myself, I am. Well, let me get Blacks up here. He may have something interesting I want to hear before I get out of here. But one of the things I have been focusing on, Portia, is, when you value a business, and I'm not comparing this to a business, but when you value a business, Master Kim, he's still up here. There are certain metrics that you look at. When companies go on road shows when they go around, they look at certain metrics. And when they were looking at YouTube and Twitter and things like that, they want to see the stickiness. How long are people on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, whatever? That's a very important measure. And one of the things that popped in my head was, what is the average length of a TV show short of commercials? And I think I looked it up and I posted in the chat a while back. It's about 30 minutes minus 8, so 22 minutes. And what you see on the screen right here is that, oh, damn, you won't believe this. We're at 20 minutes, 30 seconds, which is about the equivalent. We got CKJ3 up here, which is about the equivalent of a TV show portion.
Yes.
And not only that, this is not like watching Martin or anything like that. We have some very, like, I mean, I'm going across the panel. Stanley, Portia, Blacks, Master Kim, CKJ3, Nobleness D. These aren't like Martin watchers. No offense to the people that watch Martin. Like, these are people that would be watching business news or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm really at a crossroads. Like, how much is a super chat worth if you can build a group of people, 100 blacks, Master Kim's doing value, like bringing real world, like the people are going to demand it. They're going to seek it and find it. And unless it's just an absolute, the shadow ban won't be effective to stop you, because people are always seeking that information. And I don't believe, and I haven't seen it. You guys can come in and I'll open up the floor to you guys. Have you seen any content like what Master Kim did yesterday with the valuation of that store?
I would, if I'm being honest, I would say that the way that I view it here, ever since you made, well, you already, of course, obviously had the YouTube account, but once you started to go live and you reached out to HB and I, it was already, we could see it from you in that other space, but over here, this is a one-stop shop. So you can get the foolery sometimes, you can get the jokes, having fun. You'll get stock advice. You'll get entrepreneurial advice. You'll get, news about politics. You'll get conspiracy theories. You'll even get talks about religion. Like whatever topic that you could think of, you can find it here. And I have not seen that anywhere, because sometimes, because I've worked with other channels before, but it's just me doing pre-uploads, not live streams. So the only live stream that I have ever been affiliated with was the prior one. And sometimes you just get stuck on one topic for too long and you exhaust the conversation around that topic. But over here, and John, it helps, with your green grass and your beers and stuff like that, paired with other personalities, that we're able to move on and move on and move on and move on. And so it gives me a lot to work on in the back, as far as my editing and clipping and cutting and trying to get timestamps and re-uploading and posting and things like that. But I believe that even with Master Kim talking to the guy on the phone about the property, which Master Kim, since you're here, I'll tell you, whenever you were asking him particular questions, basic questions, and he didn't know the answers, he's like, he had to ask his dad. It's like, dude, if you're helping your parents, you need to know. However, it was incredible. Even whenever Crack talks about stocks, it's me. I don't know, like HB, that's his thing. He does the stocks. I know what I know because of him, but I get to learn more and go more in depth with it here. And even because I haven't mentioned this before, but I guess I'll go ahead and mention it now. This is I just purchased my second home, and now I'm leasing out my other home. So I get to learn here from you, John, all things about being a landlord, and what
The
it takes
American
and what it
dream,
looks
Miss
like.
Portia, the American dream. We want to learn.
Yeah, that's exactly what this channel is.
Give me 1 second.
You lease it to HB?
What did you say, Stanley?
So did you lease it to HB?
No, I didn't lease it to HB.
Well, he's moving to Texas.
Yeah, he's not here yet. He's not here yet. Almost. Almost. We don't have that much longer. But he's.
By the way, Mr. Kim, I was just thinking, the kid you talked to who was helping his parents out, I bet he learned something from the questions you were asking.
Oh yeah. Hey, Stanley and I guess Portia, do you mind if I interject a comment about this whole super chat or the payment method?
Go ahead.
Please go ahead.
Okay, so this is my Korean, Arab, Hindu, Vietnamese hat, like what would they do? Not that you guys have asked, and you already know where I'm going to go with this, right? Keep in mind, there's a lot of people do not have Cash App. Although it's strange, a lot of people like Stanley and very financially situated, they don't understand why you got Cash App. They never heard of it before.
I have
Obviously,
Cash
they
App.
have it as a. Oh no, I know you do now, right? But prior to these type of shows, you probably didn't understand.
No, actually, I had Cash App, Zelle.
Oh, okay. So, well, the point I'm trying to mention
I
is there's a lot
don't.
of people that do not have Cash App. So, any sort of roadblock or any people are lazy. If they got to pause to think of how to pay you, they're just not going to pay it. So, I would take Visa, Mastercard, everything. Not, and I'm using this as just an example.
PayPal.
And PayPal,
Include PayPal.
you're gonna want. So you're gonna want to play their game. And although you guys don't need the money, I'd say it's free money. You don't have to buy 3 bags of flour and make pizza dough and sell it and get the return. This is like free money. So I would say push Cash App, but for sure keep your super chats because it's just people are lazy and although you got to give up 33%, I'm saying it's free money because you're not having to go back to Costco and buy Marlboros and mark them up and resell them. It's like free money in my opinion. So I'm sorry. I'm just doing grumpy old minority shit. Sorry guys.
For sure, the more ways you have for people to give you money, the more money you're going to get.
Yes.
And I left a link there. There's one new one I learned of recently. I had donated some money somewhere, and it was great. Is Ko-fi, and they included PayPal. I don't even do credit cards. I'm like, I don't do cell phone shit. Basically, I keep my cell phone stuff very limited. I hate it.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, everyone. Really quick. I just wanted to make sure I said this just in case he's not looking at the chat. DJ MFB says that John, I'm free to do the PIs, so the private investigation show for the rest of the day. And I just wanted to let MFB know you can come up now. We're at the 8-hour mark, so we can finish this out. Or John, your opinion if we should end this and start up the PI one for MFB?
Yeah, let's go ahead and create a new one. That way it'll be easier for you to find whatever you're looking for. I'll go ahead and create like what they call in software, like a stub method there. Richard, you like that, huh? DJ private. So I'll go ahead and create a stub method here, stub stream DJ.
Okay, and I'll throw together a thumbnail really quick.
And I'm gonna make it available. DJ MLB, Portia probably wants to know, but I'm curious as well. What is it going to be about tonight? I'm curious to know. Why don't you jump on the stream and give us a preview of what it's going to be about? That'd be great.
He said set the start time for 8 Eastern Standard Time.
Okay, so that's going to be about 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock EST. So let me update that.
So it's almost 5:30 here for me. So 8 o'clock. So that's 7 o'clock for me, right?
Right.
No, 8 o'clock for you, right? What did he say? What time he said? What time?
8 Eastern Standard Time. 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time.
It's 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time.
7 Central.
So 7 o'clock for me. Yeah.
Okay, I said it for 8:25, so I'll just set it for 8. I'll give you a few minutes. Set it for 8:10 p.m. today. 8:10 p.m. And I sent you guys the link, I think, already. So
Hey, Stanley.
Yo.
Yeah, I'm back on my horse tranquilizer. So sorry for yelling at you throughout the week last week. I had some very.
Hey, it's par for the course.
I was out of my doctor medications.
It's just more fodder for me to work with.
That's right.
Master Kim, since I have you here, I'm going to be reaching out to you offline, but I wanted to make sure, because I've already added this to our spreadsheet, that I heard you correctly earlier. It's called Big Dummy to Big Money, Financial Education, and the Things That Hold People Back.
Yes. Big Dummy to the number 2. Big Dummy to Big Money. Basically, the perspective. John had mentioned something earlier. I'm so sorry, Portia. John mentioned money that, when he gets his tenant's money, walking around town with 2 G's in your pocket does change your mind. And that's also going to be part of the teaching too, that, we were shunned I mean, but I did it behind my mom's back. My shift ended at 10. I'd clean out the register, take all my boys drinking, and then I'd sneak back in the store at night, dump it back in the safe, and I was my mom's silent partner without her knowing. But the point I'm trying to mention is that is very bad, frowned on business behavior to walk around that much cheddar because you do stupid stuff. So, but anyways, yes, big dummy to big money would be the show I'd want to talk about. You know, and I text John 3 books that I live religiously on, because you can be a high school dropout, but it's almost like if you know these MBA capital budgeting techniques, modeling, thinking, some accounting terms, and then you know all that crack and the CJ4 terminology about going long and stuff, dog, they'll become a partner with you, because no one's going to tell you do not have an MBA. So I'm so sorry. I'm just actually over exaggerating right now. But seriously, I mean,
MBAs are worthless.
Yeah, well, I mean, so says the guy with the MBA, right? Of course.
I mean, they're just a waste of time. What CK J3 and Get Crack talk about are things that are well beyond an MBA. An MBA is just it really is just a fluff degree. It means nothing. It doesn't mean what it meant in the mid '80s.
But Blacks, you've got your MBA, right?
Yeah, I have an MBA.
Okay,
It sucks.
so I'm not
It's
trying to throw
worthless.
your business out there, but do you mind if I say what you gross a year? Is that okay if I say that?
Oh, sure. I don't care.
Homie grosses $250,000 a year. So yeah, because you the fucking MBA and your skills. So come on, man. It's the come on. The MBA had put you up in that stratosphere.
Hey, look,
yearly, $250,000 year after year after year. That money adds up and people's lives are changing.
Shit, I wish. My goal, my goal is 350. That's the goal. But anyway, whatever, you know. It's just the point is the point that I'm making is that when in retrospect, if I am a 20-something year old man finishing my MBA, I would have pivoted and probably gone into some sort of I don't know, some sort of STEM, real STEM. I mean, which I did to an extent when I went over to medical school, but it just wasn't tenable. I couldn't do the hours, man. It just took too damn long. But anyway, yeah, just expedience is my thing. I want the most for my dollar as fast as I possibly can make it. After a while, you know, being in school, I'm watching debt mount. Listen, I'm telling you, I wouldn't even have finished school had I had to pay back loans. Had I had to pay back loans, school would have been like, next. It's just work.
Do you own your own business, Bless?
I do, sir. But
yeah.
So I own the one that's really making money now is my baseball team. So currently I have 2 teams. I have a 13U and a 12U team. Next season, I will have 2 more teams. Well, let me just tell you the numbers you can make with this team. And then, of course, I work a 9 to 5. The guy I used to work for, he makes altogether between 2 seasons and a summer season where he does a showcase team, which is basically a teenage team where they go, travel, play for scouts, etc. They make about $750,000 a year. Okay. And then he keeps at least 50% of that. So gross is 750. He's keeping 50% of 750. Okay. I don't know what his tax situation looks like. I don't even ask. I just know the numbers that I see coming in and these parents willing to pay their weight.
Hey, Black.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt you, but there's a comment on the screen said we want net Kim, and I want Kim to explain to him the difference in Blacks. You probably want to chime in here too about, you know, there's a difference between taxable income, cash flow, positive cash flow, right? And those things. So when people talk about net, like, I think you're just looking at one statistic.
Hey John, before you jump into that, before I get up, I just want to ask a quick question. I'm not trying to interrupt your guys' thing, but I wanted to get your opinion and everyone else's opinion. People are watching. what they want me to focus on. 'Cause I'm gonna jump off here in a second, but would they rather see for what I'm gonna do tonight? Would they rather see me take them through one case from beginning to end, like what I got from my client, what they wanted me to investigate, what I ended up finding out, and the whole process, or would they like me to focus on like going over gadgets or like showing them different gadgets? I mean, it depends on what the people want to see. Like I kind of want to hear from the chat and from you guys. I mean, what
Personally, if I may,
Yeah,
Michael
yeah.
Watson, I think a highlight reel of your best cases would be great. I'm not to say that I wouldn't like to see a process from beginning to end, but just giving people some like a charcuterie board of some of the things you do would be great in my opinion. But that's
Yeah.
just my opinion.
Well, I just want to make sure because I mean I feel like John, didn't we kind of do that in the first one a little bit? I mean, I don't want to redo. I mean, I don't remember exactly. I feel like we kind of did do that. Did we?
Well, what I saw, I could have seen a different
Oh,
one.
you saw it? Okay, you saw it.
Yeah, from what I saw, yes, you kind of delved into the idiosyncrasies of what you do, absolutely. But I mean, maybe a little bit more pointed, you know?
Like video, just more videos.
Yeah, videos. Hey, this is how I got that video. I know you showed
Okay.
the camera that one time.
all
Maybe
right.
it'd be like trade craft. Hey, look, I sat here for
Yeah.
15 hours.
You know,
I could do that.
I give you my feedback. My feedback was the live shit. Although you had the haters in the audience and you shouldn't be doing it live, it was the best shit because you were able to provide content while you were actually doing it.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to do it though because I can't control what actually happened in the case. Like for example, the last time, and nothing ended up happening really that night. So unfortunately, there's nothing really to show, like except for all the background information, what led me there. So that's why it's hard to do a case live because you never know what's going to happen on any particular case. You only know afterwards once you get the evidence. So I wish I had like a case where I knew for a fact, there was definitely going to be some fireworks during that night. But like, last time I planned, like I thought that was going to be the case where I was going to find something because the night before I, got all the stuff, but then, that particular night I didn't get anything. So, I think what I'll do is I'm going to take like Black just said, I'm going to take like 2 or 3 cases where I got really good, like cases where I saved my client like over 100,000, 200. I mean, I even saved one client over $1 million in workers' comp fraud, because some guy was defrauding them for his salary as a professional hockey player. He was claiming, he claimed that he had CTE. He had from playing hockey, and he played actually for the Washington D.C. What's the Capitals for the NHL team? Yeah, so he played for the Capitals, and he claimed that over the course of his career he had gotten CTE, and it was so bad that he was reduced to being waited on hand and foot by his wife, and he couldn't function. He couldn't walk or drive or anything. And I found out that this guy was living it up, man. He was driving a Tesla, 2 Teslas. He had 2 Teslas, a house across the street from the beach in San Diego, going surfing every single morning, 6 o'clock in the morning. And he was straight up ripping him off for millions of dollars. Like I saved him a shitload of fucking money on that. So I think I might use that one.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think it would have been a big deal had he not fluffed it up like that? For instance, you can believe you got some head injuries from playing hockey. You know what I mean? High sticking, throwing off your gloves when you stand in the middle of the rink and fight. But to say that you are an invalid, pretty much, and then you can't prove that you're an invalid is insane. That is you have to know people are watching you.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, this is how it starts. So it's these people will go to a lawyer.
Yeah.
And they'll file the case, and it kind of snowballs. Okay, they start doing this. They say I'm claiming I want this much, so they start receiving a certain amount of income from their team or from their employer, whoever their employer is. So then they start to get greedy. So they start to add on more body parts. So they add on a new body part every month. They're like, oh yeah, my shoulder's now involved. I'm having trouble doing this. And their lawyers is trying to get them to add more and more things because he gets paid more too.
Got
So
it.
before they know it, they are claiming that they're in a wheelchair, and they don't even realize that by then, at that point, they're already busted because the PI's already got them on video by that point, usually. So, but that's kind of how they can find themselves in that situation because they start to realize, hey, I can make a paycheck every month for not working. So all I have to do is add a little bit more, and then we'll be living large. You know what I mean?
Boy, I'm gonna start a business. MFBs, PIs Incorporated.
Yeah, but no, I have to say though, just listening to what you were talking about your business, I don't think people really realize what it means to gross $500,000 in a year. I mean,
Yo.
I just know for my business, and I consider that I do very well as a PI, and
Yeah.
I maybe gross 175, 180 a year.
Yeah.
But I mean, people need to understand how much work goes into that. In order to do that, like it's a lot of fucking work.
Brother, it's a lot of work. Let me just tell you, not only am I, because I'm not making $750,000 a year. That's the guy I was working for. But then there are guys who are making 10 times that I know that I've worked with. And they buy whole ballparks. They have teams all around the country. They just grow. There's this team called the Prosper Mission. There's this team called my goodness, Frisco Rough Riders. That they are a farm team for the my goodness Dallas. My God, what's the name of the Dallas baseball? Rangers. They're the farm team for Rangers.
Oh, the farm team. Okay.
However, there is a little league team called the Rough Riders, and they got in with the city of Frisco. So now they are nonprofit. They have a board. Man, the city of Frisco pays all their bills, and all the coaches get paid around $10,000 a season, each one, depending on what level, like AAA, AA, single A, whatever. But the point that I'm making is it's very difficult because you have parents who are lazy. They're lazy as shit. They want to pay $2,000 and they want their sons to win 2-cent rings. They get those little bedazzled rings when they win a tournament. That's what they want. And they'll pay for it. They'll pay out of the ass for it, man. And yeah. And so
you know what you should do, man? You should explain because I don't think a lot of people understand what the difference is between a nonprofit and a lot of this stuff people just don't know.
Okay, I'll do it real quick. A 501c3. 501c3 means that the money brought in by that business is tax exempt. Period. There are a lot of different 501s that are different. You have a 501c3, the other ones escape me at this point in time, but usually a church or some non-for-profit is a 501c3. A lot of athletes, a lot of actors hedge their money in 501c3s, and then they become directors of those 501c3s. Now, their income, that they make from there is, of course, taxable, but they'll put their whole paychecks in a 501c3 and have it as the 501c3's working capital. And then the 501c3 doesn't have to spend that money on the charity that it says it does. It can spend whatever amount it wants on that charity. So say the 501c3 brought in $1 million. It raised $1 million for the quarter. They don't have to spend $1 million or even half that money on what they say they are, what they say they operate as. They can spend maybe 25% of that. And then the other 75% will go to executives, board directors, etc. So when you have a 501c3 that's having everything paid for by a major city, you're winning. You're winning like untold winning. That all your expenses are covered. You don't have to worry about anything. You just have to make sure that your CPA files correctly and you're good. And then, but again, the most important thing here, when you run a team, it's hard to get 12 parents, 12 families to agree on anything. So then you have to take the reins out of their hands and pretty much tell them like sheep what they're going to be doing. And 9 times out of 10, they'll acquiesce unless you get some super sleuth who thinks that they know better than you, which you always do, who likes to ask a lot of questions and ends up flat on their face anyway because they don't know what they're talking about. Everybody thinks they're a coach when they're not coaching. Everybody thinks they're a baseball player when they're not playing. It's amazing, but it is a very lucrative business, and that's just baseball. Think about football. Think about football camps. Football is even bigger. Or how about basketball? I see these guys running these basketball camps. I'm just watching them print money, hand over fist, just printing it. And I'm like, my God, dude, these parents, your son's not going to go to the NBA. Your son's not even going to go to a D1 school. And you got him playing basketball every weekend, traveling. They're not even going to go to a D2 school. You know it. But they're willing to pay the cost, man, just to see they did it.
Yeah, I've known people, parents that had their kids in dojos and all that kind of shit.
Yeah.
You're definitely right. People will spend a fortune trying to give their child the edge. It kind of reminds me of Malcolm Gladwell's what was it? The 10,000 hours book or blank 1 to 2 about how parents would hold their children back a grade to make or even conceive of their child where he's going to be older than everyone else in his class. You ever heard of that, Black? I knew you said and people in the chat probably heard that too.
Yes.
Or,
yeah. I've watched parents forge birth certificates.
Yeah, people who do all these type of things.
And not illegal aliens either. Just white people forging birth certificates so that their son can play a 12U game and that boy is about to be 14. Or the coach is doing the same. You know, it's insane. It's man, or watch people pay ringers to come out. Guys who are big on social media and they are known for winning games. They'll pay their parents $10,000, put them up in a hotel room just to win a tournament.
We have Portia patiently waiting back there in the background.
Yeah, so pros.
I have a picture of while Portia's ready to take over. I have a picture of Black, since might get your goat here.
Sure.
I have a picture of Chicago protests. I think you can see the headline.
I see it, yeah.
7 over downtown protests ahead of DNC.
That's State Street. So
the State Street. Portia was ready to take over. Go ahead, Black.
No, I was just gonna say that's State Street. There's nothing that the Chicago PD can do. My father at this point in time would say, "Thank God I'm no longer a Chicago police officer." It's hell in the cell out there, man, and not all of them are Muslims, of course. They made this. They created this nonsense. The city of Chicago made this nonsense, and it's all their fault. It's squarely on their shoulders, and now they have to deal with it, man. It's insane. But people are always looking for a reason, man, just to cause issues. That's all, man. They're always looking for a reason, something that they can latch onto, because people always need something to believe in. They always need a cause.
Have you ever heard of Blacks? You ever heard of H.L. Mencken?
That sounds so familiar.
We're feeling. Anyone in the chat on the panel ever heard of H.L. Mencken? Yay, nay. I'm not looking at the chat right now, so the people on the panel, I'm somewhat dependent on you.
I don't see anybody in the
Nixon's dead. Oh, all right, fair enough.
Yes, I've heard of H.L. Mencken. He was a reporter in Chicago.
Baltimore.
Yeah,
was it Baltimore?
Yes, sir.
Yep, I've heard of it.
You know, you know, Baltimore being not far from where I live, I've been to the Freddie Gray house. I ever tell you about that?
What did they turn it into a museum too, or something?
Well, were you giving condolences to his mother?
Oh man, the greatest. Those maybe been the first of the.
I guess the answer is no.
Oh man,
Stanley, he was giving condolences to his mother. No, go ahead.
comforting her.
Yeah.
I know you guys probably have already seen this right here. This was my video in Baltimore outside of, I guess this is some abandoned house with a fentanyl addict.
Oh my God.
Long before I ever started streaming, man, I was always interested in the human. What do they call it? That's a word. Yeah, man. Because I deal with that, man. Like, I deal with people like this guy every day. People that you walk past, you say, well, what the fuck? Let me get out. So one day I was riding through Baltimore, and
Is that a Canada Goose you got on? All right, go ahead.
Hey, man, I live in New York, man. You gotta have that goose.
Canada Goose.
Ain't nobody ever try. Hey, I guarantee you one thing: ain't nobody ever try to rob me for one. You can Google robberies, Canada Goose.
Oh yeah, a Canada Goose. That thing's $1,500 on average now.
Man, I can show you my Montclair that French joke.
Oh snap! Now, do I believe you spent $1,500 on it? No, sir.
I got one. Right?
Yeah, you got one.
Because blacks, as I'm telling you, I don't know if Master Kim said here, Stanley, since you hit me to some shit you mentioned earlier. If you want to teach your son something, honestly, this is what I tell you. You've seen, and again, I'm not a guy that speaks very directly to you. I'll paint a picture. You gotta have to see it, read between the lines. You saw that guy's text message. Blacks, did you see that message I showed earlier? I'm never going to be able to get back to where I was going, but since you're here, Blacks. Blacks, did you see that message I showed earlier?
No, what
I think it was Cersei, man. I can't believe that shit. That sounds amazing. Black, Stanley, it's the life of a landlord, bro. Like,
oh, it was the one about how he had hurt something or another and couldn't pay his rent.
He got sick. He got a little sicky. But it wasn't that he got sick or whatever.
He was basically saying he'd have the money by the end of the week.
He said, yeah, by the end of the month, the 28th. Yeah, someone says, y'all was on the block hustling. I don't hustle. I got that dope, man. I don't got to hustle. Nigga, I got dope. Dope selling.
Okay, so wait, time out. So what happened and what's going on?
I'm about to show you. Stanley, this is a life lesson. Not Stanley, because Stanley's already seen this. But for blacks, not blacks, you already know this. But for the people in the chat, the people that look, we got Get Crack, we got Master Kim up here. They can tell you all about other kind of businesses. And we had a young man up here, blacks. He was 23, 24 years old, whatever. I don't know, 23. I think he was 20. And he got everything going on for himself. In my opinion, he got the right foundation, the fundamentals. He was willing to listen. He did offer some critiques of the site, things like that. I appreciate it. He was asking questions of the elder statesmen on the panel, like Stanley and Get Crack and Master Kim and CKJ3. But back to Stanley. Stanley said something about, he has a son, and the information.
I was basically saying that, I may not,
right.
my position in life is, different than I was when I was in my 20s, but I've got an 18-year-old, and some of the stuff that I'm learning about Bitcoin and that sort of stuff, that's stuff that, I get to transfer to my son.
You remember when I talked about planting those trees, Stanley? You remember that? You remember I talked about planting those trees?
Yes.
What you're doing is planting trees for your son. You may never eat off Bitcoin.
Yep.
Right. Exactly.
But your son might, right?
Exactly.
You saying I gotta get ahead of the information flow for my son. It ain't for me. I may not eat off this tree, this Bitcoin tree, but my son might. Is that what you?
Exactly.
I am that nigga. I understand the way of the world. I wish we could play that Pastor Manning clip right now. I'm gonna get that shit in rotation. I do understand the way of the world, and that's kind of what I'm pointing out to you. So, Stanley, what I want to point out to you, and I hope you don't mind if I get a beer in it before I point this out, because I want to kind of, go along with what you're saying here. If you're giving advice to your son, somebody said he was hospitalized from an allergic reaction, you're looking at the wrong thing. I promise you are looking at the wrong thing. It looks like we have Portia back. Give me 1 second, guys. Give me 1 second. Hold on. We have such a sticky audience here sometimes. I've been displaying the YouTube average viewer duration throughout the stream. And so and we have 30 people in the audience right now. So we've been consistently, doing numbers here. 20 minutes, 31 seconds. It's a TV show, folks. You see the banner scrolling. Your co-host HB and John Galt, we do it out of the love here. And all these shorts and shit that you consume, it couldn't happen if it weren't for Portia. Understand? We're 9 hours here. Back to what I was saying. What the fuck was I saying?
You're talking about this text message.
Well, because since you forgot really quick, I just wanted to let okay, so DJ MFB, it looks like he hopped off, but John, I updated the StreamYard and the live, and I put the thumbnail in the description and all of that. So we're still here until his show starts. So we'll continue this show up until his show starts, and then we'll end this stream and then keep it going like that. I just wanted to say that.
Fair enough. Thank you, Portia. Stanley, you would give me some advice to your son. I wish I could give it. I think I did give this advice to the guy. What's his name? Dan?
Yeah.
Hey, man, I got you hear me keep saying, I got that dope for sale. You see my lifestyle, Stanley? I've been living like this damn near 14 years. The only reason I've been working is because I wanted to. I enjoyed the passion of software, just like I enjoy what I'm doing here, So when that Garana woman and the fucking all-knowing person was talking, they were like, yo, your money, why you spend $2,000 on equipment? You saw this text message, the chats in the comment. Why you spend $2,000 on the equipment? You saw that, right, Stanley?
Yes.
And so if you were asking me, I was getting you saying, John, go get some advice to my son, What I would tell him is that this right here. I would show him this text message and I would say, son, a young man or whatever, whoever the fuck you is, someone says it take apple. I think a pecan tree or something takes even longer. What I would tell a young man, honestly, whoever you're trying to make your way into the world, this is what I would tell you right here. I would show him this. There are very few people in the world got pricing leverage like what I have right here. I want you to listen to this. This motherfucker laid up sick in the hospital. I ain't give a damn about that shit. I give a damn, nigga. I got dope to sell. I got people lined up. I'm not showing you the message I get from one channel. I'll show you the Facebook message. Niggas, I got dope for sale. And so I would tell my son, you know what I'm saying? And son, you gotta get that dope. That's what. Look at this nigga. I'm sorry to take offense to the N-word. He offering me I ain't even asking him about no late fee because he know I put his ass out. You understand? Master Kim ain't got that. Master Kim selling blunts all day, and he ain't got that kind of pricing power.
He said he know. What is that?
Master Kim sell blunts all day. What Master Kim, man? Bring him up. I guarantee you, Master Kim ain't got that kind of pricing power selling blunts.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny.
The niggas will go up the street and buy their blunts, but they're gonna pack up all this shit and move out of my house. So can I add $50, sir? Late fee to the payment as well? I said, no, nigga, I'm gonna do you one better than that. I said, the rent would be weekly going forward.
Dang.
So you read it, nigga. Motherfuckers be thinking I be on here. So I hear there's a nigga on here talking about I was on welfare the other day.
So was he paying you monthly before that?
Fuck, I don't go no goddamn monthly. I told you, nigga. The best you gonna go. If you want to go monthly with me, you know what you gotta do. You gotta pony up.
Hey,
You
man.
gotta pony up. Let's say you're gonna be in DC for 3 months for the summer. Give me all that money up front. All right, cool. You ain't gotta pay no more.
He said, "Pony up."
Pony up.
Man, this dude.
Well, yeah. I mean, if it's like a vacation thing.
Yeah, or you just here for work, you know what I'm saying? Like, bro, and this is what I'm trying to tell you, man. Like, look, bro, none of this shit happening. The reason why you're here right now, the reason why we doing 20 minutes and 33 seconds average viewer duration is because I thought this shit up long and hard in my mind, man. Like, bro, like when I, you know, y'all nigga might think HB a joke, me a bullshit nigga, you know what I mean? He be and all that shit, right? But you, as a businessman, I can see that diamond in the rough. You niggas can't see it. What's the hottest shit on this channel right now?
Well, I don't think he's rough. Remember, we had this conversation.
But for the niggas that do, the motherfuckers that can't, the niggas that can't see shit. The ones that come with the young man that came, he rough, man, he the R word, he need, man, like shit, he a fucking trucker. What the fuck you want? A Wall Street banker? Right?
Yeah, now see, that's the point.
This is a blue collar radio right here. Right? Am I wrong? Like, how many blue collar people versus white collar people in the world?
Right.
I see.
I told you it's a white collar bust and it's a blue collar boom right now.
I see white collar. I see sir right here talking about he drive a truck too. He was on the channel, showing outside the view, nigga. Like, you know, like these are working class people, nigga. Like motherfuckers. That, like, you remember when I showed that article? I said I was looking for the productive hour, and it was like 4 o'clock in the morning. Remember? Does anyone remember this shit? Does anyone remember? Like, I'm just trying to draw the picture. You niggas got to see it if you can. If you can't, I'll get more explicit if you can. Does anyone remember when I talked about the 4 o'clock hour being the most productive hour?
Yes, I remember that, and you're not the only one. I was going to say to you that is a tenet that most people who succeed adhere to. 4 a.m. is when you should be up. Absolutely.
You heard me say many times, I've never had an alarm clock ever in my life. Nigga, if times I set an alarm on my phone, I wake up before the fucking alarm wakes up.
I'm the same.
Right.
You have that internal alarm. You got that get money alarm.
You've heard people like Get Cracked say he don't sleep, he nap.
It makes sense.
You've seen like successful people like Stanley who lived a whole life. They could just go and sleep all day. But here he is out here fucking verbal combat every day with your ass. Never get tired. Right?
That's the fact.
Get on here at 12 at night. He be out here talking shit.
Then I understand Stanley. You're finally awake. He's like, dude,
nobody understands that shit. Understand? But see me, I see that shit. Nobody else. Like it's almost fucking amazing to me that no one else. I got MLB. Well, he going right now. He'd be right back for a show, but no one else thought about it. Like, here's the MFB. And nigga got some real good content. First 2 shows did good numbers.
See, that's the thing, John.
What's the thing? What's that thing? Oh,
most people want things handed to them,
Mm.
or they are content watching other people succeed, and without even ever having tried. You are just showing them.
I'm trying to.
Yeah, that you're showing them through this medium we call YouTube how to succeed. You're not even, it's kind of it's funny in a way because you're not telling them, hey, you do A, B, C, D.
Do that.
You're just going about your business. And as you go about your business, if you don't glean from somebody who is in it, if you don't glean it, man, there's something wrong with you. I don't think you'll ever succeed.
I think that there are people that are watching this stream. Honestly, I know some of them. I've looked behind the scenes. That some of them are streamers. You know, and then I go back and I look at their streams and I see a shift in the way that they're doing business now. And blacks, what I'm saying, I talked to you about. Well, I talked about the Dr. Dre quote. Blacks, like, I don't have to be successful at this shit. Understand? Like, nigga, I go by my way right now. Right?
Exactly. Yeah.
But I do have a genuine interest in seeing other people be successful, and for the people that can see what I'm saying and what I'm talking about here, and they take these nuggets from Kim or from you or from Crack. You hear HB talking about he buying stocks to get Crack is mentioned. Like, it'd be all worth it for me. Yeah. So when these niggas are talking to me about, I don't know if it's a nigga, but if no one up here cares about that. But when the people are talking to me about cash apps and monetization, bro, like, honestly, that shit went over my head, Black. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, I know what you
mean. I'm talking like a nigga right now. And you Chicago nigga, you know what I mean? And you know what I'm saying, Black? You know what I'm saying? Like, it went over my head, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They talking to me about some shit that don't really matter. Nigga, I shut this whole fucking stream down, going by my business. Right? I sell this road. It'll sell, right? I put on Facebook, try to come pick it up. And I go on by my business, nothing ever happened, but I still had in the back of my mind, like,
hey,
without the haters and everybody else, I knew I could have built something. That's enough for me. Yeah. Right? That's Nick. Hey, Jerome, if you're listening, what you're seeing is like a nigga that like not willing to bow down and tap dance.
What you're saying, a nigga that don't give
they don't understand shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? And I think that's the saddest part is her whole fucking spiel coming up here was telling me how to tap dance harder to get my show money. Man, I can walk away from all this shit.
Hey, that's what I did. I had gotten monetized.
Right.
I got monetized on my channel. It only took me 30 days to get 1,000. Well, less than 30 days to get 1,000 subscribers. And then I was just watching how everybody had to step on pins and needles just to maintain the monetization. I said, then all of a sudden they demonetized me wholly. And they said, if you want to get remonetized, you got to do this, that, and the third, basically jump through hoops that were on fire into a lion's mouth. I said, I'm not doing that. I said, just take the shit. I don't care. I'll wait till next year. And then, eventually it'll build back up and I'll apply. I still haven't applied. I don't care. It doesn't matter. It's all this YouTube bullshit. It's not real money. You don't really make money doing this.
Blacks, I feel like I just been let out of jail again.
Yeah, I mean, for real, because it's what you make on the back end. This is Mr. Beast.
Like, I feel like I did. Like, well, I told you the story when they put me in jail, and most motherfuckers would have said, "Woe is me," but I feel like them banning me and monetizing me, and the niggas talking shit, telling me to dance.
Yeah, they are. They said, "Dance, boy, crapping that night."
What kind of nigga I am? Like, man, I ain't about to damn nobody. I shut this whole motherfucker down.
Cracking that bull whip. I'm telling you, that's exactly what it is, brother.
And you know, Black, I swear to you, like, and again, like, you had a stream, you had more subscribers than I've ever had, man. And I looked at your stream, I seen where you at. You don't stream, you know, I don't think you stream anymore. You could have been monetized, whatever. You've talked about how they demonetize you. And did your meal portion sizes get any smaller?
Nope. Nope. In fact, I'm making more money because I'm not wasting my time here. And that's the thing, man. It's like, again, you make the money on the back end. I made money off of relationships I built from YouTube. Kind of like with these people, Mr. Beast, Ryan Games, a whole bunch of other YouTubers that nobody cares about on this channel. You know, they got 1 million some odd subscribers. Their big money isn't coming from YouTube monetization. Their money is coming from the back end deals that they're making, toy lines, appearances. You know, getting YouTube is just a catalyst to advertise at best. Okay, and at the very least, you get, you know, a little chunk of change for doing it if you are monetized. But anybody who's worth their spit, they're not monetized on here anymore. And those who are monetized on YouTube still are agents for YouTube.
Man, you ever seen the movie Black? And I've talked about it before. And I'm Portia, we're gonna have to create a new stream because we're 9.5 hours in it. MFB comes on in an hour.
Yeah.
And so you know, he's probably gonna talk for at least 2 or 3 hours. Then it's gonna be motherfuckers wanting to chime in and say, hey, what about this? What about that?
Yes, you know that.
You know what I mean? So, and then they're gonna want to go all night, and then Crack's gonna come back. He's gonna host all night, so we probably have to create.
Crack's gonna come back and he's gonna host all the bullshit. Inferious, the rest of them.
One day, Blacks, man, I would love to speak freely about shit. You know what I'm saying? But you know, you can't really talk right now. You know, I'm still learning.
Well, John, we'll be able to do that on Rumble, so don't forget about that.
Nah, you know, like, you know, it would have to be. I don't know.
Maybe
one can clip anything and send it to somebody, and
you don't get 310 million subscribers organically. I want to make that abundantly clear. These guys who have, you know, 250 million subscribers, they, you know, it isn't because people are like, oh, let me subscribe to him, let me FOMO. No.
Blacks, I don't know if you were here earlier, but this is what this is what Cam the King sent me right here. You know,
what is that, man? I can't really see it. You gotta.
It's a.
Is it a? Oh snap! He sent you an edger.
Oh man, yeah, I ain't tell you that ain't it. He sent me some of the. He sent me someone Ed Rush you up here. He sent me Colorado's finest. You gotta love that, right?
Wow.
And he sent. Let me see if I got. I can't reach it right now, but he sent me some laser pointers, a safe. Master Kim sent me some tickets, man. I walk past the Barclays Arena when I'm in Brooklyn. Every day. I catch the bus in front of that motherfucker. I ride the bus. You niggas seen me on the bus, right? You saw me on the bus.
I did. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, we saw you on the bus, Johnny.
Man, you know, and Master Kim sent me some tickets to the arena, the Barclays Arena. Man, I've never been there, motherfucker. I've had designs of taking my kids to the arena and everything, but shit's so expensive. Not because I can't afford it, because I'm cheap. And here comes a guy, right? Here comes a guy I don't even fucking know, right? And never met him in person in my life, and out of the gratitude his own heart, he never sent me a super chat, a cash out, or maybe he did, I don't know. But he ain't here for the recognition of a super chat or cash out. This man got plenty of money. I don't need her. Hey, Master King sent me $2 on cash out. He ain't here for that.
Nope. No, he's not here.
Right, he ain't here for that.
And that's the point. Those are the relationships I'm talking about cultivating.
And so go ahead, Blacks. I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying that those are the relationships I'm speaking of when I say cultivating relationships outside of YouTube. And maybe G, 111 million subscribers, PewDiePie being hated by YouTube. Yeah, right. I'm just saying, man. I know a psyop when I see one, and I also know people who are lying when I see them, and they can tell me all they want, but when I hear stories about them meeting with the executives from YouTube and etc., there's shit that they do that they put on, and you're wondering how come they can put it up, but you can't put it up. You're getting demonetized. You're getting your streams taken down. You see some of the biggest YouTubers you've known put cool news segments up. And you're like, how are they doing that?
Hold
And
on.
you're thinking to yourself, how are they doing that and not being demonetized or not being struck, etc. That's how.
Well,
Because
you know what, Blacks, like after COVID, right?
Yeah.
What happened? Everyone started to become local, small, right? The government even recommended forming cubes. Do you remember that shit?
Uh-huh.
Why don't you get with your neighbor and then y'all form cubes, whatever, so on and so forth, blah 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 blah. Someone says, I don't know why they chose a rust exterior for the Barclays Center. I don't know either. It's interesting. But I think if you look at where politics, I would never tell someone not to vote locally. You'll hear me at best be ambivalent about voting nationally, in the federal election. But locally, I think you can really have an effect. Subsequently, I think economically, all that CBD shit, and we're gonna do some shows about that.
Mm-hmm.
Internet nationally, it can lock a lot of shit down. And again, here's me drawing that picture, and you're gonna have to see it for yourself.
Right.
You can easily, create a small community. Doesn't take many people.
It doesn't take many people at all. You're absolutely right. For every one person, they tell 14. So
how many people started the American Revolution? Was it 10?
Man, I don't remember the exact number. Stanley, do you remember the exact number of young people who started?
No, but it was it was more than 10.
Yeah, it was way more than 10. But I know
I can't remember how many people. You know what? That's a number I should know.
Me too. I feel you caught me off guard there.
It was in a bar at the Green Dragon Tavern.
Yes, but it was more. Are you saying the conversation, or you mean how many people signed the?
And the people in that bar, it couldn't have been more than 50. This is in Boston back in the day. And so for the people, what I'm saying is they want to lean on.
There were 56.
There you go.
Right. There are stories about the French army defeating many, many, many more people because they were organized. I've talked about the 4x100 race with the men's Olympics team.
Yeah.
If you can extrapolate, if you need me to draw the explicit picture, I will. But you should be able to extrapolate. What I'm saying is that we can build a community here where we don't need to even ever go viral.
I agree with that. I do agree with that.
We got a guy right here that sent me this. Right? He sent me this.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Maybe he doesn't have money.
But he has resources.
Yeah, resources. He got a warehouse.
Mm-hmm.
Someone else, he had 30. The Blacks, did you ever get those 0 returns?
I haven't. I've been trying to meet up with him. Shit's been getting crossed, so I'm just not. I'll let him.
So he had
do that.
30 turns. And I'm just going around the whole circle of all of these small community benefits that we have here.
Yeah.
Blacks with 30 turns. That could have been someone in business. Hell, 3 people. We don't know who got it. 3-0 turn. You see what he sent me? No questions asked. I wasn't even here when this shit arrived. I was in New York.
Wow.
We see Master Kim willing to.
They sent you a safe. What kind of a safe? A big old safe?
No, I love safe. A little small safe. Probably put a
Got
pistol.
it. Got it. Okay.
You see Master Kim take me and the people that he has put all of us in contact with. He's not selfish about sharing his resources. Get Crack, your HB talk about his stories of making money. Get Crack advice, and he's even shown you some of his trades. I think we can make a go of this without super chats. Again, how many subscribers did we get from me live streaming outside while we had, I don't know, 40, 50 people in the audience asking questions? How many people did we have in the stream? How many subscribers did we get? Yeah, we should take a look back, and we look back. Maybe one day we'll do a stream on that. How many subscribers did we get while John Galt was in New York? Can you be?
How many subscribers? We got a lot, John.
Can you
we shot up from 5 to almost 700 from them.
Can you be creative and get around YouTube's algorithm? Can we be like the people passing out paper flyers in Germany back during, whatever that?
I used to have a street. I used to run a street team in the early 2000s, passing out flyers. Very effective way to get the word out, man. Thousands of flyers, not only flyers but just little trinkets. I put them everywhere I would allow. Mm-hmm.
Have you ever said that to Chap?
No, I never said that to Chaplin.
Okay, don't. Okay, so don't. And if you do say it, don't say it right now, because Lord, if he knew. But
street teams, eh?
I know, because he would. I know he would. He would more than anything say that you're the leader of our street team, and he wouldn't even ask you. He would just tell you. So I won't tell him either.
Oh no, I'm not doing that because when people talk about knocking on doors, I led the charge with knocking on doors, especially during the first 2 years of college. Started in high school, went through college. College was where I really got into it and started throwing parties at clubs, planning concerts with radio stations like WGCI and B96 and FM. 103.5. All these different radio stations downtown Chicago. That was me, man, and I don't miss it. It is a thankless job. You're the last on the totem pole, even though you're the one that makes it all happen. Yeah.
But again,
it's a lot of work. But John, what you're doing is organic and it's like old school. But I'm still I know that we'll still get the subscribers, but I still don't think YouTube will let us be great, especially with an election year.
That's a fact.
I mean, again, I quit this shit right after I went to jail. You know what I'm saying? Most people would be like, "Oh, woe is me. What am I going to do right now? I depended on Section 8 for my guaranteed rents and shit." I figured this shit out, right? Like, whatever, right? You know what I'm saying?
And
I truly believe, I'm willing to abide by that guidelines. I don't want to show any porn or shit like that. You can see how disciplined I've been about by bringing people up on the stand. But, as long as I'm willing to do it, and again, I don't have any external pressures for me to do it. And again, I don't want to equate myself to anyone else, particularly people that are greater than me. But as I said to you guys that are listening, the way that even I went about HB, because when you're a real estate guy, and I played the clip for you from Donald Trump, like him, 11, whatever the case may be. He was dropping some jewels right there. And for you guys that are interested in business, what I would say to you all is you got to get a keen eye for talent. And I've shown you over the streams that you seen me on CTs or here, I think it was the Jimmy Johnson. Anyone remember the Jimmy Johnson? Don't make me look it up. Anyone remember the Jimmy Johnson? Is anyone? Yeah, you know.
Jimmy Johnson.
Yeah, I know it's kind of
Ring
off
it up.
topic. Yeah. All right, let me look this shit up.
I don't remember that, bro.
Yeah,
You could bring that up for us.
it's perfect timing while we're waiting for DJ MFB.
Are you talking about the sports coach?
Yeah, sports coach.
Okay, what about him?
I don't want to do it justice without paraphrasing it.
Damn, that dude's still alive. Yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Blacks. I'm looking up the quote.
No, I just remember seeing him all the time, and his counterpart, whose name Steve Madden, and all the rest of them, growing up, and them commentating on football, etc. And I never really I knew his name, but I never really thought about his name. You know what I mean? Yeah, I know who he is. Absolutely. What about him?
Back in the day, man, I won't let my children watch sports today. Honestly, there's no value to it.
You're right.
Back in the day, they had strong ass white men. A lot of them. I'm sorry for saying it if that offends anyone.
It doesn't.
When they had strong ass white men and blacks, and here I am going to talk to Stanley and you.
Yeah.
And they had military experience.
Leadership
experience. Understand, Stanley? He may be halfway nodding his head and halfway gritting his teeth. But here's some quotes from Jimmy Johnson that I wanted to share with you, and I may find the one where he talked about talent. And I experienced this a while back. Recently, I told you guys about this guy that I hired. And you saw him on Grace's stream, on the stream that I did with Grace.
He's a handyman, right?
Yeah, he's the white guy, handyman. Motherfucker could work hand tools. Fuck a drill. He could goddamn work with. He could drill a pilot hole and drill a screw into it and make tongue and groove furniture with no power tools.
Wow.
All right, real serious guy from Baltimore. You know what I mean? I told you the story. He was one of my whatever.
Yeah.
So, but all right now. I had 2 years at the time, and I wish Matt because he could give me some back and forth here. But Blacks, you may have some experience with this as well.
Yes, sir.
One guy I talked about, the one guy you saw on the stream who was working in one of my garages with the guy that ran my garage. He's a very difficult person to work with. Very difficult, man. Like, if you told him to be somewhere at 8 o'clock, he'd deliberately show up at 8:30
just to spite.
Right. I wish Master Kim was up here because he understand, like this is shop talk, street talk, dope boy talk, right? That most people don't even understand. You know what I'm saying?
And I told you I ran a moving company, unlicensed in the city of Chicago, making guap.
You know what I'm talking about. You know what I mean?
I do, and go ahead. I'm listening.
I'm listening to you. This is dope boy talk. You dope boy.
I'm just saying how the things you had to do to get these motherfuckers. Excuse me, let me knock her. To get these people to show up. And I told you how I worked with all the races, all the main races anyway, black, white, Hispanic, and the ones who worked the hardest, hands down, were the Hispanics, but they steal every fucking thing. And then the ones who were lazy and no good, rotten slackers were always black men. Always. I could offer them the world, offer them twice what they were making at their fast food joint.
Blacks, look at the quote right here.
Treat a person as he is, and he will remain as he is. Treat a person as if he were where he could be and should be, and he will become what he could be and should be. Listen. I get what he's saying, but that hasn't been my experience with niggers, and I'm just being straight up. I try and show these niggas how they can make money on the front and back end. And what do they do to me? Bite the hand that feeds them. So I treat them as they are.
Like, here's the quote I was actually looking for. Here's the quote right here.
Remember Coach Jimmy Johnson saying, I treat everyone the same differently. When he explained how he cut a rookie who fell asleep during a film session.
That's it right there.
While he just nudged his star quarterback, Troy Aikman, to wake him up. Yeah, you don't treat everybody the same.
Everybody can't do like when I hear about that equality shit, that shit burn it grind my.
They don't want equality. They want equity. They want you.
I hate that white boy, man. Nigga, like he had not only the ability, but he had ideas and he had, you know, he had that motor.
So let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
That white boy with all the one that you hired, who can work a hand tool.
I had two. Yeah.
Well, just the one you were speaking of, the one
right.
from Baltimore.
Right.
Think about this. So say one day in an off day, he shows up late. Think about how you would treat him versus the guy who shows up late just out of spite. You know what I mean?
You know, like Black, let me give you a better example.
Okay.
Think about how I would treat him, how I would treat someone who shows up not out of spite late, but just late.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Really, what I was talking about to you earlier was about leverage.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, Blacks, I got to get to this because
no worries, man. Yeah, go ahead.
You know, I do enjoy the back and forth with you, and I'm going to come back to you in 1 second.
No worries. Yes.
I mean, you mentioned your son, and you wanted to teach to take in this channel things that you could take your son, and one of the things that I want to really zoom in on.
That was Stanley who said that.
Right, yeah, Stanley. Right, and one of the things I wanted to zoom in on here was leverage for your son. If you're teaching your son here, this is free game, just like Master Kim gave you free game. You know, and I've talked about the dope, man. You gotta have that dope that sell itself. Like you niggas, you see me here every day, and we have people in the chat. Hey, well, how you afford the weed? How much weed you smoke? But they never say, well, how the fuck are you here every day? And the weed keeps coming. Like you've heard me say that, right? Black, you heard me say that, right? And so I think that's the unseen, the things that people don't see, that they never ask questions and they never expand their minds to wonder, well, damn, like God is here every day.
I remember one time you said that, John.
Yeah.
Someone asked you, you know, they said, man, you always smoke, you always drink. He said, the most important thing is I'm always here and the weed's still flowing and the beer's still flowing and it ain't stopped yet.
Try to get like me, niggas, right? Try to get like me. I ain't like in the game. It's free. Go on the internet. You're gonna be niggas talking about how to get bitches.
Yeah.
All this shit.
Buy my ebook. Buy my master plan.
Nobody sold nothing to you. Motherfuckers on here talking about goddamn memberships and shit. I done lost a month membership. And how many goddamn man, this shit get me real pissed off. I'm so sorry.
It gets me pissed off too. Go ahead. I'm listening.
How many goddamn hours we done streamed since we lost demonetization? How many hours?
Shoot, let me look.
How many hours? Have we missed 1 hour?
No.
Since monetization. I understand people like this is some. You're like, I'm a different nigga. Yes, I understand. I ain't got no problem with nigga that dancing, but to the niggas that dance for money, people see through that shit. They see through it. And if they don't see through it, they're gonna fuck around and see me, and then they're gonna start contrasting and say, well, damn, this nigga right here, like, he ain't asked for nothing.
Yeah.
And they do 21 hours and he built a team of people, you know what I'm saying? Different personalities, Stanley, Blacks, Get Crack, HB in the morning. You can hate on a nigga what you want, but you niggas can come up here and bring the people up here that he could. Let's just be honest. If you could, nigga, I would recognize your talent.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Right? I understand. Like, niggas, any of you niggas that you want to hate on HB, good, fine. Right?
John, the Barry Gordon of YouTube.
Duplicate his hustle.
Barry Gordon of YouTube.
Duplicate his hustle, nigga. We can run 2 streams I paid for the platform to run 2 streams. I can go live right, nigga. We went live. I ain't drunk, sir. We went live on 2 streams at the same damn time.
Yeah.
Nigga, I can go live right now. Right now. I go live right now. So any motherfucker that think they can outdo somebody, platform is yours. I've told no one no. Right? Have I told anyone no? Have I told anyone no? Man, blacks, man, like bro, you know what I'm saying? You're really, you know what I'm saying? Any nigga that grew up in Chicago, you know what I'm saying? I got a lot of respect for that. And you know what I'm saying? Like when I heard niggas getting blocked from the channel, you know, I'm like, man, don't block anybody.
Yeah.
Fuck, let their ass come up here and talk shit if they want to do it. Don't block, let them talk. Right? I got niggas threaten me. Physical niggas know where I live, niggas know where I look like, threatening me on a day-to-day basis.
Yep.
I put out 2 years ago. Right? So you understand, like it's a different landscape. I understand that they can attack you in different ways, and I probably haven't protected myself adequately to keep trolls and people who gang up and want to port you or block you and things like that.
My issue is the know-it-alls, man. The guys that get up here and tell you, fuck you, I know more than you on every possible front. It is insane to me. There's no way. There's no way you could have a working knowledge on every subject on the face of the planet. You know, especially those that you've never grown up in, never had to be around, etc. You know, and I'm not saying that you couldn't have a plebeian's knowledge where you did a Google search or whatever, but I'm just saying if there's somebody who has more knowledge, then you should be the one shutting up and letting that person with the knowledge speak on it, you know.
Yo, shout out to Tyrone, man. You know what I'm saying? I remember when we couldn't let you up on the stream and I shouted you. You know, you one of my top streams early on, bro. Like anytime you want to come up, you know you more than welcome. You my nigga next door. I'm from Alabama, bro. You know what shit. Like, bro, there's a kindred spirit. You know what I'm saying? That like when I talk to you, bro, like and you probably felt it. You know, it ain't something you can express. Right? You know, we two niggas are two separate states, side by side. We more or less related in a distant way, right? Tyrone, am I wrong about that? And so, you know, blacks, I think that we're gonna keep pushing forward. I think we can make a go at this without the YouTube. What do you think?
I agree with you wholeheartedly, man. Other people do it, and that's my thing. It's a tool, you know. It isn't something that should be your life. It's like you said, with a tool, it has its uses, and then when it's worn out, you either spend the money to refurbish it, or like most of us, you move on from that tool, throw it away, give it away, whatever. That's what YouTube is to me. It isn't something that I want to be like, man, my life and body and mind and life's blood is tied to it. And most people don't. Nobody. And again, like you said, you'll walk away from this shit in a moment's notice because it isn't something that defines you. You just stumbled on it and you're like, hey, I like to talk to people. Let me get on here.
Let's make go of it, right?
Yeah.
But I'll be honest with you, but like then once I like kind of got into it, you know.
Yeah. I'm not saying you don't like it. I'm not saying you haven't developed affinity.
Once I get to, you know, like I didn't approach it haphazardly.
Yes. Yes.
And so I'm sitting on CT's channel and I'm like, yeah, you know, that nigga HB is kind of funny. But at the same time, he ain't stupid. Like you can't really work with stupid, but you can work with funny and you know.
Oh yeah, HB. I knew the first time I met HB, I knew he wasn't stupid. This was how long ago was this? This is nearly 3 years ago. This was 3 years ago. First time I met HB. First time I met HB, I knew he wasn't stupid when he started talking about the Hegelian dialectic. Excuse me.
When you talking about
when he was talking about the Hegelian dialectic. Okay, when to even mention it, means you know what it is, and a lot of people don't know what that is. You know who Hegel is. You know, one of the mentors of Karl Marx. You know, in dialectic. But the point that I'm making is that he mentioned it, and that's not something that you would expect someone really. It just seems like he doesn't take things seriously. But no,
Right.
I would fully expect someone like Stanley to know what it is. But
and see, that's what I'm saying, Black and Stanley. I wish you could chime in here if you're still here. Those type of things would have an impact on a Stanley or a Blacks, right? Am I wrong about this, Stanley? TKJ3, feel free to chime in.
Those who have impact or what?
If you heard, let's just say you heard a truck driver, and I'm just speaking generically here, and he spoke upon Chopin, because you remember HB knew about Chopin, and I don't know if he mentioned Tchaikovsky.
Well, he was the one teasing people about pronouncing it chopping.
Right. There you go. And so what I'm saying, hold on. What I'm saying, Stanley, CKJ, I think that was you if you were about to chime in. If you saw a truck driver and you heard a truck driver correct you about pronouncing chopping versus choking, that would probably make an impression on you. Is that what I'm saying?
Yeah, it absolutely would.
And these are the subtle cues that a nigga like me notices that other people may not notice. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is a business. I'm teaching you guys business here. We got 22 people in the chat, not a problem. Then when you go about your business life and how you conduct business, things like that, you're gonna run across people with talent. I ever tell you guys the story of the Israeli? I'm gonna bring him on the channel one day. Jewish guy, Israeli guy, and he may be watching, so I better watch my words. But I ain't gotta watch my words because everything I say I've told him before. So I'm sitting in this house upstairs, and he comes over. He looks into work. Maybe I found him on Craigslist, and he introduced himself, and I'm listening to Rush Limbaugh at the time, and he's like, whatever, blah 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 blah. And he ended up doing some work for me. Now he's too big to ever do work for me. He does big shit up in Bethesda, Jewish area, blah blah blah. But we're still friends, and I changed his opinion about a lot of things because he had never met anyone like me. Some black guy sitting around in the ghetto listening to Rush Limbaugh, totally out of the mold, outside of the mold. But we're still friends to this day. Again, I'm gonna
you're right, John. Some nigga sitting around.
You believe it when he saw me when he walked in, and I'm sitting in the smallest room in the house. Right? I've shown you the room before, so you don't have to. I can leave it up to your imagination. I'm sitting in the smallest room in the house, just chilling. I made it my office. I'm sitting here, and he comes in to do some work for me. So, hey, that's the thing. I don't even know where the fuck I was headed with that, but you guys take over, Portia. You ready, Portia? You're gonna have to start a new stream for MFB because.
Oh yeah, so we have the stream set up for MFB, and that is at. Let me make sure. That's it's in 30. It's in 30 minutes. So we have 30 more minutes left to go on this stream, and then we'll be starting MFB stream.
I'm gonna drink another beer and smoke a joint. I'm about.
Don't you have to go and clean the rooms? Are you gonna make it?
Well, no, I brought the cleaners in. Oh shit! Look who we got here, Angel.
Hey, well, ladies and gents, I gotta get out of here. But
as soon as I come, you have to leave. Oh, Black.
I'll be back. But I'm gonna say a phrase that I believe Stanley would know. Maybe John will know. TTFN. Nobody knows. All right.
I totally don't know. I don't.
Hey, watch Winnie the Pooh more. TTFN. Ta-ta for now. All right. Bye.
Oh my God.
Nobody says that.
Fortunately, since you start talking, the average view duration is going up 20 seconds, 20 minutes, 41 seconds, give or take.
Well, it's just strange how, like, just for like the sake of convenience, I come up and all of a sudden you have to go, Blacks. I don't know if you're serious. Well, yep, he did leave, but I'm pretty sure he would have stayed if I wasn't up here,
Hey,
John.
Angel. Hey, Angel.
Well, I'm not going to leave just yet.
But I
Numbers. Drake knows the business. It's all about the singles. Damn, what happened?
Well, now you got me like in my Ja Rule kind of mode, John Galt. Like, let's talk about like rap music. One of my favorite songs of Ja Rule was "Put It On Me." I die if you ain't with me. So baby girl, put it on me. What would I do without you? I only think about you. I was tired and lonely. So baby girl, put it on me, on me.
10 more seconds and Ja Rule get a screen for this. Keep going.
Who would I be without my baby? Without one might break me. I don't wanna go crazy. So every thug needs a lady, lady.
I think Ja Rule just got paid for that one.
We got Angel in the building. Hey, Angel.
Hey, Porsche.
I'm sorry you didn't get to talk as much last night. I wanted you to read a story for me. And so since we have about, give or take about 25 minutes left, I might have you go ahead and read the story so we end this stream on a good note before we get all
That's
of
fine.
the private
That's fine with me.
investigation stuff from MFB. Well, go ahead.
I
What's
was
going on?
for a short period of time when I came and I heard like the debate between P Black and Righteous Muffin.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy. It was pretty crazy.
But P Black thinks that martial law is needed within Chicago, and I told him, you mean martial nigger law?
Yes, you you did say that. You did. We did have someone on the panel earlier, a new person that just found us today, he said, and he was talking about the N-word and how it doesn't need to be said here, and all of that good stuff. But he doesn't know you, Angel, and he doesn't know us. And
no, he doesn't.
Sometimes it's necessary. Sometimes it's necessary, you know?
Well, I told you, you weren't around overnight when some dude who is in Ava's orbit comes on and starts talking about monkeys and all this stuff.
Oh, the guy that had that accent last night?
Yeah, an American man. I'm like, dude, you're a lightweight compared. I'm like, you're a lightweight. Did you not know this? I'm like, do your worst, but you're gonna have to know English better.
Yeah, but you know, Stanley, last night a lot of people were saying they were talking about you, that you know, with you voting Democrat and all, and they were saying, how is it that he's talking about someone's accent, you know, and saying you were saying America first. You were all America first last night, and so some folks were
Well, hey,
questioning.
I'm always America first. I mean, you know what? If you're gonna come up here with like a German accent talking about monkeys, I got plenty of American friends who can do that better. Don't be calling in from a foreign country talking all this smack.
What time was this as part of the stream so I can go back and listen to it?
Oh, it must have been like 3 o'clock in the morning. It was.
Yeah, it was like 3 or 4 o'clock. It was like, I think it was almost 4 o'clock in the morning. Me and Craig stayed up all night. Okay. So, but I'm working on all of that right now. The timestamps and everything from last night and the other videos. So
Well, I
And I'm
think
gonna
I,
give
I think I gave him pause when I started calling him Curious George because he cammed up and
I'm sorry, Stanley.
the dude looked like a monkey. So,
Oh yeah, because he cammed up. Yeah, he did. He did. That was
oh,
a
he
yeah.
should have never done that.
Yeah. But his trolling wasn't really. I mean, it wasn't that fun. I mean, I don't know. We have Angel, so it's really
Well,
hard
I didn't think.
for
You know
someone
what?
else.
I think I did tell him if you're going to do this, at least be funny.
Yeah, it was rough. It was, but it was someone from Ava's channel that came over because because of Tough Guy. So because of Ava and Tough Guy last night, which Crack, if you're listening, I do have that timestamp, and I'll be doing a pre-upload of that as well. But Tough Guy and Ava, Stanley, you were there.
Oh, I
Angel,
was
you
there.
you were there too. Yeah, for sure. They got into it pretty bad last night. It was a hot mess, and so a few of her folks came into the chat, and then that guy
I
called in. So
I don't know if this was like
Well,
after
he
I
just
had left
wasn't the right
or
one. He
before I
shouldn't
had
have
came
done that.
on, Portia, because the part that I did come on was when the P Black and Righteous Muffin were going at it about Chicago, and then I was listening, and what I was hearing with Ava and everyone else while I was still on panel, I thought I was listening to a previous replay of a different stream at first, but when I looked and saw that she was actually on, I was like, oh, and so I obviously said hi to her, and then I don't know if the whole thing that you're talking about, Portia, but I don't think I was on the panel at the time when it had happened.
well, I mean, I've been up for since yesterday, but I do believe that. Well, from what I remember, you were up there, but like you weren't talking. Now you came in a few times here and there, but they kind of took over the stream because we had two different people that were talking to Ava and giving her advice, and it was kind of, can we get someone else in? Because I wanted to get your
Yeah,
advice, I wanted to get
I don't
Stanley's
think I
advice,
was
but
up
then
here
some guy
at the
came in.
time. If this was past,
Okay.
if this was past midnight, by that time I was actually in bed.
Oh, okay. Well, see, listen, I started the show last night at 9 o'clock, and it went all the way up until, gosh, I believe like 8 a.m. this morning before we ended, and we started this stream that we're on right now because we're on the road to 24 hours a day, 24-hour streaming. So, but it was crazy last night and went all over the place,
I can
but it was good.
imagine.
Crack did an incredible job with
Well, see,
the conversation
I
about
enjoy
Ava.
it when it wanders all over the place.
I do too, Stanley. I do too. Like I like that too. And I know, some people like whenever John he's asking for advice and what, this and that. But like even with the way that I edit, it's just like as far as the production value and what it looks like, whenever people come to the channel, that's what I'm focused on. But whatever y'all do on the panel, go for it.
Hey,
Go for it.
Stanley, Porsche, CKJ3. I do want to go around the panel. What do you guys think about this? The metric I've been posting, the average viewer duration. We've been holding steady at 20 minutes all day.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's more or less 24 hours. What I'm saying is to you. Damn, if Get Crack was here, he could better add some context to what I'm saying is that when they value businesses, Kim, Master Kim, if you want to chime in, there's certain metrics that they look at. I've talked about this before, and one of the metrics that they value internet brands and things like that is stickiness. Do your people come and just watch a 1 minute video or 15 seconds of a video? Matter of fact, YouTube even looks at it and say if you don't watch more than 15 seconds, I don't think it counts as a view. I've told you that I've developed software where they told me 15 seconds was the time limit that they would use to trigger it. What they call in software, they call it like a campaign or goal. I can't remember too. But I've started to measure. Well, what are our viewer duration relative to a TV show? And we're tracking right alongside of a TV show. Minus the commercials, we're doing about a minute or two short, give or take, any point in time. A TV show, and I think that's a hell of a metric. I don't know what other people's statistics look like.
Well, obviously, depending on the length of a TV show, like the average duration of commercial breaks is anywhere from 3 to 5 minutes. From when I used to have cable a lot, depending on like the kind of program it is. If it's like a 30-minute program, then give or take 2 to 3 minutes. If it's an hour-long program, then like I said, 3 to 5 because it's more longer than most. But um, uh, I do understand like your viewer duration of average, John.
Yeah, I think the viewer duration for a 30-minute show is 7 to 8 minutes for advertisements. And so we're tracking right along what a TV show would do, any given TV show. And I think that's a hell of a statistic to me. But not necessarily the viewers. I don't know if the viewers are as important as the stickiness of our audience. Definitely when you consider the quality of our audience. What do you think about that, guys? I'll go around the panel. I'll start with Portia since you're up at the top.
As far as the retention rate of us having people that come and they're staying for at least 20 minutes before they go, I think it's a great thing. So with that, within that 20 minutes, we could be on a particular topic or we could have switched between topics at that time. But, regardless of what it is that we're discussing, at least we know that the majority of the people that are coming to the channel, they're staying for that length of time, which is a positive thing.
No, I do agree with that. CKJ3, what do you think, man? You've been here off and on all day today. What do you think? You've been one of the 20-minute type people. What do you think? Moving on from CKJ3. Master Kim, what do you think?
I've got 2 comments and I'll make it quick, and then Stanley can kind of chime in because there's probably a proper word in voting. So I think you're doing great. Stay right on course with minor little adjustments just to keep the ship steady. There is one thing now that I've had time to think about this. I'll make this quick, so I'm not long-winded like I normally am. So that guy Dan, I've had time to think about his comment, right? So the faggot ass like Boyce Watkins and all these high degreed individuals that are scamming people, acting all professional. They don't use the N-word and all that stuff. They got plenty of viewers, but they're scamming people, and he don't got any legit financial advice, or not that you're giving financial advice, versus the genuineness of yourself, HB, CKJ3, everyone speaking freely, whether it might be a teaspoon of hood, maybe throwing in the N-word to help highlight and express something. That shit is not gonna. It's more genuine. You're not trying to hustle anyone. You're not trying to dupe anyone. So who are people gonna believe and want to listen more? The people that are talking like real human beings, for example, or the polished Boyce Watkins who do not say the N-word, but yet you can connect the dots that they're committing fraud on very hard-working, decent people. So with that being said, I would want to retract my earlier comments that I was kind of like, hey, maybe Dan's right. Because there are these high polished individuals out there, but they don't offer any of this advice that this show's doing. And I shouldn't say advice, but little nuggets of information. And I'm sure Stanley's got a better term for that.
Master Kim, Master Kim, anyone in the audience watch Boyce Watkins? I guess you do, Master Kim. Anyone else watch?
You mean
I have
hell
on
no?
occasion.
Hell no, I've never I've heard of him, but I've never watched him, and I just don't know really what side Boyce Watkins really is on.
He's got a doctor in finance, or some doctor. I mean, never actually traded on a. I don't think.
Oh, so he's like a Boyce nigger Watkins then.
No, I don't agree with that. But he's the one that helped pump up the Jay Morrison, JT, the CPA JT Money. You guys ever watch that accounting show with JT Money? He's a CPA out of St. Louis. He is just a dope ass CPA accountant. He's the one that breaks down all these little sham and frauds. But he's the one that pointed out that Boyce Watkins was really pumping up the Jay Morrison scheme, the Tulsa thing, knowing that this guy's got the financial background, Boyce Watkins, to see through it. You know, that he knew that this was a scam. So he's part of helping bamboozle all these people. Now, this is coming from a lay person. I don't want to be dragged into any sort of small claims court over.
I don't really. If I had to choose between him or Tyrone Magnus, if you guys know who he is, I would choose to watch Tyrone Magnus over Boyce Watkins.
You know, Master Kim, you know, what I want to say today is, like, you know,
This is all irrelevant. We all got a new home. We don't got to watch any other show but this one. I'm sorry. Go on.
you know, I watched Boyce Watkins a couple of days, and, you know, a couple of times. People have heard me say, you know, I can look at someone sometimes. I'm like, you know, I don't know about him. He look a little soft. And, you know, I have all these litmus tests in the world. You know, what's a litmus test? Hold on for 1 second. We're 10 minutes, 10 hours, 9 minutes. You know, Portia has talked about all the wonderful work she's doing. Show some love to our co-hosts, HB and John Galt, as well as our wonderful editor, Portia. You see our cash apps at the bottom. We're at 20 minutes and 26 seconds. As good as any TV show you can find in America right now in terms of the stickiness, the duration, the retention, whatever the hell you want to call it. You know, when I think of Boyce Watkins and any of these people, Master Kim, I always think of this picture right here. Could he do this?
What is that?
Someone never seen this before? Who is this?
No, I've never seen this picture.
Oh, who said that? Who else said that? Was that CKJ3 said that?
No, it was me.
Sammy Crow? Seen it? No way. No.
Yeah, Master Kim too. I've never seen that.
No way. No way. Y'all bullshitting.
I'm not bullshitting that. I don't think none of us are BSing John.
Well, I can't do it justice by telling you. I got to show you all the pictures. Yeah.
Oh, John, I definitely remember this without fail, and I'm about to actually post one of your quotes from whenever you actually showed us this. And these are knee guy lessons with John Galt. Ninja, have you ever pulled a dreadlock out of a drain at 7 in the morning?
I see.
I've seen that. I've seen that.
Throw it away.
And that was back in what is this? That was back in July. That was on July 10th, 2024. And that's when I logged that quote from John, because that was so funny when he told this story. But of course, John refreshed the memory for the viewers that missed it or that may have forgotten.
7:00 in the morning, guys. 7 still in the audience. He a landlord. He know what I'm talking about. That was 7 in the morning.
Well, would somebody report a clogged drain?
Yeah, they reported a clogged drain. And so I
For
said,
God's sake.
right. And now, I don't know if I showed you the drain in the tub of water, but the only way he got it is he used his hooves to stuff that dreadlock down the drain.
Yeah, you showed us the videos, and then you showed us the two guys. Like, I don't know if they were brothers or friends. That was hilarious that day.
There were other niggas. And then I also showed
John, you have to, John, I mean, maybe not today, because I know MFB is going live soon, but you have to show that stuff over here too, because we need that content over here. Yep.
And I went live one day, Portia. You remember this? It was a nigga in the audience.
Is that HB's
lemonade
truck bottle?
Stanley, that's not HB's. That's not his.
Tell me what that is. Oh.
Well, it looks like a bottle of piss.
I wish I could show you how small that room is. There's something else standing that you
Well,
missed.
why don't they have a top on it?
You caught it. You caught it. You can knock that
It's
motherfucker over.
like, somebody trips over that. It's gonna be mighty disgusting.
Gotta go clean that shit up. Then I gotta go clean that.
Wow. It looks
Now,
like
see,
Dave would
I
have.
can tell you right
Looks like.
now,
Looks like.
I would do
Looks
like
like
Jesus in the
John.
temple.
Fuckers is talking about
John.
me, John. Okay, nothing you saying. 'Cause you're talking about. What you saying? What you saying? Go ahead.
What
But
I was gonna say, John, was that it seems like the people in your property needed a drain wig. If you guys know what that is.
And I'm getting back to Boyce Watkins. I promise you, I am. I'm just feeling some time, MFP, whatever. This was a tenant of mine. Boy, that shit.
Now
Good
these,
boy.
oh man.
Go ahead. What's there?
No, I was about to say. I mean, are these like?
What? What are you doing?
I'm just trying to figure out how it gets that cluttered.
Mental illness, my friend.
Are these like official hoarders or what?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh man, that's
Very sad. And then I want to show you this clip while we're waiting on MFB. Let's see if I can find this. It's one of my more popular clips here. While we just filling a little time. See what we got. But this is, I was telling the story. A guy, my buddy of mine, a friend of mine, he came on the stream. He's been on a couple of times. Damn, I wish I could find it. And we were talking about Section 8 tenants for people that are into Section 8 tenants and stuff like that. I'll see if I can find it. If I can find it, if I can't find it. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's only a minute, too, so this is beautiful. Yeah. Let me see if you guys can see this. Let me take this down. I gotta do this. This is one of the earliest streams I did. You can see that it did. Let's see. You can see that the video did 1,300 views a month ago. We were early. This is early starting in the stream, the channel, everything. And let's see, let's go. Here's a guy, a friend of mine. Been knowing him for years. And so we were talking about landlord and Section 8 stuff like this. I had a tenant. God is my witness. Her rent was $1. Her total rent was $1,400, bro. There was 4 men living in the house. 2 women, 3 women, 2 girlfriends, the mama, the daddy, and at least 2 sons. And maybe there were younger children, of course, but I'm talking about the people who could have gotten up and made $1. All them people combined, with all the disability checks and everything else, their rent, their portion of the rent was $1. Can you fucking believe that? $1, bro.
So, I mean, it's like, I guess as a formality, they had to charge $1, just like if you sell a vehicle legally. Yeah. I guess I don't know how I'll get it, man.
So go ahead. You saying that this lady, she was paying $75 for rent?
Yeah,
she had a hard time. Okay.
Yeah, she was acting like she had a hard time paying the $75, and unfortunately for her, like the following year, they implemented these requirements that you had to, they required her to go out and look for work.
And so that was a guy again, he got into the business. I know the story very well, but he didn't have the he could have had on this channel. If he had been on this channel, if this channel existed before he got into this situation, he never would have made that tragic error of renting out a house on the market, so on and so forth. But if today this channel exists, so we're here to prevent you from making those tragic business errors. Or in the case of that store the other day, making the most out of opportunities in a store that's only open from 9 to 6 Monday through Saturday, I think. Master Kim told you, hey man, this store is full of opportunity, right, Master Kim?
Oh yeah, absolutely. At least worth pursuing. And John, just real quick, on that particular day we called, things worked out. The guy answered the phone, guy returned the call. You know, many times you get people calling back, all defensive, calling you out, because their businesses are failing, right? So, so in this particular situation, yeah, they turned out good as far as trying to get dialogue going.
You know, Master Kim, I was telling someone earlier that ironically the guy turned out to be Korean. Remember that?
Yeah, that was shocking. And then to me, that clearly told me why they're not selling all that other stuff. And it's because they don't these are elderly people, they don't want the problems. So as a result, they're not getting that money.
And for someone looking to take on those problems, you can get at a very cheap rate.
Oh, you can save, you could save your whole family. You can literally you could break the cycle of knuckleheadness. One store, right? You could change the kids going to be going to private school by the time middle school hits. You know what I mean?
For the guys that think we're bullshitting and don't understand the value of what Master Kim showed you the other day, here's a guy that was willing to sell his store. And what I just did was I just texted myself the message that he sent me after the conversation that I had with him, after Master Kim had more or less laid the groundwork for someone to just walk right in the door. Because Master Kim not only had lowered the price for you, right? He lowered the price, right? Am I wrong, Master Kim? He told you, hey, there's a little flexibility in the price, right? He did say that, right?
Yes, but then we also said, we decided, hey, should we be good Christians and just play with the guy or bogart the guy and go directly to the landlord as well, which is another business option, right? So therefore, we're going to save $70,000 and tell him to get all his outdated inventory out and take over the lease. You know what I mean? So there's that option too, and we'd be a fool not to explore both opportunities at the exact same time.
That's some gangster business shit for y'all. It's free. Gave it to you for free at the 10-hour, 20-minute mark. You just got some real gangster shit. Some shit that I would do to your ass. You know what I mean? Man, that's some shit you do to a motherfucker, right?
Now, keep in mind, at the end of the day, some money's going to have to come out of pocket, right? So this is, if we were to deal with the guy directly, right? So I'm going to buy myself time, and because this was an odd situation that he's out of lease, and I understand he's out of lease because he don't want to run the business no more, So it was odd that let me reword it. It often does happen that you can just bypass the current tenant and go directly to the landlord and strike a deal. This happens
and run his ass up out there, make him leave. Master Kim, you make him leave all that shit in there, because he ain't taking that shit home with him, right? Am I wrong?
Yeah, because you're right. He's gonna leave all that shit and then try to do a deal on the groceries, and stuff like that.
All that expired shit, that milk and fucking oatmeal and shit.
Right. So because he doesn't have a business to sell, $500 a day is with that dense population is silly stuff. And again, the one thing to come out of that show was there's a 7-Eleven across the street. Good. When can we open up? Right now, that would twist people's ball cap to be like, why would you open up a store when there's a block down there's a 7-Eleven? Because 7-Eleven don't make mistakes. If they need $1.3 million in sales, and I don't need to get all their money, but I'm going to get some of their money, and I'm going to get all the people that they can't get, the Lucy's, the check cashing, all that stuff, the single Pampers, all that stuff, the EBT, there's plenty of great opportunity. That's still a great opportunity, and I think someone listening to this podcast or the earlier one should jump on it. I would love to help walk them through it.
So, Master Kim, this is the messaging that I got from the guy that you talked to. He texted me, he had my number because we called him, right? Look at these text messages. What does that tell you? Huh?
so he's showing something that doesn't mean anything because that's him and their family. The new person, they're not going to honor, that they've been there for 20 years, right? That the landlord might get hyped up thinking, oh, now I get to readjust the rent to where we are today in the market. So that to me just says he's desperate and stuff like that. And I don't want to belittle the son that's trying to help his elderly parents, but this is a very common thing, like we've discussed before. These small hats send their kids away to school. They don't want to come back and run the little accounting firm that their father started or the store. They're just not going to do it. Arabs, the Indians, and very affluent African American people too. Their kids go away to these great schools. They don't want to come home and run the family hardware store. They're like, that's whack,
And that was exactly the case. And this man was a banker,
Yes.
right? He was a banker. The young man, the son, was a banker. We may have a porn bomb. You know what I read this Mexican? You know what I thought? You know what I thought, Mexican?
What's up?
People call me all the time. Hey, man. Hey, Golden Nugget. You gotta get on camera, bro. No one can see you but me. But we've been like just spammed by porn bombers, so we need a little direction here from you to make sure you're not a porn bomber. You probably log off if you aren't. And if you are a legitimate person, you show your face. It's fine. Anyway, you know what it says to me, Mexican? And I can show you some messages, and I've shown them before. Man, I got that dope, Mexican. Like, I don't have to go back and forth with you about the dope I got for sale. Nigga, you want it or not? Period. That's it. This guy got a product for sale, as you can see.
Yep.
Look at all these messages that he sent me. No one's biting.
It's ridiculous. So, John, do you mind if we mention Miss Fletcher real quick? Remember that?
Yeah,
What was her
yeah.
beauty? That was another priceless gem. And what that does, we're breaking the myth that these type of businesses are not unobtainable. Is that the right term I want to use?
Yeah.
And yes, you're going to meet people that don't want to do business with you, but that's just the world we live in. But there is no phantom wall being put up to keep people out, but they need to get the inside baseball, like what Miss Fletcher had to share, right?
Yeah, right.
On the beauty supply business, there's no reason now. Can you imagine if Miss Fletcher had more capital, if she met those boys up in Atlanta, those private equity groups? Because I tell you what, there's these chain store of Korean beauty supplies. They could just pay two times multiple, buy them out in a heartbeat. There's like a 10 store supply. These Koreans will sell in a heartbeat. You know what I mean? So it's very possible that African Americans could dominate the beauty supply business, at least in the Atlanta market or in the Tampa market. You know what I mean? But it would take Miss Fletcher's inside baseball, right? Or, and I'm using her as just an example.
No, that's true. Very true, yeah.
I would love us to pick another industry, maybe the car wash industry, and we'll do the inside baseball on that. You know what I mean? I don't know much about it, but I know who does. You know what I mean?
That is just very interesting.
Just like MJ or MFB is doing the show.
Yeah, go ahead.
MFB, he's given us the inside tip on the private eye detective business. This is very valuable information. And again, I'm not trying to overly hype shit up, but it's very interesting. All your other commentators, all the other people on the show giving us the inside tip and whatnot. So, and I'll mute, man, because I just hijacked the stream. I'm sorry.
No, this is very good. I'm gonna bow out. Portia, is that okay? I've tried to fill in as much time as I can, but I've been drinking and smoking, and it's probably, I don't know how many hours I've been going now with the assistance of everyone, Kid Crack, HB, Master Kim, and all. But I got to tap out, Portia. Is that okay? Portia, you still here? Damn, Portia may not be. I got to keep going until Portia comes back. Oh, wow. There we go. All right, guys, I'm out of here. Portia, you okay to take over to MFB? I've done everything I can to fill the gap.
Yes, I just actually talked with him, and there's a few more things that he is putting together in the back. So he's looking at, and I changed it on the StreamYard. So he's looking at like 745, 750. before he can start. But yes, I'm here until well, I mean, I'm here until this ends, and then whenever he starts, because I have to start it for him. So
Yeah. Someone said versus the 7-7-7-11 question. I don't know. I'm out of here, boys. You guys have a good discussion and be civil. We have a lady here now taking over, so I don't have to tell you guys to be civil. And it is 10 hours, 30 minutes, give or take. Don't let me have to repeat the same spiel over and over, guys. Show some love and appreciation for the people that make it happen 24 hours a day. 2 months out of the starting block, right? Portia, am I wrong?
say that last part.
2 months out of the starting block, maybe 3 months, but we've been damn near doing 24 hours, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Two and a half, give or take. But
Yeah.
like as far as that 24 hours, like we've had some days where it's almost 24 hours, and then some days where it's like 112 hour. But within the last week or two, for sure, it's been almost 24 hours every time. So.
And you guys don't understand what Portia does in the background, like the Slack setup for Get Crack and HB and I. You know, all those things, allow us to do these things. Someone said, Tyrone. But yeah, so show some love.
Hey, John.
Yeah, what's up, Mr. Kim?
I'm so sorry. Did you read my Cash App from earlier?
Let me take a look. I'm sorry about that. Let me say that anyone that sent Cash Apps, I'm saying this for everyone. We really appreciate it. We really, really do. Master Kim, you want me to read it?
Because it's funny, yeah.
Master Kim, I really appreciate it, man. I really do. $25 from Master Kim. For Big D Asians, Master Kim. Master Kim, man, you can't send enough money.
Oh no, that was just being silly, man.
I know. I was gonna say, I know, Master Kim. You can't send enough money for, man, you're getting my kids were able to go down and see the rodeo. The valuable information you're giving us, chat, man. No amount of money, honestly, could equal that. And that's part of the reason, what I talked about earlier about, the super chats and things like this, man. Like, I don't even know if I could appeal to people like you if I had to jump up and down for super chats. You tell me. But anyway, Portia, go ahead, Master Kim.
Oh no, when I'm doing calls and puts, sipping margaritas on an island, I'll be like, thank God for the John Galt show. I learned how to trade.
And I hope that guy Dan comes back and he'll be able to say the same thing. Again, thank you guys, everyone that sent Cash Apps in. Please support all of us here. We're doing out of the love of our heart. We continue doing it no matter the monetization, no matter the Cash Apps. We don't. We're not out here doing it on the basis of if we get so much, we'll do so much. So again, Portia, go ahead and take over. I really appreciate you, Portia. You send me text sometimes. I feel bad by not responding to all of them, but oftentimes I know where you are. You're going to be right here. So let me just say thank you so much, Portia. You know what I mean?
Oh, John, thank you. I'm just glad that with what I do, you trust me. So that's all. I'm just one of those communicating types. It's like I like to let everybody know what's going on, so
Portia, we up on average viewer duration and everything whenever you come online. I think Portia, I don't know if you heard Stanley and Master Kim and all those people talking about you the other night, and I'm sure you heard about all the adoration you were getting about the clips, particularly Bob's. I don't know if you heard all that, but if she didn't, you guys give us some praise in the audience again. But yeah, did you hear? Have you had a chance to hear all the feedback from all the clips you've been putting out?
No, I checked the comments, but what you just mentioned, I hadn't heard that. But I just like to say, like the audience, my inspiration, HB2N, my biggest inspiration, you for noticing and reaching out and wanting me to help. And just like for all of the support, I just love everything that's going on here. And I'm happy to be a part of it. I'm happy to be involved, and for the work that I'm doing behind the scenes. It's just one of those things where people, they may not realize how much time it takes and how much work it actually is to go through and cut stuff. And I'm just like a streamlined person, and to try to brand the channel, and I'm building our website, and for merch, and news stories and stuff like that. So eventually, here in a few weeks, whenever we show and talk about stories on YouTube, we don't have to worry about getting flagged or a copyright, because we're showing videos that come from our website, sort of thing. But there's a lot of work going on in the background, of course, with the segments, cleaning up the channel space for the segments, and just making sure that we keep our audience engaged. I would also say too, for the games, those aren't done, folks. So Oregon Trail, we're going to test out words on stream one day this week, whenever John is available. But there's a whole lot of stuff coming down the pipeline that I've been working on behind the scenes. And like I said, it is a lot of work, but it's happy work for me.
Push, I don't mean to interrupt you. Guys, I got to get out of here. Thank you very much for it. Go ahead.
Yes. So, there's a lot of stuff coming down the pipeline. There's a lot of stuff I've been working on behind the scenes. Of course, you guys have been seeing the shorts and the pre-uploads. I'm going to be doing, so basically it'll be uploads daily uploads, because obviously, we still have other things going on in our lives. So I still have to do that. But like in between, it'll be daily uploads, and there'll be several uploads tonight, shorts and pre-uploads. So I just encourage you guys to continue to come through, and whenever y'all come to the channel, yes, I understand we're always live, but please go check out our pre-uploads and our shorts, hit the like, leave a comment, do all that good stuff like that. So we have, I would say, give or take about 20-25 minutes before MFB goes live. Is there anything in particular that y'all wanted to talk about, or do you guys want me to bring up?
Wanted to see your news stories.
Oh, okay. All right. I just wanted to read the room.
Well, I mean, it's just my preference.
Yeah, so like I'm gonna have a segment too. It's just gonna be like politicking with Portia, kind of thing like that, where I'm just talking for however long, not too long, Lord, but about political news and stuff like that, because y'all know that's my thing.
Well, it's my thing too.
Oh yes, Stanley, we know, and you might actually like this. And I don't know if you've seen this. I'm about to check to make sure that everyone can see this on the screen. So, did you know Democrats are using organization with 50,000 physicians and software giant Epic to sign up patients to vote? And it includes a script for undocumented aliens led by a Harvard doctor linked to Kamala Harris. Have you heard about this, Stanley?
No, I haven't.
Okay, well, let's learn together. So, from psychiatric hospitals to the NICU, clinical settings have become political battlegrounds. Vote ER is an organization with 50,000 doctors with leadership connected to Kamala Harris who are registering patients to vote. Vote ER is a group of 50,000 physicians who are signing up patients to vote in the 2024 election. The group is led by Dr. Alistair Martin, who served as White House Fellow in the office of Kamala Harris. Dr. Kat Lindy joined Tom Bazile on Newsmax Saturday morning to discuss the latest attempt by the Biden regime to use doctors to register patients to vote. Tom Bazile, a code blue for election integrity. Why do doctors need to know your voter registration status? Why would they be tapped to help ensure you're registered to vote? Healthcare software giant Epic recently announced that they would be making it possible for patients to register to vote and for doctors to help them through their popular MyChart app. All this in conjunction with the Biden-Harris and activist group Vote ER, which just so happens to be headed up by a former senior advisor to the Democratic presidential nominee, Kamala Harris. Let me see when I heard this. Okay, for more on this, we're going to bring in FLCC Senior Fellow and President of the Global Health Project, Dr. Kat Lindley. Doctor, thank you for being with us. I couldn't believe this. When I heard this, you've been one of the folks who blew the lid on this. The same application that your doctor interfaces with that provides you with your healthcare information can now also help you register to vote with the click of a button, which means your choice can also be tracked. This is a threshold question. Is this setting up a scenario where millions of illegals and non-citizens passing through safety net hospitals that serve lower income and undocumented could be registered to vote? Dr. Kat Lindley says yes, because the Vote ER group that you just mentioned was founded by Dr. Alistair Martin and actually has a script for undocumented patients on how to register to vote. Tom Bazile says that's incredible. You've been a vocal critic of this new practice. You've made the point that your doctor doesn't need to know your political affiliation. They don't need to know whether or not you were registered. Talk to me about why we should be alarmed by this. Another example of what seems to be politicized medicine, politics getting into your doctor's office. Dr. Kat Lindley says, well, actually, the reason is that, interestingly, a few days before I found out about this, there was a tweet from an anonymous physician on the West Coast. I believe it was the Oregon area. It's a female physician who said that if she treats conservatives, she often misdiagnoses. Hold on, wait. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I believe it was the Oregon area. It's a female physician who said that if she treats conservatives, she often misdiagnoses them and gives them the wrong treatment. Stanley, you hold on to that because I'm going to need you to respond first, but I'll finish reading the article. Just that lets you know that there's no reason for any physicians to know the political status of our patients. We're supposed to be completely impartial. We're supposed to just deal with the health issues that a patient has and do the best that we can to make them recover. Tom Bazile responds saying, Doctor, the other issue that I guess you would inevitably encounter here is a patient who perhaps lacks the mental capacity to make basic decisions for themselves and is being manipulated into registering to vote. That's a very real concern in the state of Pennsylvania, where at least one psychiatric hospital has been exposed for registering patients. Do you see activist physicians and other healthcare providers potentially taking advantage of those folks for political purposes as well? Because again, you could just do this now with the click of a button on your own app, or the doctor through their portal could actually do this for you. Lastly, Dr. Kat Lindley, this is not lastly, but this is the last thing I'm going to read. Dr. Kat Lindley, that's exactly right. According to that article, actually, they started registering the patients in the psychiatric hospital in Pennsylvania. The ones who were not necessarily there for the in-house treatments, the ones that were going to be discharged. But then they continue that practice and register patients who are in-house to register to vote as well. And they help them obtain mailing ballots and other things. When you are in need, and we also do this in oncology centers, in substance abuse centers, in the ER. As you can imagine, all of these centers, what they have in common is that you're at your most vulnerable state. As of course we could all imagine, whenever you're sick, you got to go to the ER. You're pretty vulnerable in that position. Yeah, absolutely. And they're taking advantage of this state to say, oh, it's really important for you to register to vote. It's going to make you feel better. So I didn't have enough time to put that together with MFB's show coming up tonight, but I actually did get an email, and it was very strange from the Kamala Harris campaign, because I've never voted Democrat, but I did have student loans at one point, so I'm thinking that's probably why I got the email. But it basically said that I need to be vaccinated to vote for Kamala, in short. And I thought it was crazy. I was like, why am I getting this email? And why are you encouraging me to get it vaccinated, to come out and vote for you? I mean, I'm not voting for you anyhow, but To me, that article was very interesting because of what happened in 2020 or leading up to, and right now. And for someone like you, Stanley, I think that you would be perfect to give the first response to that article about the medical environment being a hub to register voters. What do you think of that?
Well, I think it's creative.
Okay.
I mean, it's not illegal, last I checked. Now, the part about getting illegals, like registering illegals to vote, you'd have to prove that that's happening. Republicans have been saying for years that, there are a bunch of illegal, non-citizens voting. It's never been proven. It's a lot of hearsay, a lot of theorizing, but I've never seen evidence of it. So, I mean, I don't know. It's a little smarmy, to get patients. I've been in the hospital. I'm not really thinking about voting, but it's not illegal. It's creative, and I'm not sure what to say other than sorry, Republicans don't like it. If you have a problem with it, if you have a problem with it, take it to court.
Okay. I just think it's insane. It's just like but whenever you say that,
creative.
It's or no, exactly. Okay, sorry, me using the wrong word. That it is creative. I mean, for sure, it's definitely creative, but it's one of those things where it's like, I can tell you if I am going to the hospital because of an emergency at that rate, especially the emergency department, if I'm that ill, whenever the patient access registrars come into the room, and while they're going through my chart with me, verifying addresses, phone numbers, all of the likes, insurance updates, whatever it is, and once they get to the very end of that, are you registered to vote?
Yeah, that is a little irregular, but again, it's not illegal. But the one thing I am concerned about is that charge about the doctor in Portland or wherever it is out west. I mean, are they implying that she's misdiagnosing conservatives on purpose?
Yeah. So it's that's whenever I kind of pause for a moment there.
That's a serious charge, and I would definitely want to follow up on that and ask for proof. Like, who's the source of this? Because that's serious.
Yeah, so I'm looking at the article that I just had pulled up. It's from the Gateway Pundit, and they did an interview with these two people.
Politically neutral, are they?
Oh, hold on. Can you say that again? That might be me, but keep talking, Stanley.
Oh, I'm sorry. I navigated away from my browser.
Okay.
Gateway Pundit, they're not politically neutral, are they?
Oh no, not at all. Just like CNN, and MSNBC. You know how it is,
Well, I am saddened to hear the charge of conservatives being deliberately misdiagnosed. That is the thing that horrifies me most in the article.
If conservatives being misdiagnosed.
Yeah, I mean, that's a direct violation of the Hippocratic Oath.
Right. And in anyone with any type of logic, with all of the divisiveness that's going on across the country right now, I wouldn't be surprised enough to call it, false information or fake news or whatever the case may be. You have this in schools, you have it in hospitals, you have it all over the place. So I wouldn't be surprised if, and I would say on both ends, but I guess I just don't think that in the case of what is it? Your medical things that you need to
No,
have
if
that involved in that.
if someone came to me and said, "Hey, is this a good idea?" I would say, "No, it's not."
Right. Yeah. It's just crazy.
And I wonder,
So,
I might follow up on that. I actually, that's pretty smarmy.
I mean, it's just, for things that people may not particularly pay attention to. Whenever I wake up in the mornings, I always check out whitehouse.gov. I use DuckDuckGo and other search engines so that I don't get tailored information. It is election season, and I don't know how you feel about that, Stanley, but a lot of things are not revealed to the public. So I just try to get my news from different places. And whenever I saw that today, I was like, oh, wow, because I got the email last week, and I was like, what is this? Like, why am I getting this? And it was from the Kamala Harris campaign saying that I needed to get vaccinated, and then come vote for her.
Yeah,
And
that
I'm
is
like,
odd. Now, vaccinated for what? Measles, COVID?
For COVID.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, for COVID. Yep, it was a bit of a mess. It was. So I don't know, but I will say about the Democratic Party is that they know how to get to the people. And like you just said,
that's a good thing
creative,
for
interesting.
politicians to do.
Well, yeah, they know how to they know how to spread the word, and they know how to get in where they fit in. So,
As a matter of fact, it would have been really funny if they were only doing it at abortion clinics.
yeah, that's oh wow, oh goodness gracious. I mean, I suppose that's where I would think that's where they would do it.
We know we would have gotten a bunch of Democratic voters.
Yeah, and then they're registering them for mail-in ballots. Like where I'm from, that is not a thing anymore. And I actually think in Georgia, I believe that they were the first state to do away with mail-in ballots.
I don't think they've done away with them. I have to
I
double
thought
check.
they did. Yeah, you have to
They
double check. I
did?
mean, it's been a while, but yeah,
Let
I
me
thought.
double check. I know they were threatening to do it, but
Yeah.
mail-in balloting has been happening since forever. How do you think the deployed military votes?
Well, of course, that's how they vote. But the thing is that once upon a time, before the 2020 election and before COVID, that was called an absentee ballot. And absentee ballots are very strict, and they had a very direct, very simple explanation as to what they were. And absentee ballots, as they always have been, are for mainly at the top of the list are service.
Mail-in voting has existed for quite some time.
No,
Absentee
that's not.
ballots are a different thing.
So, but that's what they synonymized those two things. And so you have mail-in, absentee. So, and mind you, every single thing that I say, I'm speaking from a person that's from a state, and this is how we do things in my state. So as far as every other state, I can't tell you, but I can tell you here.
Basically, if you're not going to be in the state, mail-in ballots,
exactly.
They pretty much assume you're going to be in the state.
Right. So in Texas, we have absentee. So absentee, for those of you in the audience that are not aware and that do not know, and even if you don't care or you think you don't care, you should, especially for those of you that are in my state. Stanley, he's in Georgia. However, absentee is first and foremost at the top of the list. It's going to be for our military, our service members who are stationed overseas or, stationed in a different state. You also have your college students who are, of course, of age to vote, who are in another state. And then you also have elderly people who fall into that category of absentee who can fill out for the ballot. And since they cannot get there, they may be of mind and sense, but they cannot drive, sort of thing. They don't have family members that could take them, and they can cast their ballots that way. But during the previous election, we had the whole mail-in ballot, absentee ballot debacle, especially again here in my state, where things in lines got crossed. And what's his name? Zuckerberg from Facebook. He had paid for all of those drop bins and sorts of things like that. But for anybody who participated in that in Texas, they're all locked up now. So that's great news because, don't mess with Texas and all of that. However, it's just interesting to see their method, the Democrats' method, to try to.
Well, wait, hold it. You do realize Georgia's a Republican state. So any mail-in balloting that happened in Georgia, we have a Republican Secretary of State. So the Democrats aren't doing anything other than protesting every now and again.
Yeah. That's why I always try to keep it to my state, because I know every state is different. That's the beautiful thing about the United States of America, is that every single state is like its own little country. It's like its own little country. So we're at 7:42 right now. We don't have all that much time before I need to end this and start MFBs. But I wanted Angel to read this story. But since he's not here, I'm going to read this story for you guys. And for those of you that know me, and for those of you that don't, I don't know what it is. It's just crazy stories that I find, and I just think it's interesting. And I just want to talk about it a little bit, And Tyrone says, Portia, does Texas follow the republic or the democracy? We are a constitutional republic, so we follow the republic. Now, of course, the way that we vote, so they say, is democratic. However, is the foundation of our nation is
well,
a
you do know that
republic.
A republic is a form of democracy.
Right. So with the time that we have here, I wanted to share this story with you guys. You might not care, but I felt it was important to know what 88-year-old men are doing. I don't know why, but it's a thing. So we have bomb squad has been called to the ER after 88-year-old man arrives with a World War I artillery shell in his anus. And if you look over here to the right side of your screen, that could be a doctor or a nurse, but they're holding the artillery shell that was in his butthole. I don't know why an 88-year-old man would do that, but that's pretty crazy. And there's a second story of another veteran, or maybe he wasn't a veteran. We're going to read about it. But bomb squad is called again to a totally different story to hospital after a man with a World War II era mortar is stuck in his rectum. And if you can see here, there's the hand, the left hand of someone, and here is the actual artillery. It got stuck up there. I don't know why that would be a thing. So two cases of artillery shells being placed where they don't belong. So doctors in France have had to remove a World War I bomb from the rectum of an 88-year-old man. French outlet Matin reports. According to the news site, the anonymous senior went to Hospital Saint Moose in Toulon to remove the 8-inch, Jesus Christ, artillery shell from his anus. Oh God, which he had placed inside of him for pleasure. I mean, they have things for that, for this sort of things. They actually have things for this. Anyhow, doctors at the hospital were not just concerned about the medical needs of the senior, but also that the explosive could detonate in the hospital. So what I'm imagining here is that this 8-inch artillery shell was stuck inside his butt. Okay. And he gets to the hospital and they have to call the bomb squad because they're worried it's going to blow up in his butthole. That's crazy. Okay. That's insane. Okay. Anyhow, so, however, it was quickly determined that the risk of an explosion was minimal. Thank God. A spokesperson for the hospital, St. Muse told the Daily Mail that the incident last Saturday required the intervention of bomb disposal personnel, the evacuation of adult and pediatric emergencies, as well as a diversion of incoming emergencies. A bomb squad was reportedly called to a hospital in England after a man arrived with a mortar shell stuck in his rectum. Members of the 11 Explosive Ordnance Disposal Regiment responded to a call from the Royal Hospital. According to a source, the man was a collector of military memorabilia and somehow slipped and fell. How do you slip and fall on the ground and it falls directly into your butthole? Listen, I don't know what people do at home in their private lives, but I slipped and fell before. Stanley, I'm sure you've slipped and fell before too. And I've slipped and fell, and it didn't fall into that place of my body. However, the unnamed patient told doctors that he slipped and fell on the 17 centimeter by 6 centimeter armor-piercing projectile taken from his private arsenal of military collectibles, reported The Sun, which went on to say that the mortar round was later discovered to be inert and not potentially harmful to anyone. It was not currently inside, so it was only potentially harmful to him, his body, and his butthole because it was inside of him. So, why would someone do something like this?
Well, I'm trying to figure out. I mean, the only way that could happen is he was naked around the shells, and why would you be naked, hanging out with your arsenal?
Do you think that he probably told that story because he was embarrassed?
Probably. But I mean, you know what? It's just being there for that reason is so embarrassing. Can it really get more embarrassing?
I mean, I don't know what gets more embarrassing than you sticking World War I and World War II artillery into your body for pleasure. So I think the thing for me is that I worked as a medic for a few years, and Stanley, when I tell you I've seen it all, it ain't nothing that I haven't seen. But 88 years old, that's a new one. That's
Well, I'm hoping maybe he was senile.
That's a new one.
Hey, Miss Portia.
Hey, Master Kim.
Yeah, what do you think about if his grandkids come over, the neighbor kids, and he's telling, stories of storming the Great Front, and he's pulling out these old school war things to show them off. These kids are holding this big old bomb. I mean, I would, if I saw average citizens don't ever touch such a thing. That, a lot of that have not been in the military or whatnot. So I'd hold one in a heartbeat. Little would I think that this was up this guy's rectum. Off and on, that would be just stunning. Maybe he was getting off on that too, knowing that people are grabbing something that has been, placed up his ass. But crazy article. But maybe
Do you
that
think
was part of it as well.
think it was a dare?
At 88 years old, at 88. Okay. So, Master Kim, my brain didn't go that far yet, but you just took me there. So it's just like. That is disgusting. One, his grandkids. And at the age of 88, he has great grandkids and more than likely great grandkids. And, they come over, they're checking out the memorabilia from World War I and II and all of that. And it's just been in and out of there. But it's just like at 88. I mean, come on. That's crazy. you're basically dead or almost, but he still had to stick it on up there.
Miss Portia, would this be the equivalent of every once in a while you'll meet like an old school guy in his 70s that's he'll go to like sex tourism things and just doesn't care if he catches AIDS because he's just wanting to have a good time and could care less if he dies because he thinks he's at the end of his horizon anyways. Could it be something like that? This guy's acting extra crazy and risky because his days are numbered anyways. Maybe, and I'm sure there's a name for it. I don't know it.
Yeah, I don't know it either.
Risky behavior in seniors at that age.
If y'all look at the screen, just I pulled it back up just to put it in context and to give MFB a little more time here. Do y'all see that thing? It's huge. They said it was 8 inches. He's 88. I mean, Joe Biden can barely get through a sentence and walk up some stairs, and he's not even 88. But this 88-year-old is sticking artillery up his butthole.
Well, like I said, I think it was probably a dare. They were like hanging out at the retirement home, and one thing led to another.
Well, I mean, listen, Stanley, I took care of my grandfather up until he passed away. I got him all the way to 90. And, hey, listen, I can't imagine this 88-year-old being at the American Legion with his veteran buddies, talking about artillery shells that they stick up their butthole. That's...
Well, I mean, it was France.
Yeah. Oh, Tyrone, Stanley, this is for you. Tyrone says, no, Stanley, that's what you have been brainwashed, indoctrinated to believe. That it was a dare.
You can pass on to Tyrone. Frankly, he's not old enough to teach me about this stuff. As far as brainwashed and all that stuff, I don't play those games.
Well, you heard it here, Tyrone.
He can save
Stanley,
that. He can save that he can save that for his weak-minded white liberal friends.
So how could this end up in the newspaper? Is it because it's the emergency room, which maybe you're like you don't have any medical privacy or whatnot? How did this get on blast?
I mean, it is in France.
No pun intended either. Oh, it's in France. I'm sorry.
I would imagine if the bomb squad was called in, they had to file a police report.
Master Kim, that was a good one. How did it get put on blast?
And that was organic. That wasn't meant. But just like Stanley said, these are French people anyway, so they're a little bit different.
Well, I mean, a police report. I mean, I'm guessing they had to file some sort of report.
I mean, we all know about it,
Well, he wasn't anonymous. They didn't give a name.
I mean, why would you give the name of the 88-year-old guy? You got to think about all the liver spots, it's just like him maybe having Parkinson's and just shaking all over the place, just shaking and trying to get that thing up there. It's disgusting and it's gross. But you know what? Because I saw it, y'all had to see it too. So Angel, welcome back. We're about to actually start. We're about to end this stream. So
do you want me
everybody...
to read with what you want me to read?
Oh, I read it because you left.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm not Stanley. Excuse me, Angel. I do have some other stories that I would like for you to read later on this week. But MFB, his stream is getting ready to start here within the next 5 minutes or so. So what I'd like to do is take everybody's final words, and then we're going to head on over to MFB's stream and get it started over there.
Can I say mine first, Portia?
Yes, go ahead.
It's not necessarily like the final words, more so of a song. because I listened to Post to Be over the weekend. Like, y'all chicks don't come close to me. I'm getting money like I'm supposed to be. Well, here's my version. Y'all niggas don't come close to me. I'm living my life like I'm supposed to be. Oh, that's how it goes for me. Y'all niggas don't come close to me. I'm living my life like I'm supposed to be. Oh, that's how it's supposed to be.
I know that's right, Angel. Angel, we love you. We thank you, and thank you for coming up to sing that beautiful song for us. I'm pretty sure everybody appreciated that. Did you, Master Kim and Stanley and CK?
What song is it? I mean, I heard what he's saying, but I want to actually go listen to. I couldn't recognize the song. What song is it?
Oh yeah, I'll post it. Give me 1 second. It's
Oh, I'm
Post
sure.
to
I'm
Be.
sure that's going to be a clip.
Portia, can I
All right,
squeeze in 20 seconds?
Oh, of course. So it's supposed to be. It's a song by Chris Brown and Amarion. But I'll post it in the chat, Master Kim, so you can check it out. But go ahead, take your 20 seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah, just real quick. I think it was a gentleman named Marvin that was in the chat earlier had asked something about gross profits and net profit and cash flows and stuff like that. Why? Generally speaking, in business, you're right. People want to know what's called the net. At the end of the day, how much money is in my pocket I get to take home from the business, right? So why don't we just talk about that? Because it's very important to talk about the gross sales. Because when you do gross sales, there's the controllables and the fixed costs. You can always tweak things around to make business more profitable, like fire, key, stuff like that. So you have to tell people what the gross sales so they understand the volume of business and the scale, and then the cash flows, the velocity of the cash flow also, although it's not net profit, it can be used as operational cash, although it's not net profit. So I wanted to squeeze that in because it's my wife's birthday. I had to log off earlier, but I wanted to address that. That's what I had been led, but I'm sure some of the NBA guys will break it down and say, oh, well, on the balance sheets, the cash, blah, blah, blah. But no, this is from the guy on the streets, what I think the reason the cash flows and the gross profits or gross sales are important is because there's just things can be tweaked once you know what the gross sales are. So I'm sorry, Portia, I just overspoke.
No apologies at all. Thank you for providing that clarity on that. We will be having your playlist on the channel, the one that we talked about earlier. I just wanted to make sure that I had the name correct. Let me double check. Big Dummy to Big Money. So we'll have all of your clips there under that tab. Whenever you come to the YouTube channel and you go to playlist, you'll see Master Cam's very own playlist, and you will get all things financial education and all of that good stuff. And Master Cam, we thank you and appreciate you so much for that. Tyrone says,
awesome.
Stanley, I challenge you to look up the definition of both republic and democracy. You are in error, sir. Now, Stanley, we're going to wait on that one because we're about to end this.
Oh, well, I've already responded. Don't worry about it.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. So I encourage everybody to please check out our pre-uploads. Please check out our shorts. Be on the lookout for all of the great things that are coming up this week. And tonight I'll be posting some more pre-uploads and shorts. And we have a lot of great stuff coming for you guys this week. We're going to be starting with our Rumble page this week. And we have our karaoke show this week. And then we have the debate between Joe Mobley and Ava this week. And of course, Gone Trucking with the one and only HB2N. And John Galt for the Urban Landlord. We are working towards streaming almost 24 hours a day, folks. So whether it's me or John Galt or HB2N or Get Crack, he's usually the night owl. So he's usually here at night, even though I held down the fort and stayed up last night. I actually haven't been to sleep yet, and I'm not going to go to sleep until I finish with these uploads. However, we have MFB coming up next, and we're going to keep it going. We're going to keep it going. So thank you for all of you that are here and that will come back. So y'all make sure y'all come back, because as soon as we end it here, we're starting up over there.
Miss
Yes,
Portia,
Master Kim.
can you please put your email in the back stream again? I'm so sorry. It's been given a million times, but I want to screenshot it on my phone.
Oh, yes, I'll do it right now.
So I can give you a rundown about the big dummy to big money.
Yes, okay. I will do that right now.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, so everybody else, we're about to shut this down. Please come back. Let me actually post that just in case. I want you guys to come back and leave a comment on the live. Please leave comments, hit the like on our pre-uploads and all of that good stuff. We appreciate you all so much, more than y'all may realize. We're so glad that you guys rock with us and y'all come and y'all support us and listen to us, even though we're going all day, all night. But, you know, different people have different work shifts and all of that good stuff. So we're so very happy to have you here with us. Let me get this posted for Master Kim before I end it. All right, Master Kim, I have it posted for you in the back. Just shoot me an email. And
Thank you very much. And keep in mind, when I say big dummy, I'm thinking of Lamont from Sanford and Sons. So just like, we'll put my face on Lamont's image, you know, from Sanford and Sons.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Because that's exactly what I have in the spreadsheet. So I'm actually, once you email me, I'm going to add you to our spreadsheet, and you'll see in the notes section where I'm asking you, like, what is it that you want, like your vision, so I can use my creativity to bring it to life for you for your segments. So that is perfect. So you have my email now. And so just shoot me an email and we'll get that together for you.
Thank you.
And you are so welcome. And for everyone else, thank you guys for being with us. I mean, gosh, I can't even say, I don't even have a time frame, because we just go all day long. We go all day long. So thank y'all. And we're about to hear from MFB on his show, our private investigator. And we will be talking about inside the investigation with MFB. So we'll see you guys in a couple of minutes, or not even a couple of minutes, in a couple of seconds, because I'm about to end it now. So head on over to our next show, folks. Thank you all.
See you in a bit. Thank you.